Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox Online Channel, host Sega Forever here. Just wanted to talk about something really quickly. Something that I wanted to do earlier in the week, but I didn't have the time to. Kind of piggybacking off of the podcast that I've been doing lately, specifically when it comes to Marvel. Again, I am a Marvel fan. I know a lot of people, at least the impressions that I get from people online. When I talk about stuff Marvel, man, they just think I'm a hater. But I just demand better of them because I'm such a huge fan of Marvel. And again, like I said before, that um, my fandom is rooted in the actual comic books, the Marvel comic universe, not the Marvel cinematic universe. Though I will say that I've learned to appreciate phases 1 through 3 even more these last couple of years. I mean, I'm sure like a lot of you guys, I own most of the movies, or actually, I own all of the Phase 3 movies, with the exception of Captain Marvel. Phases 1 through 3, I own all the movies, both physical and digital. And just the other day, because of everything that's going on with Comic Con, I kind of went down memory lane, and I enjoyed the stroll, right? And again, even before this, anytime I watched a Marvel movie from Phases 1 through 3, um, they had a lot going on for it, especially in light of the stuff that they've been putting out lately. Dude, it's been really bad. So, I kind of just gave up on Marvel. Not totally, I'm not gonna lie, because I'm like I said, I'm a huge Marvel fan. I like to see them get back up on their feet, man. Getting back to good, getting back to what they do best, and that's why I'm doing this video specifically. I touched on it again in my podcast. Shout out to the dudes. Oh, just really quickly, I did an all-in or Wrecking Crew podcast. Um, which is ironic because this is the week that I normally talk about, at least on this channel, try and talk about gaming news. And there's a lot of stuff that needs to be said. Shout out to the guys that joined me last night. Hold on, dude, that's my neighbor's car. Anyway, again, sorry about the ambient noise in the background. That's just the way it is where I live. Shout out to the guys that joined me last night, man. Sega man, appreciate it, brother. He bought as well, and Unlimited, man. I'm glad they had a lot to say. Sorry about what happened at the end, man. I kind of fell off just because I was my kids, right? So something popped up that I wasn't expecting. I try and get my schedule clear when I do the podcast, especially if I have the guys in, man, because these podcasts last kind of long, and I like that, dude. I like it's just basically a hangout, like I said. I say it all the time, dude. It's just good to hear everybody's opinion, and that's one of the reasons why I do it. Right? It is kind of for me. I know that's kind of self-serving. And then if you guys jump on board or people came into the comment section, shout out to Two Man. FaZe was in there, or Faded was in there. Um, oh man, I can't think of my boy's name right now. But the people that I didn't get a chance to shout out because I had to bounce. Like I said, dude, I had to do stuff with my kids, drop them off technically. So anyway, man, I mean, for you guys that were in the chat, dude, I really appreciate it. The usual suspects as always. Again, sorry about the randomness of these videos, man. I just gotta have to do it when I can. And this is just something that I wanted to talk about, especially in light of some of the news that's coming out this week. Again, Comic Con was last week, or last weekend technically. Started off actually last week Thursday and went into the weekend. And again, man, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it. Dude, it reminded me of Comic Con like 10, 12 years ago, right? It kind of, to me, that was like peak Comic Con, right? Because as you guys know, I'm a hardcore comic book fan. I wouldn't necessarily go to Comic Con because I've always wanted to go, but it's just because I was more on the comic book side back then. I'm not anymore. But at some point in time, like in the 2010s to 20, up into the pandemic, right? The way Comic Con was shaping, it was in flux, but it did reach that kind of zen moment for me because it was amalgamation of all of pop culture. In fact, calling it Comic Con was even being debated, right? Because its main core is comic books. Everything kind of focuses on comic books to a sense, to a degree. But it was changing in droves. And I feel like this Comic Con this year kind of brought it back, which is what I liked the most. I felt, you still have people that are into collecting stuff that was there. You had people that, the companies that were there. Even anime showed up big time this year. Not that they don't, but it was like I was looking at some of the booths that people were exploring. Man, they're pretty big. They definitely have a presence, as you guys know, man. You guys know I watch anime as well. Anime right now is just dominating Manga is dominating. Comic books are actually there's been like ebbs and tides, ebbs and flow with comic books and stuff like that, and it's been going, like the peaks and valleys thing. But it's pretty much dead. I'm just being honest with you guys, dude. You might have a series that comes out that catches everybody's eye, but then they do what some of these other companies do, like with video games or movies or television shows, right? They start out pretty good, and then their writing either gets bad or they go woke with the DEI stuff. And hopefully that's changing, man. That's kind of what we want to talk about today with Marvel. I told you guys, coming off of Comic Con, it's one of the reasons I went to watch Deadpool and Wolverine. I wasn't planning on watching that, dude. Deadpool is kind of a hard R movie for me, and but the great thing about Deadpool movies is it offends everyone. Right? So it's equal opportunity, man. If there's a lot of stuff, I told you guys in my review, the only problem I had with it was the blasphemous stuff that they tend to do. And Ryan Reynolds has that stuff in his movies as well. I mean, I don't. It's not malicious intent and stuff like that. Um, Especially after coming off the Olympics, right? I talked about that. We talked about that. Me and Global Pole talked about that. That was very bad. But he has off-color jokes and stuff like that. But the great thing about Deadpool, though, it is equal opportunity offense, right? So there's people across the board and I'm fine with that, dude. I watched a couple people's videos. I felt a certain way about recommending the movie, man. I haven't had any blowback on it, but I definitely agree. If that kind of stuff bothers you, I understand definitely. Like I said in my last video, that one of the reasons I went to watch the movie had everything to do with what I heard Ryan Reynolds was gonna do, which basically hold Disney to task, Disney Marvel especially, right? And and I believe it, dude, because he had to fight a lot. He There's an interview he did where he talked he had to fight a lot to get the stuff that he wanted and the movie to stay in. He had to kind of bend the knee on a couple stuff, but he put his foot down on absolutely a lot of the things that Disney wanted to do to it. He said no, and then the stuff that they wanted to take off, and he said no. Right. So shout out to him, man, for standing his ground, and as you can see by the box office, right, it's paying off. And like I said, man, hopefully this is Marvel's mea culpa to the fans, and especially the fans that have been with them from the beginning. And I know they were playing up their fandom in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. A little bit different from me as a fan in the comic book universe. But hopefully they're turning the shit, man, and getting it back to good, as I like to say. Um, and will they do it? I'm not sure, man. There's a lot of things to look at. Um, Comic Con was one aspect of it. Uh, Deadpool Wolverine was definitely another aspect of it. And then there's a lot of stories coming out this week about some of the moves that Marvel was making. Um, Shout out to Mr. H Reviews. I was watching his video where he started talking about this as I was trying to set this up. He touched on a lot of points that how I feel about what's going on with Marvel right now in general. And again, man, are they going to do it? I have no idea. I would like for them to do it, man. There's still a lot of potential there. There's a lot of the Marvel universe that needs to be explored, that can be explored. I mean, they just kind of lost their way, right? Like every other company in the last couple of years, went down this DEI rainbow road, and they're finding out. But for what has been 4 or 5 years removed. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, dude. It's been in the industry for decades, at least 2 3 decades, right? But what it would just be like you know, little jabs here and there within industries that I follow. Man, I've been doing pop culture stuff for the longest time, guys. Consumed it for the longest time. Probably a little bit too much. Should have done other stuff in my life besides focusing on video games, comic books, and the stuff that I love. Like that's why I say this is like a lifestyle for me now. But it's always been there, dude. It's just never been done the way that it has. When I was on a podcast with Global Pole, again, sorry, I won't get political on this video, but I do have to mention it. A lot of things changed in 2016 when a certain orange man got elected. A lot of these people, man, if you guys didn't know, they fancy themselves to be liberal, which most of them are not. If you guys haven't figured it out, these guys are hardcore leftist, socialist, communist. And then there's a lot of people on that side that are actually just ignorant, right? They just kind of drink the Kool-Aid and go along for the ride until they realize, when everything starts to fail, then they have a wake up, that's that's like they sober up a little bit, right? Especially in the industries that they're in, man. Like I say this all the time about video games, right? It is not it's an industry. It's an entertainment industry. Right? Seamus Blackley talked about this when he created the first Xbox. Dude, one of the things, it's one thing to, especially coming from Microsoft, right? Yeah, the hardware and the power, but the problem people have to realize that you're stepping into the realm of entertainment when you do this kind of stuff. Okay, and that's something that served them well, and Xbox does well now. Even though they get a lot of hate for the stuff that they do, man, there's nobody that does it better. My daughter the other day was playing Harold Halibut. Man, an amazing, amazing game. As far as what I was watching, especially with the dialogue and the character interactions and stuff like that, would rival most television shows that's produced in Hollywood right now, and that's not a good thing, right? And that's where Hollywood has lost their way, right? Like I said, they bit hard on DEI, and then a little something called the pandemic happened. After the 2016 election, a little something called the pandemic happened, and we were rolling into the 2020s, which turned everything upside down. A lot of these guys that are used to um, putting their ideology out there because they have the backing of certain industries, right? Tech industry, right? As you guys know, Hollywood itself, because these are the kind of things that make a lot of money that people are consuming um, in mass, right? And so when times are good, people tend to forget about the hard times. People tend to think about things that are not important in a way, or they search for things to believe in. We discussed this last night in the podcast, right? This is what you saw happening, man. A lot of people get caught up in causes or look for things, look for meaning in things, and want to make a difference. And that's probably what some of the worst times, right? Because as you can see now, man, I mean, with everything that's going on in the world, right? I mean, right now you're looking at a world that's kind of in turmoil and chaos. And right now we do need some people to step up, and nobody, everybody's quiet, right? Because it's real now, right? All of this stuff is real now. Dude. This is not like a video game where your character dies and then you can hit reset. No, it doesn't work that way. Or Hollywood, right? I mean, and Hollywood could be making tons of money if they just read the room a little bit, man. This is why a movie like Top Gun Maverick did so well. For various reasons. Two of the main ones for me that is it's escapism, which is number one, and number two, man, there's an era of heroism in those shows, man. When you look at a character like Maverick in the show, right? He's like an everyman kind of person, dude, but he stands above the grade, and he's not opposed to taking risks. And that's the kind of people. That's what people are kind of looking for. Like if you go back to watching movies like Rocky, this is why a lot of people are watching older content instead of the new stuff that Hollywood is producing. That used to be a boom for Hollywood, man, back when it was a DVD. But now that we're in the digital age, and these guys haven't adjusted, just like the music industry didn't do when Napster first came on board. It took them a little while to get on board with that, but then by the time they did, it was too late. Right? That's why you don't have the big studios like you do anymore. Right? And the music industry is in flux. They never really recovered from that, which I'm all fine for, dude. I mean, music industry is the music industry. That's why these dudes are probably doing satanic rituals and stuff like that. Anyway, sorry, I'm going on the wrong path here. But yeah, I mean, again, is this what it means? So if you guys don't know, man, where this is coming from about Marvel actually turning around, aside from some of the moves that they've been making, there's rumors that they've been firing a lot of the staff, which is ironic because they actually put these people in place specifically to do DEI. If you guys don't keep up with the political side, again, not totally delving into politics, but this is important, right? If you guys know, like companies like BlackRock, and there's people with a lot of money and influence out in the world that want a lot of these people to that are pushing this agenda, right? And so in pushing this agenda, they've been giving money out to studios and giving money out to companies, right? In the guise of making everything diverse, making everything equal, and making everything inclusive, right? I've talked about this for years on this channel, man. Inclusivity in and of itself will be exclusive, right? Because somebody's always going to get left out. But what tends to happen in these situations, it's usually a minority of people that get left out to the point where, in the event of speaking on inclusivity, right? It's able to move forward because the people that tend to get left out are either branded like they're radical. The go-to word nowadays, right, is Nazi. There's stuff that people label these people as, and so that they can move on and carry on. But what's happening now is that people are getting a dose of reality, whether it's their paychecks, right? Whether it the quality of the stuff that they want to enjoy, like going out to a restaurant and food, right? Going to a movie and not being preached to for 2 hours, regardless of what the message is, right? A lot of people at the end of the day don't take this stuff seriously. They just want to be entertained. That's something that Hollywood's forgot about. It's something that the video game industry needs to get back to, right? Because they've lost their they've lost their grip on it, right? Comic books is gone a long time ago, right? And if anything, man, this stuff, I hate to say it this way, but I just will be honest, man. A lot of this stuff is kind of like a virus, right? The way that it's um, propagated upon the general public, especially if you're in a if you're a fandom, or if you're a genre type person, right, and you occupy a certain space, right. And it's one thing is if the creatives do it, because creatives are creatives, dude. They have a certain way, certain style. Trust me, I know my daughter is that way. My daughter's a creative type person. And so, I mean, a lot of stuff with creatives is ebb and flow, right? Is how they feel sometimes. That's why sometimes they struggle. They have these great moments of creative genius, right? And then the next thing they're like in the very pits, trying to figure out how to get back, how to get their creative juices going again, man. It's a constant battle, and that's some of your greatest creatives of all time in whatever industry. Right, but for the most part, man, these guys have been coming in little by little. Some just basically, trying to push their influence. And again, if you're in the industry and this is how you feel, this is how you think, that I can kind of understand, right? But this stuff has been put on steroids, right? Again, because a certain person was elected in 2016, a lot of people, yeah, dude, they just went down the path, and it was very heavy-handed. That's the other problem, right? And this is why you have the movies you have now, right? This is why comic book industry is dead. This is why all of this stuff is happening, right? And so, again, man, the great equalizer of all this kind of stuff was the economy, right? The economy went bad. People have started to pay more for less. Shrinkflation, inflation, shrinkflation. There's some places that have deflation in the world. I mean, I know in the video game, if you just consume video games, and you follow gaming journalists, it's all Microsoft all the time. They're the only ones laying people off. They're the one that's going to go out of business. Meanwhile, in the entirety of the world, across all spectrums, man, there's people getting laid off. I said that last night in the podcast, dude. Intel, one of the biggest U.S. companies, man, they're going to lay off like 15,000 people. Yeah, because of the choices they made, which wasn't, what it is too. And sometimes, man, it's not about DEI or any of that kind of stuff. Like I talked to you guys about movies, right? You can have certain messages in your movie, but if your writing's bad, the writing's bad. If the casting's bad, the casting's bad. If the actor can't deliver the punchline, or the message, creativity, the creative message behind the movie, that's just the reality of it. The people are not going to like it. That's what blows my mind with these people, man, because already you're living in a time where there's so much to consume. I see it all the time. Trust me, guys. Like I said. Hey, what's up, Daniel, man? Yeah, just ranting, dude. I kind of wanted to do this video earlier. It's more in connection of Comic Con than anything else, man. And Deadpool. If you haven't seen the movie, it is a good movie. It gives me hope for the future of for the future of Marvel. Hopefully, that's why I'm doing this video. But thanks for being here, brother. I actually have some time today, guys. This won't be long. I'll go if it's the longest, I'll go for an hour. I know the guys are busy. If anybody pops in, I'm more than happy to let them in. They maybe might go longer, but again, impromptu. Right, this is something that's been on my mind, dude. Like I said, I went back and watched some of the old Marvel movies this week, man. I was enjoying it. So not, and I'm taking everything with a grain of salt, guys. Trust me, I'm not jumping all in on this with Marvel turnaround, because it could be nothing but smoke and mirrors. Again, the rumor mill is out there, and I'm enjoying it, dude. This is what fandom does, man. We consume this kind of stuff, right? But again, don't lose your mind over it. Or that's my recommendation to you. I'm not, right? And some of the sources are pretty reputable. This is coming, like I said earlier, it's coming from Chris Gore, right? And he's talking about that Marvel's making these moves where they're getting rid of some of these people, which makes a lot of sense to me, because even if the DEI, all that stuff aside, these people just are not talented. They cannot write, dude. One of the problems they have is they write for themselves, right? And as a writer, dude, you got to write for the audience. That's just basic, right? You can include stuff that you feel and stuff like that, but if it takes away from the overall message, right? And if you do that kind of stuff, you got to be able to take criticism, dude. You know what I'm saying? And these guys are so soft, man. Every little thing, dude. Like even the actors and stuff, man. They have online accounts. If I was a studio, I tell them to get offline because it costs people. It's costing the studios money. Then again, it doesn't help that the studios are all on board and egging it on. You know, it's there's a lot of blame to go around to see why Hollywood sucks so much as it does. Now I watched the Critical Drinker, man. He's a great he has a great channel. It's one of the few channels that I actually watch nowadays, right? Because a lot of the other stuff is just echo chamber. Even if when I look at politically, man, on my side of the aisle, dude, it's all a big echo chamber. So you got to step outside your box every once in a while. I say that about video games. One of the reasons why I don't watch a lot of Xbox guys is because they're not telling me anything I don't know. You know, I hang out with the guys like like the guys that come on the podcast. I hang out with them, man, because they're usually the ones that can tell me stuff, right? And when and then and then we never fall for like the stuff that a lot of people in the gaming industry fall victim to when it comes to video games because their bias is so bad, you know, and the fact that they try and put themselves as journalists or that they're not biased, and then you just all you have to do is read the title of a lot of their articles, man. These dudes are biased to the nth degree, and that's a bad thing, dude. You have to check yourself, man, especially if you're a reporter. That's why I don't look at any of these guys as journalists. They want to be journalists, man. A lot of these guys didn't want to work at these publications, but it's a job. And then one day they wanted to break into the actual journalism, you know, get that credentials. That's what I think Kevin Feige went through as a producer. As much as he rocked Hollywood and set it on its head and actually went in there and just kicked down the door and just brought it the way it's supposed to be, he basically took Hollywood over. You know, I think the one thing that's been his hang up, man, is being accepted by that community, and that community will never accept you. And you have to be a certain way. And this is another reason why the movies suck, on top of the DEI stuff, dude. Right? And again, they just need quality people to be coming in and doing the content, that producing the stuff that people want to see. Because even if you produce the stuff that people want to see, you still got to produce a good product, like I'm saying just a few minutes ago. And that's been the real hang up, man. And you know the great thing about the very few. I mean, it's I won't say this about a lot of stuff when it comes to the current situation we're in economically, politically. I mean, the way the world is right now. But when you go through these hard times, man, then people begin to sober up. Is the first word I can look at, right? They begin to sober up. They begin to look at things a little bit more honestly, right? Especially when it affects them personally, whether it's your pocketbook. Man, this dog, dude. Dog's irritating. Um, what are they doing? It's funny, man. Where I live, the houses are closed, so that dog is on the front porch of his house. But if you come out of your house, he'll bark at you. One day he was like barking at me. I just stood there and looked at him, and then he stopped. I was like, so take your dog to the back, dude. Uh, sorry, guys. Hold on, let me see this. All right. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, and again, dude, it's hard enough as it is, right? And then on top, like I was saying earlier, man, you have so much thing competing with your time and your money. And when money's limited and time is short, that's why these industries are collapsing right now. And to me, that's a good thing. They need to. They need to so that they can again sober up, wake up, and start producing the stuff that we want, right? Because again, man, I keep on repeating this, but it's even if you do course correct, man, it doesn't mean that people are gonna consume your content, man. That's what I mean. It's different times right now, dude. These guys should have been on their A game for the longest time. And in the case of Marvel, to totally do what they did, and then just I mean, it's all them. It's all on them. They chose to do this, right? And this is more the ideological thing. I know there's a money factor, there's all that stuff and stuff like this, but a lot of these people, man, again, echo chambers are dangerous. You got to step outside of your comfort zone every once in a while. Shoot, I would make it a regular practice to do that. I do it all the time. Step out of my comfort zone, right? No matter what it is, you have to, dude. Look, dude, if you guys go to the gym and you guys lift weights, man, this is one of the things they tell you. You know, after a while, you'll get some growth, or your strength will increase. But after a while, man, it's amazing how the body adapts, right? So the body adapts relatively quickly. So if you want to continue to grow, depending on what you want to do, like if you want to be like a bodybuilder and stuff like that, dude, you got to constantly shock your muscle. If you just want to increase strength, man, you got to change up your routine. And I'm talking like it incorporates dieting, sleeping, all of that stuff, right? Depending on how hardcore you are, right? Same thing can be said if you're dieting, right? If you're trying to lose weight or you're fasting, there's different stuff that you can do, man. Then you got to know your body on top of that, right? It's a delicate formula and very complex, right? And people that tend to do well is the people that can find their place and then work from the inside out. Right. And the first thing they do is they look at themselves first and know who they are and what their strengths, what their weaknesses are, all of that stuff, right? And so that's what most people do to be successful, whatever endeavor they want to pursue, especially when it comes to fitness, right? In the case of Hollywood and stuff like that, I mean, these guys just went backward, man. They just basically looked at everything and was like, okay, everything's gay now, right? Everything's woke now, right? Um, we need multiculturalism, right? Which is ironic coming from Marvel, since it's one of the most multicultural comic books of all time was the X-Men, but not on that DEI kick that they're trying to push now. X-Men already been there, done that, dude. That was kind of like Stanley's soapbox back in the day for doing what he's doing, and it wasn't about just color or race, dude. It was about being ostracized. That's what a lot of people don't understand in this new generation of comic book people, because that's how they look at the world. Everything to a lot of the younger generation right now revolves around race. I actually grew up in a time when race was still somewhat of an issue, right? You'd actually see real world events going on. Right? They live in a time where they just study and learn about it in books, and then if somebody does something stupid, right, it is what it is, and then deal with it accordingly. Right? But that's the whole thing people miss about X Men, and that's why I didn't want Marvel to do X Men, man, because you know what they're gonna do, dude. They're on that woke rainbow, right? And they would have taken the X Men and just make it all about race, right? And that's not what it was, dude. It was about being ostracized. That's why if you were discriminated against, no matter what area of discrimination, man, you could read an X Men comic book because it spoke to everyone on that level, right? Like for me, moving from where I live to the mainland, right? You feel a certain way because it's a culture shock. Right? At the time, I was reading X Men comic books. I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? It gave you that feeling like, okay, you're not alone. There's other people that feel like you, all that kind of stuff. Right? And that's the real thing. That's what X Men really is about. It's just if you're a person that's been ostracized, and there's a lot of that stuff going on right now, right? That people getting ostracized for their beliefs, people being ostracized because of their financial status, people being ostracized because of their means or lack of means, I should say, right? So since that is the current, these are the tentpole issues of the current time right now, right? So Hollywood would, they like to say that they're progressive, right? But obviously, you can tell they're not progressive because they're not writing these stories, they're not showing these stories, they're not producing these stories. The stories that you should be seeing coming out of Hollywood right now should reflect the current time, and it doesn't. Right? They're regressive, man. They're living in the past, promoting stories and stuff like that doesn't affect people currently right now. And that's why when a movie like Deadpool comes out, right, that pushes up against the grain, regardless of how offensive the movie is. At the end of the day, dude, it's giving you entertainment. It's giving you the action that you crave. It's giving you the honest truth with a lot of the stuff that they say in the movie, right? So it's hitting on all those chords. And even though it might bother some people, right, people will respect that. And that's another thing that's lacking respect. And the industry has no respect right now. Anyway, so with that being said, can Marvel turn around? I hope so. Right, again, the rumors that were coming out is that Marvel's taking steps beyond what I saw with Comic Con and Deadpool and Wolverine. It looks like that they're cleaning house over at Marvel. What does that mean? I mean, that's a good indicator that hopefully they are beginning to realize that money matters. Right? That money spigot has dried up, dude. You can only lose so many billions of dollars. And I know I've had arguments with people. It's kind of like the Sony console thing, right? Where you talk to people and they're looking at these big numbers and the aspect of the hundreds of millions of dollars that um, Disney Marvel has made. And but the one thing that always they never consider is the cost of everything, right? Which negates a lot of that. The box office that were open to them are closed now, so they can't hang their hat on those markets anymore. The market itself is shrinking, right? One of the reasons why they're getting big box office is because the cost of everything. Again, I talk about inflation on this channel. Inflation is high, right? So when inflation is high, of course, you're going to pay more for everything like you're doing. That's why you see with the stock market, beware of the stock market. Everybody record profits, right? And but the problem with Marvel is there's a fandom equation that you have to factor in, and if you factor that in, then that spells trouble for them because they're losing fans, at least the hardcore stuff. That's why their merchandising sucks right now. That's why you can go into certain places and Funko Pops are just spilling off the shelves. Um, they're not getting the merchandising deals as like they once did, right? Because people are not interested. The hardcore fan base that would spend the money at a drop has walked away. Um, the normies that normally don't participate on it because the way you get normies to participate is you gotta get that buzz going. Everything on the normies is all emotionally driven when they do their purchases. It's usually a hot buy, right? Which I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that's the reality of it. So when you have your hardcore fan base, which drives that buzz, and then when they get caught up in it, right, and that's how it is, right? Just like I was watching Critical Drinker, he was talking about Kingdom, one of the movies I talk about on this channel a couple times. It's a K drama, which has zombies set in a dynastic period of Korea, right? And so he was talking about it on his video. So I guess somebody recommended it to him, and he started watching it. Like I said on my channel, dude, one of the reasons I started watching K dramas is because it's a throwback for me, the stuff I grew up watching, whether it's television and movies. And that's good though. I'm glad he did that video because he has a lot of pull, a lot of viewers and stuff like that, and they'll watch it. I'm not saying everybody will like it, but it'll help get the word out there because that's another way that you combat all this stuff when the industry that you like or the company that you like or you support um, the products you like and you support when they start doing stuff like this that you don't like then you step away and like I said you don't have to go like all nuts and do a boycott, man. Just stop spending your money there and go find stuff you do. That's what I'm doing. I've been doing this for years, right? I'm a cord cutter from early 2000s, right? Because I didn't see the value in my cable anymore because I didn't really watch it. Hey Tool Man, what's up, brother? Just ranting, man, hoping for a better world in Marvel. Great. I'm doing this video, man, because I get blowback from people saying I'm an anti-Marvel fan, and I'm not. I'm an anti-crappy, crappy movie fan, an anti-crappy content person. Right? If you're gonna ask me for my time and money, dude, at least try and entertain me, right? I mean, I already go to church. I don't need a message given to me. You know what I'm saying? That part of my life is already set. When I go to watch a movie or consume your content, I just want to be entertained at this point, right? But yeah, so hopefully a lot of people will get the. But welcome to him, man. Thanks for being here, bro. But hopefully a lot of his followers will start picking up and then being momentum because the way K dramas are now, and this isn't juxtaposed to what's going on in Hollywood, our current Hollywood, because Hollywood used to do this like back in the day. But back in the day, the industry wasn't as big. They're trying to grow. People were trying to be celebrities. People were hungry. I'm not saying everything was peachy keen. I'm pretty sure there's stuff that goes on in the industry over there as well. But they are a lot more conservative in their society, right? And I mean societal, guys. When I say conservatism, sometimes you guys are like, oh, you mean like religion and stuff like that? No, no. I'm talking about their society pressure, society norms. Just think about us in back in the 50s, American back in the 50s, going into the 60s, like that type of. They're in that type of flux right now when it comes to their entertainment, from my observation or what I see. But what it's producing and what they're producing in South Korea right now is entertainment that people who just want to be entertained can enjoy. The only hang up I see for a lot of people is the language barrier, right? For me, I don't like listening to dubbed stuff. I always have to listen to sub. Thank God I can read fast, right? And then I consume this stuff so much, and I like this stuff so much, I end up watching it multiple times because there's nothing for me on if the US doesn't give me anything I want. either in music or movies or television. Nothing, honestly. There's a couple shows I watch. There's people that recommend stuff to me, right? But one of the hangups I have, dude, is it's just the old same song and dance. There's very few things that are actually entertain me from the West. If I'm being honest, well, I'll just be on America, right? Because this is where we live. So I'm getting all of that from South Korea. But I know the one of the hangups from people I've recommended shows are they just couldn't get past these subtitles, right? Because the dub part, right? I feel something's lost in the translation. I like catching the actual language, especially in Korean dramas, right? There's emphasis that are put in words. There's shift in tone that happens the way the word is said, and even affects the scene. So I would rather like just read it and then experience like the actual kind of like hearing it. You know what I mean? And I think it matters, at least in my case. Um, but I understand some of you guys that have recommended or come back to that. I just can't. I'm not down with that. I'm not 100% noon. I know. I understand. Right? No, no. It is what it is. Right? It's unfortunate. Maybe along the way, maybe you can get used to it. Because again, dude, the way I watched K dramas in the '90s, they were very soap opera style. As far as the content that I was able to get a hold of, I know they did other things as well. But it's the K drama that you watch now is way different from the K drama that was back when I first started watching it, dude. I mean, a whole lot different, dude. The variety in K dramas is off the charts. This is why I can watch K dramas all the time. People tell me that my friends and the people I work with, they're like, dude, you just watch K dramas, don't you get tired of it? I'm like, dude, you have K dramas that are kind of like soap opera based. There's action in some of them, right? Or some of them are action driven, some of them are story driven, some of them are science fiction, some of them are fantasy. They have to work a little bit on the fantasy for me. I mean, it's cool. It's good to watch, right? But like the Hollywood of old, there's usually a certain foundation that's there that you enjoy and that you can build off. And one of the things that they're doing now, they're trying to break through and do a little bit of redefining genres and stuff like that, which I think is awesome. Because that when you get that creative juices flowing in that direction, this is where you get stuff like Squid Game, right? This is where you get some of the most popular. Like I watch Castaway Diva, right? You guys know I'm a huge Disney fan. I love the old school Disney, dude. I love musicals, right? You can't get any good stuff out of Disney right now, dude. It's like they betrayed their. I don't know. I think Frozen was a big hit because of it. I like the I had kids, right? So I went to watch Frozen. The story overall was all right, but then the big draw of Frozen, of course, is the animation, which is top notch, as well as the music. Right? As a Disney fan, right? This is why Frozen was able to be globally successful. Like for me, I can't get that from Disney anymore. So what do? I go, well, should I say that? Like El Canto was good. Like it was way better than I thought. My expectations were low. But the other one with the Day of the Dead one, what was that? I can't remember the name. I actually like that better than Moana. Um, but anyway, yeah. So, but they've kind of Disney's lost their way, right? So I gotta go to like the Korean drama. So Castaway Diva, highly recommend that. K drama if you like musicals, man. There's a lot of good musical stories. It is Korean, man. But I mean, dude, some of the you can tell, dude, regardless of the language, the time and effort put into the soundtrack for that show, and I believe the main actress sings all the songs. Right? Yeah. So if you like musicals, I recommend that. And of course, if you like zombie stuff, Kingdom is my go-to. Train to Busan. I think Peninsula, right, is another one. There's a couple I can't think of off the top of my head, but definitely I always go to Kingdom or Train to Busan to get a good feel of like how Korea does their zombie movies, man. It's across the board, dude. It redefines a lot of stuff. And so, I mean, you look, dude. Either you can sit here like for me, sitting here hoping that Star Wars will turn around, which I think they're done. I think they're long gone. That Lucasfilms, Kathleen Kennedy, number one, Lucasfilms, they're too inundated in there, man. They have to get rid of a lot of different people, starting with Bob Iger, to even salvage Star Wars. There was glimmers of hope when it came to Star Wars, both television and movies, but Disney will never. That's gone. That's gone. They just killed it. And people were worried when Disney picked up Star Wars, but I don't think people realized the way. We just thought they weren't going to be able to tell good stories, which is true. They can't. But I mean, the whole DEI stuff just ruined that entire franchise, and they continue to ruin it. Uh, the people who star in these shows, man, they're horrible. Right? A lot of these guys shouldn't be acting. In fact, that's one of the greatest sins for South Korea, man. had a way I've been telling their stars over there who are gaining popularity not to do Marvel stuff, not to do Disney Star Wars stuff. I mean, it's a waste of their time and talent. The fact that Marvel has all this talent that still participates with them, right? Because a lot of the celebrities they get, if you notice, they're of a certain age, right? So they find it cool. It's cool for the kids, right? That's why they're doing it. It's a paycheck, right? They got Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is going to be in the new Falcon movie, right? He came on the stage at Comic Con. You know, Harrison Ford to me, dude. I love Harrison Ford, dude, and not just for Han Solo. He's starting some of the best movies in the history of Hollywood, right? But he's just he needs to retire, dude. He's just a when I look at him, dude, it's just like with Mark Hamill, man. I love Mark Hamill, dude. He's a big part of my childhood. I'll never, he's still a very talented guy. I think for the last 2 decades, he's gotten the kudos that he should have got after Star Wars, which he never did. But he made a place for himself in Hollywood, dude, and he did what worked. And it's an actual good Hollywood story in that sense, man. But his politics ruin everything, dude. And with Harrison Ford, man, the problem I have with Harrison Ford is just old and grouchy. Right? You get to that point, man, it's time to hang it up. That's how I am with my kids, dude. I'm just like, look, dude, if you guys want to take over, if you like, I look at my son like, hey, man, if you want to be the man, I'm not saying this in a bad way. You want to step out, be a man, do your thing. I'm fine with that, man. Go ahead. Right? As long as you just be responsible, right? Just understand, what's expected and deal with things as they come. But for some people, man, you get to a certain age, man, it's time to hang it up. And that's why I see Harrison Ford. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe he does a great role. He's going to play General Thunderbolt Ross. They lost William Hurt, who I liked as the general. He brought a little bit of what's that? What do you call it? Pizzazz, credibility to the role. I mean, he's a very great actor, but he passed away. So they have to recast. And bringing Harrison Ford, I think, was a good move in the way that Harrison Ford, or not Harrison Ford, come on, where Robert Redford, sorry. And they brought Robert Redford in for Winter Soldier. That's what I'm getting the vibes from because I like I said, guys, I like the Falcon, or what is it, Captain America: New World Order. I even like that title, right? Because what it suggests, what it hints. I like the premise of it, right? Where they're going with that. Hopefully, they don't woke it up, right? They got to, like I said, if they're gonna change, they got to start with that. They're bringing the Russo brothers in, like I said in the last podcast. I was talking about this on that podcast. They're bringing the Russos in. They bring the Russo brother in, man, and they kind of take Marvel back to that time, like of the Winter Soldier time. And when I saw that trailer, that's what it reminded me: Captain America and the Winter Soldier. And then putting aside all the stuff with, again, I told you guys, man, the Falcon is a good character on his own. He doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to be in the shadow of Captain America. In fact, what I think to me some of the best storytelling would be, is Sam coming into his own as the Falcon, right? And there's a lot of stuff they can play off of that, and then have the forebodingness of Captain America in the shadows, his greatness and the things that he did, and it's apropos to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, man, because Iron Man was the big draw in the beginning, but Captain America as well. That's why Civil War was such a good thing, man. And then you add in all the rest of the characters on how they were able to build them and make them relevant. Again, you guys know I come from the comic book side, right? Which these characters were. I see people saying B-list, dude. I'm not, dude. Some of these just weren't even on the bench. Let's be honest. Unless you were, as John Schnepp used to say, a sweaty, right? Unless you were a sweaty that were hardcore comic book like myself, you knew who these guys were, but most people didn't. And then some people only knew them through like the Hostess ads and the Underoos, of which we lose out to DC all the time. I'm not going to go down that road. Anyway, so if they can put their fingerprint, like I said on the last podcast, I want them to be hands-on on everything. Right? When they introduced a lot of the panels, they had their directors. These guys had their thoughts and opinions. But one of the things Marvel did was they created this greater Marvel Cinematic Universe that allowed a lot of the fans from different aspects and areas to occupy. They need to get back to that because they've created it already, so they can't really break from it. I mean, they can. That's what I thought they were going to do with Disney, Marvel Television, Disney Marvel, and the television stuff with Disney Plus. That's what I thought they were going to do, and they kind of did it on Netflix. Well, it wasn't really Marvel. That's probably why it's successful. When they did the whole, when they did Daredevil, who's the other chick? Jessica Jones, Power Man. That's probably one of my best. Well, I'll put Daredevil. Daredevil is right there. They jacked up Iron Fist. There's no way around that. That Iron Fist was probably the worst. And then they did the Defenders, which was pretty good, man. I mean, They could have done some stuff differently, added a little bit of stuff on there. But for the most part, right, that's a standalone universe outside of the Marvel official Marvel Cinematic canon, um, that worked. So it can be done. That's what I thought they were gonna do. Like I thought they were gonna actually run the shows on Netflix, right? Which they should have done. Now that we see all the stuff that's happened, they should have done that. And then for the Disney Plus versions, man, they should have expanded. Right? They should have expanded. They should have went straight up world building. You know, give the people their shine. That there's people in the movies that didn't get total shine. Like I had no problem with a Hawkeye series. I hated Hawkeye in the comic books, but anyway, there's no problem with a Hawkeye series, right? And there's a lot of stuff they could have done with that. They could have made it more James Bondsy, right? They could have did it a little bit like Agents of Shield, except better. Agents of Shield. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. But there's a lot of there's an espionage spiral within the Marvel Comics universe that would have been nice to touch on, right? That they could have done. They could have had him. They could have done the reverse Logan, right? Because they didn't have the rights yet to X-Men. They could have had him deal with the hand in Japan. He is already in the Avengers Endgame. He was already in Japan, um, with his other alter ego, and they could have explored that a little bit more, opened it up. They could have done it with his family. There's a lot to see. That's what I'm talking about, man. There's all this stuff you think they're gonna do, and then all they care about is race, and women representation, equality, right? And then and you can't build stories off of that stuff, dude. I'm sorry, that's not how it is. Yeah, and then you get a lot of blowback from people. It's like, you hate women and you don't believe in strong female characters. Meanwhile, guys like me, guys like Hebot, all of us guys who Sega Man, all of us E-Rock, all these guys that grew up on these characters, right? That basically help establish them. Ripley, right? Sarah Connor, Barbarella, right? We were the guys paying the money to watch these movies. We were the guys that were pushing us when the internet first kicked off, man. You get with in these groups and you talk about like who your favorite characters are. All of this stuff, man. That's why I don't take these people seriously. They're joking. Their idea of making a woman strong is making him a dude, except you don't want the dude in the picture. You just basically take a woman, make him a man. That's why a lot of people are rejecting this stuff. It doesn't make sense, right? In any aspect, again, man. The problem. I know a lot of people don't understand why they don't like it, and I'll tell you why. Because it affects me all the time. It's just you have to be able to suspend disbelief. You have to be able to suspend reality when you watch a lot of these shows. And if you're giving me stuff that knocks me out of that, then and that's the problem that technically Marvel's having is that they could do that to the normies all the time, but even the normies again are waking up to this. Like it doesn't make sense. Like I saw this clip of somebody was complaining about Star Wars Outlaws that's coming up. Looks like a cool game. Maybe when it comes to EA, I'll play it. Right, and that has a lot to do with time as well. But like the premise of it, but possibly another DEI little thing going on there. But again, that aside, dude, I watched the clip, and then this lady takes out this stormtrooper. Dude has a helmet, and she basically backstands him and knocks him out. I'm like, dude, you have to be pretty powerful to pull that off, right? So that's what I'm saying, dude. Stuff like that, and a lot of that is just. I think it's a problem with creatives now, dude. They don't have concept of this kind of stuff. A lot of the stuff that I grew up with, when it came to movies and stuff, there was a real world component to a lot of the writers that did that. And I'm not talking they went on and researched it. You actually, it's a reflection of their lived experiences. Right? That's why I'd never read the Game of Thrones book, man. I think the dude George R. Martin, I think that dude has issues. Right? It's a when you buy into a product like that somebody does, man, it is a reflection of their soul and their being. That's why you can read a lot, especially the older writers. That's why I'm so high on Tolkien. And I know like some of the guys in our group, they like the new stuff. I'll never watch it, right? Because to me, Tolkien is more of a throwback to a lot of the stuff that they created was based on the norms of Anglo, Anglo European fleshed out cultures and stuff like that. The same reason why I won't watch some certain things that they do on Asia. It's more aligned with that. But a lot of these writers and authors of the past, man, you're actually getting a peek into their life. I said that the reason why Tolkien made Lord of the Rings is just because of the language he created. And when's the last time you hear somebody do that in this day and age? I think Klingon is about the only thing we got close to that. And that's years ago. And that wasn't even the case in that sense. I'm just saying that's the closest I could get. But again, you're getting a piece of these people, and a lot of the entertainment. You're actually getting to see into the soul of some of these creatives, and you look in there and you look into the abyss, and you come out wanting. That's how shallow it is. And look, I'm not trying to demean these guys, man. I'm just saying, dude, some of this stuff is life experiences, and a lot of people don't have it. Dude, a lot of us are like I'm doing right now. We're behind the computer, dude. Everything's more virtual. Everything's more instantaneous, right? You know, a lot of your greatest writers of all time, dude, they lived through some cataclysmic times in human history, right? In the history of man, right? So, that's why they draw their, David Copperfield. Like, a lot of these guys drew from certain aspects of their times, man. And we live in pretty good times. So, I guess some of the things I can give us credit for is just special, like the technology and the special effects and stuff like that. But a lot of these people cannot write. They can't write heroism, dude. They've lived. A lot of these guys have gone through the process of school and colleges, universities that's teaching them how to unheroic people are, right? They don't like the hero story, so that's a problem if you're gonna write hero stuff. You hear Kevin Feige talk about that. Like Marvel's goal in phases 4 and 5 was to go and get people that didn't read the comic books, which is strike one, right? What you want to do, like you could get somebody that's not familiar with it, but somebody that can understand what comic books are, what heroism is. And then what you do is you do that, right? And then you take that and then you work around that, right? You add, you take it plus, but these dudes are just, they can't help themselves, they're heavy handed because they come in there, most of them come in with an agenda, right? Most of these guys come in with a certain type of worldview, political view, can't check their biases, right? They go in hardcore, just trying to stuff it down your throat. And then what makes it even worse is when you comment on it, they go for they attack you back, which is never a good idea. Regardless if a person's wrong, like I could be the customer, I'm wrong, dude. Look, the customer's always right because they're putting down their money and their time, right? And I hope, again, to kind of bring it to a close, man, I hope this is what Marvel is looking at right now. It's something that it took them a long time, right? Again, this is how powerful the for all the people that say I debase Marvel. No, much respect to Marvel, dude. Much like Sony, I'm a gaming channel. Sony absolutely has nothing right now, dude. But they have the hardcore fans. That's why we call them ponies. They have the pony bots, right? And they have a brand loyalty and brand power that cannot be denied. That's why they were able to function so long, right? A lot of people, a lot of people still they grew up in that generation. Like I said on my channel before, they grew up in that generation, and this is all they know. So much so that it influences all their minds. Some of them don't even know that they feel that way. If I'm being honest, dude, they just know that's how it's always been. You know what I mean? And they can't step outside of themselves or step outside of their biases long enough to actually look at things the way they are. That's why Sony's hurting right now. That's why their fan base is rabid. The ponies, at least, right? Because you know that brand is strong, dude. I trust me, dude. I was on the Sony side back in the day, right? Their brand for good reason, for good reason when they were a good company, and they were at one time, right? And that's the same thing with Marvel. Marvel was, they earned all that, dude. They should not have succeeded, and they did. Somehow they succeeded. Even I, of course, I'm more on the negative side, pessimistic side when it came to Marvel. I've always been this way, right? And so when I saw them doing it, dude, there's a glimmers of hope and stuff like that. But they should not have. They should not have been what they have been. There's a lot of stuff going against them. They should not have been as successful as they were, and they are still, right? And I don't mean the success as the way they were in phases 1 through 3, but just because they have that brand power, and that brand power means a lot, right? This is why when you see me do my rants, I'll ship back to gaming. When you see me do my rants, media blasts and stuff like that, or I hate on the gaming media, right? It's because they need to wake up. Dude, things are not what they purported to be. And they have to check their biases because Sony's not that company anymore. They haven't been for I would go almost 2 decades, right? I'll say like I'll be nice. I'll say 10 years. No, I'll say 15 years. 15 years, right? Because Sony could never adapt like the way other companies have. In fact, the fact that they're still around, dude, just speaks to their brand power again and to the biases of their fan base and the media. They always just always carrying water for them. That's what you see with Marvel right now, and that's why I didn't like that is in the regular media as well because they're getting a lot of hate from the media, man. But what ended up happening, man, once they got a little bit of clout with Winter Soldier, but then when Avengers hit, and then the stuff shifted. It was such a seismic shift. Even I was shocked, dude. I mean, I remember going to the theater. Where I live, dude, people didn't at that time. People didn't watch these kind of movies. So to see like a line, I went to the theater. I just figured I was gonna go get my ticket and go in. I went there, dude, and there was a line from the box office that went all the way down these stairs, all the way around the block. People were there to watch the movie. and that's how I knew they Marvel won. Because that was a seismic shift that you can't. Once you get that type of momentum and that type of movement, especially when it comes to entertainment. But on the flip side, this is why you're suffering now as a Marvel fan that want them to get better because they've been so they have been successful, right? But then they have that capital, right, in the entertainment industry now because they rocked it so hard, that you know they didn't course correct when they should have. So again, getting past the original point, sorry, I'm all over the place, but this is why hopefully, is Marvel back? I don't know. Hopefully, I like the moves that I've seen this week, right? But again, I said the same thing about Star Wars with John Favreau that was involved, and with the Mandalorian and stuff they were doing, man. Again, I talked to you about the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, which was again more entertaining than the stuff they were putting on screen. But in the end, man, the good guys lost, right? Or we lost, right? The fans lost out because they did not course correct, and you have the Alpha right? Which is these dudes are rewriting canon, of which Star Wars really. I mean, to me, I know Star Wars has canon, but not on the level of other properties or other franchises, right? To me, not even close, right? And they're just bastardizing the whole thing. So whatever. I just walked away. I walked away after Mandalorian season 3. I knew there was no hope, man. I felt bad because my daughter wanted to watch some stuff, but even my daughter she got caught up in other stuff as well. Um, but I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. I like what I see, dude. As you guys can tell, I am a Marvel fan, right? Because I am a little bit more forgiving. But I'm sober, man. I'm not going into, like I said, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I'm not going into this stuff blind. Right? It is what it is at the end of the day. And the best thing that could happen, the worst thing is they continue on and they die and go bankrupt. Okay, that's fine. Still have phases 1 through 3 that I enjoy. Like I said, I've been watching the movies this week. So that happens. Or they can course correct and actually expand the universe in the way that it's meant to be, and then tell the stories that they need to be telling. Dude, if I think I might have said this on the other podcast, but I actually saw the trailer for Fantastic Four. One of the guys was able to show it, and it didn't get banned. So I guess Marvel gave him the green light. It was a crappy video, but it was still a video nonetheless, and it was for the Fantastic Four, and I was like, okay, we had a bit of hope, man. I don't know. The jury's still on that. They have not been able to capture the true essence, whether it was at Fox. I would have. There was a time I would have 99.9% be like, yeah, this is a slam dunk for Marvel. They'll be able to get it. It's the first family, right? It's the way they've handled their other franchises and brought to prominence people like Iron Man and Thor. Have people caring about Hawkeye and Black Widow, right? I mean, being able to get the characters on that level. I mean, 99.9%, I would have been like, yeah, dude, we're all on board. It's a slam dunk. They're going to get it done finally, right? Because Fantastic Four has never been done correctly in every aspect. And then Marvel went to what 4 or 5 years of being trash, and then here we are. Right? Like I told you with Comic Con, I gave it an 80-20 and not in a positive. Right? That they'll be able to pull stuff off. The Robert Downey Jr. thing hit again for Comic Con. It was amazing, dude. That whole Hall H, not even then, man. Even when they did the Deadpool, again, it reminded me of the Marvel of old where they dominated. Now can they produce off of that? It's one thing to do a Comic Con, which they were the A plus, double A plus, A plus plus all the way across the board, right? They hit hard. They came in, they rocked it, dude. They came in and they shook that place up, man, and people are still talking about it to this day. Regardless if they have reservations or not the point. What it is that for that moment in time, for what Comic Con is, for what Hall H is, but for what Marvel has always done, they were back to normal, man. They hit it out of the park. I'm not gonna say this stuff's gonna be good. I'm just saying I gotta give them their flowers, man. They nailed it, dude. Home run all the way. Now how that translates into what's gonna happen in the near future, I have no idea. Again, 80-20. The Robert Downey Jr. thing, that was awesome for Hall H. Don't know how they're gonna pull it off. Right. I told you guys on this channel, if you follow me and listen to my pop culture stuff, the problem with Robert Downey Jr. is not Iron Man. It's that people identify him as Tony Stark, the man without the armor and the mask. That's all my kids know, man. I grew up with a Tony Stark from different phases in the comic book. Right, he went through a lot of it was torture, a torture character in some aspects, right? You know, but my kids, man, all they know because they never got into the comic books on that level. All they know Tony Stark is Robert Downey Jr. and that face and the way he's created. Tony Stark to fit him. It's an amalgamation of Hugh Hefner and Elon Musk, right? So, and he embodies that, and that to me is going to be the biggest hang up. So they better have some storytellers. They gotta have some people on board, man. I know the Russo brothers are back, but I don't know how they're going to do that at all. And I'm not hating, dude. I'm just wondering, right? He's so iconic in the sense of being Iron Man, dude. That there's some stuff they can do. I'm not sure if they can pull it off or if they even should, to be honest with you. Because again, man, you're pandering to a general audience, and you guys been pretty vanilla about the stuff you've done. When you guys started dipping into the multiverse, which you never should have done, you could have you had the multiverse. There's some stuff you could have done in the multiverse. Doctor Strange, not the second one, but the first one talked about it. Like you did little call outs to that, but the problem is, man, you guys went all in on that stuff, man, and you guys don't. It's hard, man. It's hard, dude. There's people that I would follow, specifically writers that did comic books, that would struggle with that stuff, man. And Marvel's never been. I don't care what anybody says. Marvel's never been that company that can do multiverses, man. I mean, they multiverses. The way they do it, man, is world building, where they're doing elsewhere stuff. Like that's why you had the What If series and stuff like that. I mean, they can do it in that fashion, man. But they've never been able to do things creatively with it on that level, right? It's either been like to set up something, a stepping stone, a world building event. They've cleared some stuff at time to time. Um, you know, I mean, with even with Avengers Endgame, man, the way they did that. The one thing I liked about Endgame is they're cognizant of the fact that multiverses are hard to do, and they actually wove that into the story, right? And then the stuff that they left hanging with it, it didn't distract, right? Like a couple, like one of the things I had a problem with was Captain America actually being selfish. That's why I'm glad they killed him the way it was, and that didn't bother me, right? Because that is something that is a natural progression, right? It wasn't something that they just hand fisted down there and just trying to shove it down your throat. Like he just like in the new Captain America movie, he comes back as a gay man. That it's always been repressed of him, and then they show some scenes from the first Avenger where he had feelings for Bucky, that kind of crap that people wanted, that fan fiction type of crapola that people try and sell now, right? That stuff, right? And just piss away. I mean, they did. I mean, and just piss away the character. I mean, they did do that, but they did it another way, right? With the way Marvel went, right? Some of the stuff that was very sacrosanct in the phases 1 through 3. It's almost, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, dude. A lot of the stuff I felt they did that was just a middle finger to guys like me, right? We're older. We're from that other generation. They were telling us, look, we don't want you guys anymore, dude. We're gonna do what we want to do. We can't do what we want to do because you guys are too old school. You guys are still hanging on to the past. You guys need to move over, get out of the way, and let us take over. And I did, dude. I did. I stepped away. I'm fine, dude. You guys want to run the show? Great. The problem is that they they don't have talent. They can't write. A lot of the stuff that they didn't like about it was foundational to what a hero is, to what Marvel Comics, what Marvel's universe is. And I thought that the irony of it all is the canon that they built within 10 years of Marvel Cinematic Universe, and then those fans turning on it. It was a perfect storm. That's why we're here. We're here. This is why you got the Comic Con you got. Right? This is why again Chris Core. Shout out to Chris Core, man. He wrote this pretty cool article talking about it. I can't really find the article. I can only find articles of people talking about what he said. But he's basically saying that Marvel's cleaning house, that they've gotten rid of some of the people um, that have been the problem. So, I mean, it's funny. I mean, it's not that these people fell into these positions. Marvel actively recruited these people. Man. They made these writing rooms the way that it was. Full of a bunch of people that are, again, echo chambers are dangerous, guys. Full of a bunch of people who think the same way. So that when you have certain things in the shows that you watch and you sit there and you wonder, geez, did the writer sign off on this? The best thing I can give you is WandaVision. There's a scene where Wanda's kids, I mean, they're doing stuff that's like the kids are running around using their powers and stuff like that, and then they have this agent, right, that just basically pulls out his pistol and just starts trying to whack people, which is very very it's like it knocks you out of what's going on. And then just the way they wrapped up that show, man, it's just a lot of bad. It's like I could literally see the writing. I'm just going, okay, and we're done. And had they had somebody in there that had talent, or somebody in there that would, were actually enjoys this stuff, sit there and goes, wait a minute. So what happens to the town? They're like, oh no, we just carry on. And she walks away, and I'm like, no, she wouldn't be able to walk away. You know what I'm saying? Like she actually had prisoners captive. She was basically a terrorist in that show, which I wouldn't have minded so much if they would actually focus on Wanda. Like in the comic book, she goes nuts, and there's ramifications for that. But because they kind of want to make her sympathetic and make her a hero, which she really wasn't, right? I mean, she blinked out. She at one point she in the comics, dude, she blinked out like almost the entirety of the mutant race, but she felt a certain way. Right? But you can't do that. I understand you can't do that, right? Because it kind of paints women bad. Right? I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the writing room are like, "Oh yeah, but that's emotional. That's her being emotional and being psychotic, and we can't do that because we need strong, positive women types." See, and that's the problem with a lot of the writing when these guys get involved, right? They go against the grain. Like the stuff that they're writing, they just doesn't make sense, right? Because they equate everything to their sex, right? And in reality, that would be most people. Most people respond better because it's a human nature kind of thing. Though people will might respond differently. And I'm just not talking about levels, but even from male to female, dude, they have different responses. This is why, for some of the male villains, dude, it's still pretty awesome, right? Because they don't look at it in that term, in that sense. Because even when they're trying to write female villains, like one of the perfect example, hero going to villain, but just the female villains in general, they try and make them heroic, right? So you're sitting there watching their content, wondering, oh, well, how are you going to feel about this? There's really nobody that's evil, right? And some of them go way too far, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, the evil person is the patriarchy, right? This dude. Anyway, woke rainbow stuff, man. You know how it goes. And maybe, man, maybe this economy is finally waking them up. The economy is waking up a lot of people, man. This is why you see the politics happening as it is. It's why you see turmoil in the world. We are actively involved in like I believe yesterday, Ukraine actually launched missiles. The weapons. People ask me, "Well, what does that matter that Ukraine's attacking Russia?" I'm like, "It's our equipment, dude. Ukraine doesn't have that capability. We're technically in a war without being in a war. Dude, all of this is wrong. Dude. They never asked. You have these people passing the funding and stuff like that, which they shouldn't be doing, in my opinion. They're doing the funding, and on top of that, they're attaching the stuff that goes with the funding, right? Not just the money. You're not only sending money there, right? You're sending equipment, which costs money, which is even more money, and we have no ties to them. Well, in the traditional sense, right? And again, I won't. That's a video for another day. And then I believe Jordan launched missiles into Israel, and I think we have two or three carrier groups now in the Middle East, fully loaded, man. We got Marines on board. We got the whole shebang and bang. All we need now is for China to do another incursion into Taiwan waters, and boom, World War. Ah, my gosh, dude. Anyway, I want to go play some games. Try and get some gaming time in before the world explodes. Try and get some of the games in my backlog. Maybe I'll start with that, dude. If you guys didn't know, Xbox has a lot of great sales. One of the things I believe the movies are still on sale is the Marvel movies. If you like phases 1 through 3, I think I have to go buy Avengers, man. I think I have to find the first Avengers because I have it digitally, but it's HD, but it's not, or it's 4K. Or no, it's HDR. Right? It's for what is it? Blu-ray. It's a Blu-ray version. So they have the 4K HDR. Unfortunately, it's like $9.99, dude. I'm like, dude, come on. I think it should be $70.99 at most at this point. $4.99 if I'm going to pull the trigger. But I kind of want to get that 4K upgrade because I was watching Captain America: The First Avenger, which I didn't have at all. I have it, but I didn't have it on the Microsoft Store. So I'm going to convert. I do most of my stuff on Microsoft Store now, kind of getting away from Fandango/Voodoo. And for some reason, man, some of the movies anywhere does not work on the Fandango app. That's why, but Marvel it still is. I mean, not Marvel, but Microsoft it still does. The only thing Microsoft doesn't have the breadth of library that Voodoo has. So I kind of bounce between both. But if Microsoft could increase that footprint when it comes to their entertainment, again, that's what I wanted the all-in box for. All-in Xbox, all-in channel, right? Wanted Microsoft to occupy that space. I don't know if they're going to still do that. I hope they do. And again, man, shout out to Microsoft, dude, for weathering the storm. I know, again, a lot of people are out there hating on Microsoft, making videos of the people they laid off and not paying attention to all the hundreds of thousands of people being laid off all over the place, right? Because it's all about Microsoft. What gets them the click. That's the dishonesty in journalism and now influencers that I can't stand. That's why I do the videos that I do. I'll call these dudes out on it. I've gone on their channel. Some of these guys I follow because I love their content. They make great content, right? But when they step into the gaming aspect, right, they a lot of their news comes from the gaming media. A lot of them on the DEI uh, on the DEI train, anti DEI train. I'm on that train with them, right? But sometimes that overrules your common sense. Right? You got to be able to step out every time to time. This is why I hang out with the guys that I hang out on. I might not agree with them all the time on stuff, right? But it gives me perspective, right? Because if I wanted to, I could just occupy these spaces, man. Look, dude, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in politics, man. I don't need people to inform me about conservatism or being a Republican or voting for Trump or all this kind of stuff, right? Because I already have my own thoughts and feelings, and I think when you have that, when you have such a big tent that you're able to bounce your ideas off of, that's more important. Same thing with gaming, same thing with movies, same thing with entertainment in general, pop culture in general. We used to argue about stuff, but it was all pop culture focused. The wars I would have with some of my friends who are DC fans, dude, were epic. Right? But I can't have these conversations anymore because nobody knows these universes on that level, right? But if you're gonna occupy a space, man, you should have some background in it. You should have a little bit of history, know a little bit of the history. I always thought that was important. I know it's probably not the most fascinating things, but it also shows you if you're an actual fan or not. And I don't mean that in a bad way, dude. I've been saying that with the gaming thing. But what Game Pass is showing everybody is that a lot of people are not gamers who think they're gamers. And you don't have to be a gamer, dude. You just have to realize the space you occupy and then adjust yourself accordingly, man. Because there's games that you, the amount of people who's wasted money on Elden Ring is mind blowing, right? It's like when it comes to Game Pass, a little people are a little bit more honest about Game Pass, right? Because there's a negative narrative, number one, on Xbox and Microsoft and Game Pass, right? That's out there. So it makes people think a little bit more critically. Whether that's fair or unfair, can't we won't talk about that. Of course, because I'm on the unfair side. But if people would take that same type of standard and apply it across the board, you'd probably see the sales for these games. Because a lot of things about video games right now, there's a lot of great stuff in the fact that it's cross pollinated. You have genres within genres. When it comes to these games, I play a lot of those right now. I love sim games, and I love action games. And there's games that are a combination of both, right? You go out into the world, you get supplies, you defeat monsters, you level up, you get experience, like a traditional RPG. But then you can come back to your village and build out your village, like a simulator, right? And take that stuff and build up your own equipment, build up your own supplies, but more hands-on. Like you're actually doing the work of that, as opposed to a lot of RPGs where they do the heavy lifting for you. Right. This is where I thought it was funny because a lot of my daughter plays Dungeons and Dragons with their friends, and that group that grew, that big group, it instantly they just shrunk. And there's like about seven of them now that do it regularly. In fact, I think my daughter's going to do that today, and that they get together and play. I mean, they play this weird kind of Dungeons and Dragons thing, dude. I whatever. That's their generation. I don't care. I hear some of the stuff they talk about sometimes. I'm like, oh, whatever. It's almost like they're playing an anime version of Dungeons and Dragons. Anyway, but my point is that a lot of that group shrunk off because there's a lot of heavy lifting you have to do in D&D. And a lot of these guys play RPGs, but they play it on a console on the PC, where the game does all that stuff. Where you got to kind of think about things seriously, but you don't have to on the flip side. So that kind of separates. That's what Game Pass does. It separates the gamers from the actual non-gamers. Again, not negatively, man. Like gaming is just popular now. It's just like if you like ice cream, right? Or if you like going to watch romantic comedies and stuff like that. And you're not going to occupy, right? But you hear there's a great movie that came out. Like for me, it was like a movie like 9 months where a lot of people went and watched it, even though they don't normally watch romantic comedies. But it was such a great movie that a lot of people ended up going to the theater to watch it. And they got exposed to guys like Hugh Grant and our boy. God, I can't think of his name right now. Anyway, and Tom Arnold. That helped put him on the map, dude. I forgot the girl's name too. There's a lot of people in that movie that got launch pads in Hollywood from that one romantic comedy. Right, but that's how it moves like that. So that's what I'm seeing with Game Pass in general. Um, but I mean, as long as people give it a shot, and that's what I think they need to do. Microsoft just needs to keep on buying stuff like they do with CODs. Like all the people going to be coming in, or they're coming into COD are probably playing all these other games too, and realizing what a value it is. That's what Microsoft has to fight up against all the time, right? Because there's a lot of people making videos still about how Game Pass is welfare pass, all this kind of stuff, right? How it's a waste of money, which I don't see how that is, right? And then of course it's just like, oh, you should buy your games. I'm like, dude, you could buy the games now. Game Pass doesn't prevent you from buying games. In fact, that's the great thing about Microsoft in general, right? And Xbox. They give you guys all these options. You can have Game Pass for a little while. You can buy the game straight up. Again, that's what people are missing, man. Microsoft is meeting you wherever you want to be. If you guys watch the, I'll touch on this a little bit, guys, because sorry about the podcast last night, but I'll touch on this a little bit last night that I didn't get to touch on. I put in the Wrecking Crew podcast MAUs, which is monthly active users, and how Microsoft is basically changing the language in gaming. That you're finding out what these terms are, and then people are been complaining about it, especially on the Sony side, saying it's smoke and mirrors. Microsoft is lying, and then all of a sudden, PlayStation MAUs are coming up, positive and negative, right? That's the pull of Microsoft. That's why you can't tell me they're not the industry leader, dude. They do stuff and things just shift. Hey, what's up? What's up, Gogo, man? You must be on your thingy. Or remake station, I'll call you. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be a bro, like we talked about, man. It's gonna be a bad time for these guys, dude. Once the reality hits, man, it's gonna be it's like what they're experiencing right now, and they're lashing out because they don't have any games. Then people are beginning to realize that they never did. Right? It takes a long time for these PlayStation games to come out, but they would put a bunch of filler. They'll put a bunch of filler in there, right, to cover, and then they have their Sony Defense Force that go out there and that will go out there and defend for them. I'm on my laptop, yeah, gaming and podcast. Oh, cool, dude. You're playing. What are you playing? Yeah, plus all the whining over Evolve by people who won't play it. Yeah, the only people I see, like, and I was surprised, man. I thought Unlimited would be a little bit disappointed, but he was fine. And not disappointing in like anger. Like that's what you see people go. I'm like, no, dude, anybody. Look, dude, if there was something that I liked and they got pushed back that I was really looking forward to playing, right? Avowed, I'm looking forward to playing Avowed, man. But I know someone like Unlimited, dude, he's been talking about it nonstop, right? For me, it'll probably be like the new Warhammer coming out, the new Warhammer game. Looking forward to that, dude, coming out. So if that got pushed back, like, oh, man, that sucks. But I mean, I want to lose my mind out of it. Because at the end of the day, dude, I mean, we have so much content to play, man. Like I said all the time, I'm struggling. It's getting worse every day. I just bought like 2, 3 games just to clear them off of my hard drive. No, I think 4 or 5. And there's still sales going on, man. I just don't. In fact, instead of doing this podcast, I actually should be doing. I just have to get this off my chest, man, because it's been a crazy weekend, pop culture, man. Especially when it comes to Marvel. Yeah, I agree with you, man. The whining needs to. I don't think it'll only stop when these guys like go away. That's why I'm always hardcore on my channel about Xbox just needs to get rid of these dudes. Like Microsoft just should take Sony out at this point. Either make them sell off PlayStation, make them bend the knee, have them bring their stuff over. Not that I care if they do, but whatever they need to do, they just don't need to be in the space on this level anymore because they're just holding us back, bringing us down, and their fan base are toxic. And you know how much I hate to use that word, but it's true. I was playing Control. Oh, okay, Control. What is that? Sounds familiar, bro. I don't know, dude. I got all these games I've been looking at. It sucked too, man, because I did Xbox. I've been looking at some of the games, these independent games that have been coming out, and they're not in Game Pass, but still, they look awesome, dude. I was like, there's this race car game, top down. I was looking at it, I was like, oh, dude, man. And it's not like they're expensive. Like, they're not going to break the bank for me, but it's just I have to figure the time, man. That's how I get more games, and I get myself in trouble because then they go on sale, and I'm like, oh, I should pick it up. When am I going to get a chance to play it? Facts. I'm so inundated with games. Yeah, man. It's ridiculous, dude. That's the great thing about Game Pass again, man. It's that litmus test, man. These dudes don't play games. I said it on my channel, dude. This is proof. If you're sitting here complaining to me about you don't have any games and you have Game Pass, you have an Xbox and you have Game Pass, dude. Your opinion it does not matter to me at all. I know people's like, oh, that's kind of harsh, man. I got to be that way. I'm just being honest, bro. I mean, if you sit there and you tell me there's nothing that to play, when I go on Game Pass, dude, there's every genre is represented, and multiple of these games are mixed genres, and these are not dumpster dive type games, man. Like when I was growing up, dude, you'd have 100 games for 99 cents, a bin full of cases, and you do that deep dumpster dive, man, and maybe one out of every 50 is good or great. But that was the fun in it, dude. It was fun doing that, man. Back in the day, right? I found some of my most favorite games doing that. You think you're gonna get that from gamers nowadays, man? The way they are? No, dude. The game can't even launch nowadays. That's why I like what Microsoft's doing, especially with, and I always say Microsoft, man, because that's the backing for Xbox, right? But I like what they're doing, man. They're like, they don't care anymore. Not they don't care. I think they've come to the realization, and I think they've been like this for years, Google, that, dude, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we do, they're gonna hate us, whether we want to or not. So at least they're putting their best foot forward, in my opinion. Consumer friendly, quality control, variety, no barriers. They're doing all the things they need to do to create a perfect ecosystem, man. And when people finally come around, that's what we need, dude. It's like I was talking about the Avenger with like Marvel, the cinematic universe, dude. There was hit and misses, dude. The critics didn't like it. Hollywood wasn't accepting it. And then little by little they were getting wins. Iron Man, of course, was the kickoff. Thor was a surprise in a sense, but Captain America: First Avenger also kind of surprised. Didn't hit, but when Winter Soldier hit, that kind of got the critics on board a little bit. Some of them started changing, but then when that first Avengers movie hit, and it was so big, I mean, it rocked everything, dude. It didn't matter what the media and the press did. In fact, I remember, what's his name, man? Dude, he played. Man, I can't think of his name, dude. He played Nick Fury, Samuel Jackson. Dude, I remember he called out this reporter, dude, and the fans went after him. I ain't saying that's cool, but I'm just saying that's how I saw that, and I knew thoughts and things changed. And then these dudes, and then the media bend the knee, and then the knee, and then Disney did their little things too, and then you have your shows, which I don't agree with. So I used to listen to movie talk and some of these people, man, but then I had to fall off of them, man, especially when it got political. Those guys are idiots. Yeah, dude, did you see what came out? Like Valorant came out. I was thinking of trying that out. First Descendants is awesome, but I just haven't time to play it. I gotta get off of Dark Tide, man. I'm always trying to, dude. That's like it's almost like a drug, dude. I'm always trying to get that perfect weapon, man. I need to stop and start playing other games. And I am playing other games, but like my daughter was playing Harold Halibut, which I haven't even touched. And I was watching her play, listening to the dialogue, and I was like, oh man, this game looks awesome. I just might go buy it, just because I watched her play. That's what I'll do. If I play a game and I like it, I'll just buy it. What's it? MS will destroy Sony before they give up on gaming. If they don't, then I'd be very surprised. Yeah. Well, maybe Sony will destroy Sony at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they sell, man. I think they would have sold a long time ago, but the economy went south for a lot of people. I think one of the biggest um, markets for them would have been China, which would have been ironic for me, to me, given the history of the two countries. But I think that would have been the people that was going to pick them up. I know they have history and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, the way China's trying to consume stuff back then, I mean, it would have been a no-brainer in my opinion. So that's why I want Microsoft to put a bigger footprint in South Korea, man, before China does. I mean, they're already predisposed to PC and Sony, right? And then Microsoft, they can make inroads, man, but they gotta show up, dude. They gotta localize their stuff, man, for the Korean market, man. It's not like the days of old when we could just roll into some place and we would just take over in that sense, right? Because the product and the content. I mean, we kind of have that with some of our stuff, but these countries are no longer these countries are no longer the countries of the 70s and 80s that we deal with anymore, man. Especially in the terms of South Korea, man. They're a global economy as well, man. You have to come correct. Some stuff that they like that we have, but we have an opportunity to put a foothold there. And you gotta put in the work, man. It's just not again, that's what's irritating me about Xbox when it comes to South Korea. I'm like, dude, you just don't what some of the stuff you do, that's great, man, but you gotta show up for them, dude. All the effort you guys put into Japan, just switch it to South Korea. Dude, Japan don't like you, man. Xbox is like that dude that likes a girl, and that girl is Japan, and the girl's just not into him, and that dude just keeps on trying. And meanwhile, you got South Korea right across the way, dude, on the peninsula, just sitting there, right? Just we'll give you the time of day. We'll listen to you, you know. Especially if you do just a few simple things, man. It'll be better. Controllers Remedy, the guys who make Quantum Break. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I did play that. I played the first couple stages. It's a great game. It's a great game. I even didn't play Alan Wake 2. I don't even know if I'll get that. But yeah, okay. I know which one that is. I have it. Yeah, the physics on that is good. Yeah, Quantum Break is awesome too, man. That game is it was a travesty what happened to that game. I'm still playing Flintlock. Some people are like it's. Oh wait, I'm still playing Flintlock. Some people are like it's. small game. I'm like 20 hours in. It's not small. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be. It looks interesting. I love the premise, man. I know I got the DEI tag on it, which is like a death kiss nowadays. And again, guys, just to give you guys some clarity, just give you guys some perspective on this stuff. You're also in a time where a lot of people are finding reasons not to buy stuff. I do that myself. I do that myself. Like if you feel a craving to get a Big Mac, but you know you're going to be paying $15 for a combo meal, and then you sit there and then you kind of you want it, but then you tell a lie to yourself like, you know what, dude, I need to get back. I need to get into better shape. I shouldn't be eating Big Macs. When in reality, it's all about the fact that if the thing was like if it was a $7.99 or $5.99 combo, you'd be on it. That's what I mean when I say people are finding reasons not to buy stuff and lying to themselves about it. They're just finding reasons not to do it. And now all they look is that there's so many games coming out, right? This is again another thing that these companies need to realize. There's so much games coming out in this weak economy that people are making tough choices, man, and you're gonna get left behind. And a lot of times it's not fair. A lot of times, you know, the hate online is not warranted, right? But these are the times we live in, man. So you have to do you. It's unfortunate for you guys making this stuff, right? It's unfortunate, but that's the times we live in. So you gotta adjust accordingly. You have to adjust yourselves. If not, dude, you're not gonna make it. Let's just be honest. Sorry about that, guys. Normally I cover my mouth. I'm home by myself, but my neck is all. That's why I'm doing this video, dude. I'm sitting on my chair so my back can kind of relax. Yeah, dude. I didn't even think it was small, bro. A lot of the times I hear that people say that, dude, is that they spend like days. Like I watched my daughter; she's been playing Harold Halibut for like a couple of days. I'm not talking like 1 or 2 hours, man. She's been playing it nonstop. So their definition of small probably because they have the time, where guys like us we don't, or at least I don't. Yeah, facts. The hate is already getting worse, like cornered rats. Yeah, dude, and look, and that's a perfect thing to say, man. Cornered rats, dude, because they painted themselves in the corner. So I can't. My sympathy is very little. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. Because sometimes you need that to learn. Like this, like all these hard times we're going through. People are finally waking up and learning. Oh, this is not good. I don't like this. Why am I paying $13 for a loaf of bread? How come my gas was $15 and now it's 45 to fill up my tank? Yep, the firing of like a third of Bungie is less than a year. It's bad news for Sony, but again, it's no big deal. Or no big deal. Yep, the firing of like a third of Bungie is less than a year. It's bad news for Sony, but again, it's no big deal. No big deal, right? Yeah. I mean, I feel that's what I was saying last night on the podcast. At some point, man, because everybody's like blaming Bungie for all of this kind of stuff, but Sony did put the money down for them. They just made a bad choice, and they gotta live with that choice. Now, and on the flip side of that, the people that defend Bungie, I'm like, look, dude, they're in their third marriage, and they're getting divorced again. At some point, you gotta look at the person. Like how women do that. I'm on my fourth marriage, and they talk trash about men, and you look at them, and like even women will look at them and like, look, girl, maybe it's you. Yeah, I picked up on that, dude. I picked up on that. But you know how funny it doesn't get the same shine like Xbox does. And even the content creators, they're not making the videos about it, right? Because the media is not really covering it. It's a vicious cycle at this point. The problem is consoles aren't attractive to youth or young adults. Yeah, it's not it's definitely a thing of our time. But I do like the direction Microsoft is going in. At some point, I think would it be great if they started doing like you'd have to order the console, but with the spec sheet. Oh, like with the console designs and stuff like that. I think they should go into that market. I don't know how feasible it is for them, right? But just to give them another aspect to selling consoles. I mean, they're starting to bring industries back here and stuff like that, so that should help. The point with Flintlock is people always trash any game on Game Pass as small and unnecessary. It's a BS narrative, but even Ponybots say stuff like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. And that's why I encourage Microsoft to continue to buy more people. Leave no stone unturned, so to speak, right? And then give them that advantage, and just force people to bow the knee. I don't mean that in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? You just get them in there, and then once they get in there, let Like there are gonna be people coming in from COD that play more than just COD. I know that's rare, but still, dude, getting the people in the ecosystem and getting that's why the MAUs when they mean monthly active users, I'm pretty sure they're just not talking about Xbox gaming. I'm talking about because everything is an ecosystem to them, right? Everything's ecosystem focused. Like what I do, dude. I just bought, like I said earlier, I bought Winter Soldier or not the Winter Soldier, Captain America: The First Avenger, 4K UHD for $9.99, right? It's an interesting dynamic that Microsoft has right now because at the end of the day, would it be cool if you bought a $70 game from them? Sure, right? But they're just as happy to get the 4.99, the 17.99, the weird $12.11 purchase, right? These or when in the case of the movie, other seasons, man. I paid for what did I buy? I think I paid like either 19.99 or 29.99 for the entire series of Smallville on digital, stuff like that, right? And they have their little things set up, and the reason I believe that because the way their bonus system and bonus points are set up, right, and beyond Bing, right, like the cashback stuff and the way that they're if you go online to the Microsoft website, how they their economy is, at least online digitally, it's very multifaceted. So this is stuff that they probably studied and you know condensed down to the decimal point of how they're gonna do what they're doing. Oh, you're being sarcastic? Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. Sorry if I misread. Uh, it is a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. That's almost 3 billion down the drain. Yeah, dude, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money, but hey, you know what I mean? According to everybody else, they know what they're doing. Sony doesn't have cash like MS. They broke. Yeah, a lot of people don't. A lot of companies don't. That's why you don't see these guys. I saw Sega make a big move, dude. They bought like for 141 million, 141 million, or was it billion? But Sega made a purchase this past week. I didn't get a chance to talk about it too much. It was for a online gambling company, because they're trying to spread out. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, let's see if it bounces. Come on, guys. Yeah, 141 million. Sega acquires another company for about 141 million. Um, Sega has announced an intention to acquire Stake Logic. The Dutch online gambling platform provider will set the company back approximately 141 million. The deal is part of Sega's effort to capture a portion of the lucrative iGaming market in the United States. Sega Sammy Holdings has reached an agreement to acquire Stake Logic, an Eindhoven, Netherlands-based online gambling company. The move will set Sega back around 141 million, thus being one of the largest M&A deals in its history. Stake Logic runs a B2B-oriented online gambling platform, essentially offering a backbone for a variety of digital casinos. Since its founding in 2014, the Dutch company has expanded to over 20 markets and currently employs more than 550 staffers across 7 offices. That's interesting because, like that's the connection, like with the pachinko market and stuff like that, on the Sammy side especially. Yeah, I think that's a good buy for them. They're trying to expand, right? I wish they would expand into Microsoft. The media just covering CEO buying cars. Yeah, yeah, and dude, you know how I am, dude. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's the dude's money, dude. You should fault Sony for even buying, especially with all the stuff that people were saying back then, that it was risky. For me, it's like, not only was it risky, it's like, why are you guys doing it? This is not your wheelhouse. I can see why you would do it because you guys are going to lose AKB, which that all got exposed. And you think these ponies would learn from that, but they don't, right? And then Sony goes ahead and does the stupid thing of overpaying for Bungie, right? So it's a perfect storm, dude. If you blame anybody, dude, you guys have to blame Sony. They should not have made that move, man. But they're panicking, dude. And again, that's the power of Microsoft. I know I sit on this channel saying I want fire and brimstone to come down and fry these guys, but the stuff that Microsoft is doing, dude, it's a foregone conclusion at this point. Like you said, Google, man, the money that Microsoft has, big bank, little bank. Misdirection on Sony, riding the Sony D all day. Yeah, yeah. That's what they're good at too, man. That's what the ponies are good at. And then the pony bots also jump on board, get involved with that as well, which is irritating. I'm happy that Sony is failing. Couldn't happen to a more arrogant company. Yeah, yeah, and a more toxic fan base, dude. I'll put Sony fan base above every other fan base I've dealt with, dude, on any level. They are the worst, man. They're the most disillusional. They're the most toxic as far as the stuff that they do to other fan bases. They're, they 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 need a big wake up call. And the only way they're gonna get that is if that their company gets destroyed. 100%, dude. Sega into gambling. They don't see traditional gaming route as good. It looks like. Well, I mean, I'm just saying like so because they're owned by Sammy, right? Or the merger is Sega Sammy. So Sammy knows the power of those type of games because of their background, and they've probably seen the market, right? It's something that even Microsoft might have to look into eventually because they're going the mobile route and stuff like that. I always thought was really cool is that if Sega goes ahead and grows and keeps on growing, and then Microsoft then finally comes in and buys it instead of Microsoft having going through the process of buying stuff individually. They can actually pick up a company like Sega who has picked up other people to help diversify their portfolio. Then there's less to, like doing stuff individually, man, it's going to cost them a lot of time and money, especially when it comes to regulations. Like it'd be cool. I always wanted like Sega to pick up Capcom, and of course because of Power Stone. But I thought that'd be a good they'd match each other or form a partnership or stuff like that. And then Microsoft can come in and just snatch them up. And guys, I'm not one of these people. If you're gonna come on my channel and tell me, "Well, consolidation," no, that's not gonna work here, guys. I don't know what kind of stuff you got up your butt when it comes to consolidation, but it doesn't that your Jedi mind tricks will not work on me. I see it for what it is, right? And a lot of times the cure to consolidation is failure, right? So people will fail. Companies will rise and fall, right? That's free market. That's what I rely on, not how people feel or how people feel some sort of way, or if you're some kind of fake pseudo communist or socialist that have no idea. You live in a capitalist society, you have a good life, and you can sit here and promote communism and all that BS. No. Now, if there's crony capitalism or there's unfairness, unjustness, yeah, definitely I jump on board with that. Right when these guys get too greedy, but a lot of the times, man, it's just these people making choices, man, and they live and die by those choices. Let the market decide. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, 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 good. I mean, it is. Yeah. Oh, that fan base, I want them to stay with Sony and then switch to Nintendo, stay off Xbox and PC. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how Nintendo guys would feel about that though. Because Nintendo guys, for the most part, they stay in their lane, dude. They just wait for Nintendo to give them what they want and they just continue on. I don't think the Sony guys can do that because they can't weaponize anything if they're on the Nintendo side. I think they would mostly go to the PC side and be pseudo PC guys, like how they're pseudo gamers. Sony will pay Sega for content. They probably already have deals in the future. I noticed a lot of Sega PC games go to Game Pass. Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. They're trying to, they're trying to, they have to worry about their economics as well, dude. I don't fault them for that, right? But I will say to Sega, you want my money, you better bring your stuff over here. That's what I will say, dude. I talked to some of the dudes, man, dude. I know like they're upset about the Capcom stuff. I mean I would love for them to be there. Do I think it's messed up? Yeah, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Same thing with Sega. I love Sega, but it's not the same Sega I grew up with. It's a very different company, and I'm not saying it's bad. They're producing content that I like. They're selling it on Xbox, and I'm buying it to support them. But if they have a game, say like they have a game that I want to play, right? And then like how they did with Shenmue, they're only going to put it on PlayStation, right? Even if Shenmue comes to Xbox, dude, you gotta get it in the back of the line. And I'm a Sega fan, but you go to the back of the line. I will look at stuff from Humble Games. I'll look at stuff from Focus because they make great content, dude. It's not like they're making. I'm just supporting them just to support them. They have my attention just as a gamer, and then they also get my money because of the support. Like I bought Steel Rising. I bought I forgot the name of that other game, man. I just haven't tried to play it. Then I realized like a game like Nick or a company like Nikon. It is Steel Rising. There's this other game that they play, and I only bought it because it just looks so out there. And then I didn't know that I got Robocop from them. There's a couple other games that they made. There's one game on sale that I'm looking at picking up, man. And dude, you show me love, I'll show you love back, dude. Especially if your content is good, man. I'm not just doing it just to do it, man. I'm enjoying it, dude. The amount of games I play, Humble Games, because I didn't know who Humble Games was. And then I remember I did a search one time on Humble Games, and boom, all the games. And these were games I was playing. I just didn't make that connection. And then, of course, Xbox with Game Pass went all in, and they started making these deals with these companies, man. So then it got all blown up. For me, at least, I saw it. That's why to this day, man, when I saw the news on Humble Games, I really hope that I really wish that Microsoft would buy them, man. The variety, because they have the type of games to me that Game Pass needs, because their games are in there right now, dude, and it's awesome, man. It's awesome to have. Or MSI, man. Yeah, yeah, no worries, man. Yeah. Hey, dude, do you want to jump in? Let me know, man. You said you're playing, so that's why. But if you wanna jump in, I can send you the link. Yeah, Humble Games would be a good publisher to buy. I get the whole thing. Yeah, me too. Me too, and I think they're affiliated with IGN, right? And then you can even roll that into the because Microsoft, dude, I think they're finally learning. They're doing their own media stuff, which I think they need to do. I would definitely do that. Hey, my kids call me. Hold on, this. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I mean, so they were on that list that got released during the AKB trial, but obviously some people they're I think they're looking at all the people they could purchase, but some people maybe they didn't want to get purchased, but they definitely made deals with them, which I'm down with that too. Yeah, IGN owns Humble Bundle, the store, and did not and did own publisher. Yeah, yeah. I didn't know that, dude. I only saw that with the when the story broke, which kind of surprised me. You would think they give a little bit more of a fair shake to Microsoft. I mean, I guess when I look at it, they kind of did, right? They were a little bit more. They were less toxic. I guess that's the best way I could put it. Yeah, do you want to jump in? Are you good? Like you said, you're playing Control. I just did this again. I did this on the fly. I didn't expect to do this, man. If the guys wanted to jump in, they could more than likely jump in. They probably don't even know I'm doing this right now. If I'm being 100% honest. Yeah, let me shoot you the link. Of course, it's going to come on Twitter. Yeah, I'm just sitting on my chair, man, trying to get my back to good. Waiting for my kids, seeing what they're going to do today. If my kids don't do anything, man, I'm going to be straight up going to. Hold on, let me do this the right way, dude, before I mess this up. All right, dude, I sent it. I mean, I'm gonna shut down my YouTube. I, I, I usually keep my YouTube open and make sure that it's streaming. Also, do it so that I can look at the topics. Shut that down. It's probably running out. Camera connects me straight. Hold on, let's do this right here. All right, I sent it, dude. Yeah, it should be. You should have got it. All right, I see you, dude. What's up, man? Let me go. I see you, dude. You're in. Can you hear me, bro? Maybe he's getting his back ready. But yeah, just to continue on, dude. I just don't know how if you're a gamer you can't have Game Pass. That's just the reality. 100%. You should have it. Again, that's how I know people aren't gamers. Yeah, a lot of you guys got exposed. And again, I'm not saying that's bad, right? But a lot of you, especially you guys who talk a lot of trash, saying Xbox has no game, do that. You can't. It's done. It's over. And even if you want to make that narrative, you can't anymore, man. Microsoft is taking that away from you to the point you look ridiculous, and that's what's happening. That's why you guys are losing a lot of the clout you have. That's why you guys are losing a lot of the influence you once had. I mean, you still got the gaming media, but as you can see, by Game Informer closing down this week, right, and going the way of the dodo bird, the way of the dinosaurs, right? What you're seeing, I can't wait till the rest of the hammer drops on these guys. And look, I'm not saying media will be totally dead. It'll rise back up, man, but it has to course correct. You need to do that. Oh, I lost you, Google. Yeah, man. I mean, just get it sorted out, dude. But if not, dude, it's cool, man. No worries, bro. But yeah, dude, they do have a ton of yeah, like 505 games. So again, what I was doing is I would play these games, and then I would like the games, right? But I wasn't really high on the, this is why I like what's going on with Microsoft now. They're taking me old school style, dude. I'm actually following the people that make the games and the publishers. Dude. That's what we did back in the day. And so I was a big Sega fan, man, because I was a fan of the people that was making the stuff. Like Yu Suzuki, man, all time favorite. Yuji Naga, right? Yuji Naka did Sonic, right? And they just had a bunch of, it's just like following a baseball team and knowing everybody in the bullpen, right? When you have a bunch of aces thrown there, right? So for Sega, man, I knew more than just the games that they made, dude. And the type of games that they made is the culture, the Sega's culture at the time. So that's what I'm experiencing again with Microsoft. Game Pass is making me rediscover that just for the fact that they have a lot of these great games. There seems to be a familiarity with it, even though there's variety as well. And then I'm like, man, who makes this game? And I go and look at it, and it's like, oh, these people make it. Oh, it's being either made or um, produced by Humble Bumble or Humble Games, right? And 505. And anyway, so I'm doing a deep dive like I used to do, man, and that's what's making it good. Did I send you the correct link, bro? I guess I can't chat. Having weird mic issues. Oh wait, let me resend you the link, dude. Let me make sure I sent you the right link because that's what happened. I think it's just a StreamYard thing. So it says copied. I'm going to I would send people the link and it would send them a link from a previous podcast. Okay, try it one more time. If not, then I can wrap it up, dude. I sent it to you. If you're still having mic issues, it's fine. Yeah, because I'm looking at my dashboard. The only thing I have off is my camera, so the setup is the same like I normally do. Yeah, but if you want to try again. So yeah, if you want me to spend money on your games, you got to bring it to Xbox, dude. That's the reality of it, right? You guys want to keep Street Fighter on the other platforms? Fine with me, right? You're not gonna want my money? Fine with me. You brought your Path of the Goddess here. Yeah, I play that on Game Pass. I'll definitely buy it because it's good. It's an awesome game. Hey, go. Want to try again? Are you
Yeah.
there? Oh, we're good. It might have been my link, dude. I have
Yeah, I
that.
just switched microphones.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, dude, we can go, man. I'm just sitting in my chair, man. My back is sore.
Yeah, I might be able to turn it lower.
Yeah, we can go for another. However, I'm just waiting for my kids to call. But if they do call,
Yeah,
I
if
don't
you
know.
have to leave, it's no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever what were we talking about again? Was Xbox or something. I forgot.
Well, we were on the Xbox, possibly purchasing Humble Bumble
Oh yeah,
or Humble Games. Humble Bumble. Why am I saying that?
it
Humble.
would be a good buy,
I think so.
but they're like an independent studio though, so I mean, it depends on all the studios involved because there are probably multiple studios with them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Humble Bundle owns them all. They probably make deals with all these independent. You know what I mean? Like with all the different indie studios.
Yeah,
That's
because
what.
they're technically like a publisher, right? Humble
Yeah,
Games.
they're a
Yeah.
publisher. So I don't know if they own outright any. They probably do, but I'm not sure. A few, and then the rest of them they just make deals.
Well,
With,
I think I remember back in the day with Sega. Like Sega had all these partnerships with these, like Treasure, for example. And
mm-hmm.
man, when Sony came in, dude, they severed a lot of those ties. um, so for me, I would like. I know this is a different time, but I could see like Microsoft going in and building up those relationships. I don't know if you saw the news, but Activision is Microsoft and Activision are building a smaller studios.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe they might pick up some of the guys. You know what I'm saying? To create content.
I think they will. Yeah, I think they're doing a lot of those in the background. We don't hear about it though. They have to because if they're going to keep making content for Game Pass, they have to make a you know what I mean? They have to probably make it 10, 15 a year at least. You know,
Yeah, if
so
they want it to be like Netflix, dude, they gotta go down that road, man. I
you
just
got to
can't.
go. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I think the critical years are going to be right now, from
Yes.
now to 2027 to the end
Yeah.
of the end. It's because, like I said, like last time I said, COD is the big deal. That's the one where if it doesn't make any noticeable jump, that's bad. I'm not saying it's bad for like Microsoft. They make so much money. It's just they'll write it off as a loss if it doesn't work. But I think it will. I'm just saying that because COD is too big to not forget. So, but it might take time. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? To get people to see it because I think the brand name of Sony is still big, which is
Oh
kind of
yeah.
annoying. But I mean, the
Yeah.
PlayStation is still. But it's just a console, though. That's the thing. Consoles are not people. They don't think of like if they want to. When people want to play a game, like I noticed, like my nephews, they don't and nieces, they don't think about should I get a console. They think where can I play it? Can I play it on my phone or tablet or do I have it? Because they all have the Xbox and PlayStations I gave them. They'll be like, can I play it on this? They don't think about buying something. It's just, you know what I mean? Because they're kids. They don't think about having to buy it. So it's going to be like another. It might take time, is what I'm thinking, more than they think.
I mean, we were kind of in the same boat just because we didn't have money, right? Trying to get
Exactly.
my
Yeah.
parents would never buy me a video game.
Yeah. So I think it's a weird generation, though. So I mean, because those when those numbers came out, I'm like, they don't even because they're not telling us how much they sold, so we don't know. They could actually have sold a lot, but they're not making. They're probably not making like a lot of profit on each of them. You know what I mean? At least for the Series S, because the Series S, I know they're selling it at
I
some. They're probably giving a discount on that.
I know they shifted stuff in their supply chain just because I've been watching a lot of news. Like how
Mm-hmm.
everybody's shifting from China to Southeast Asia, mainly Vietnam, some
Mm-hmm.
in Asia, like their factories and stuff, or they're coming back here or going to Mexico. So
Oh
I know
yeah,
they made some changes in their supply chain to cut costs.
yeah,
Probably why you see some of the stuff that they're producing on
yeah.
that level. I like the fact that they're more hands-on. I think that'll help them. Um, and I think one of the reasons why they don't do that because it goes against their narrative. I really feel that their narrative is that we're going to be where you are, no matter where you are. Because I see the same thing with my daughter. My daughter, she plays. She's a kind of one-off, probably because she wants to get into the industry, but she'll
Mm-hmm.
play. She loves Bethesda, so she'll play like she plays the Xbox.
Yeah.
But a lot of times she's on either her what is it tablet or a lot of time on her phone. Man, she plays Genshin Impact. Oh my gosh,
Mm-hmm.
she's hardcore Genshin Impact. She's not really doesn't like PC gaming, so she plays Overwatch on her Xbox. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, when I watch her play, dude, like she plays Genshin Impact all the time, and then that other one, Honokai Trail Rail or something like that. I don't know. She's trying to explain to me. I watched some videos with her. It's really cool. It's very artsy, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't play it because I don't know. It doesn't feel like a game to me.
Oh,
Um,
you mean on mobile?
yeah, it seems like I feel like it's pre-scripted in some aspects. You know what I'm saying? I like more hands-on.
No, I
Um,
know what you're saying. Yeah, it's. I play COD Mobile sometimes because it's easier. It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
as hardcore. The
and
players,
there's yeah, the cheating's not bad, right?
well, it's like yeah, there's less cheating, but it's also the player base is very because yeah, I play with a gamepad, and then if I play against people on I don't well they actually equal it out with people on gamepad, but since you're kind of limited by the people you're in a group with, it makes it a lot easier. You know what I mean? So it's
I
not as
know,
hardcore.
I know one of the stories that came out, and I think it
And
actually it's
AI
it's
too. I think there's AI. There's a lot of AI.
yeah, but I think it bodes well. You know, you're talking about COD.
Hmm.
It's bad. It's a bad story, but I think it bodes well for Game Pass because it shows that people are on Game Pass,
Hmm.
right? Because the drive for people to jump on to COD because it's on Game Pass. The levels jump because a lot of other people jumped in as well.
Hmm.
But the reason why I know that is because the whole scandal of cheating came back in. Where people were talking about cheating. Um, the
Oh
people,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh
it's
for sure.
yeah. And so it was so bad that Activision made an announcement. Then they ran a patch for the Ricochet thing. Then they're taking active steps against the people that sell the cheat mods and stuff like
Yeah.
that. They gave services to a couple of companies to shut down. One company was kind of like, okay, well, they just went to like Dubai or someplace in the Middle East, and they
Yeah.
opened up their company over there to sell where outside of the reach of the jurisdiction of federal or whatever law enforcement.
I believe it.
Oh
I
yeah,
believe because it's the worst cheating is obviously on Steam. That's where if you play COD on Steam, the
yeah.
older games, there's a lot of cheating. But it's harder for console, obviously. But they have the game. What's it called again? The crossplay. So sometimes I rarely see it though, and I've played enough COD since like November last year. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is, but
I
it's
mean,
you'll know when it's there when somebody's just there's a couple
I play
people.
COD so much that I can tell from the jump. I can
Yeah.
tell when the person's actually good or better. Then I can
Mhm.
tell when it's my connection. That's why I don't lose my mind. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Because lag kills. It's real.
Oh, totally. Yeah. It's a
But then
huge.
like the very obvious stuff is when you're playing with people. Like you saw that with Halo. That's why the cheating was so easy to
Hmm.
identify. Because the people, unlike COD, like they don't know the maps and they don't
Yeah.
know the little foibles that Halo has. So when they're making kills and stuff like that, you can tell all of a sudden it's like, dude, you're not good enough to have that many kills. So what are
Yeah,
you?
you could tell that because yeah, if you're getting like 60 and like 5, which is I've seen my nephews do really well. They're pretty high, but when you're getting like 70, 60, 70 on a small mosh map and you're not getting killed at all, there's something's happening. Yeah,
Yeah,
usually. But yeah, it's one thing with COD is you just can't think about your KD because if you start thinking about your KD, it's like, oh no, you know what
yeah,
I
but
mean?
that's
Any of
my
those
problem.
games.
Like I never was a KD kind of guy. I knew that from the jump.
Yeah.
I never was a KD kind of guy. What I am
Well,
is
I
like
used to
I
be.
don't.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm I don't care if I die 50 times,
Hmm.
right? But as long as you killed me and you the man, like you are just way better than me, or because I am lagging, no problem, dude. Respect, dude. But if I feel like you're
Oh
getting
yeah.
kills on me, like you're shooting me through stuff, or because you know where I am, because some of these just don't even hide it. That's how you know cheating is bad because these guys don't even try to
Yeah.
hide it, dude. They're just all out, just going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I mean, COD is a game where once you get really good,
Hmm.
I mean, there's people, there's a level I'll never get at. You know that.
Yeah,
We know how good. I mean, if I'm at 1 KD, I'm happy. I'm super happy.
right.
I'm barely at that right now. I'm Modern Warfare 3, but um, yeah, because
Well,
normally in COD I'd be around 1, and then in Battlefield I'm at 1.2.
yeah.
So I'm just like average above average
Well, I
generally.
mean, playing with you and definitely with Reaper, man. When I
Oh, I
played with
was bad. I got better. Yeah, Reap. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. It's just if you enjoy it, that's all that matters,
yeah,
really. Obviously, it's so. But I do. If I played enough, I want to get better, though. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I at least want to be at like 70%. 10,
yeah.
but that's how.
Well, I also put down the fact that I'm older too. You know
Oh
what I'm
no,
saying?
no, yeah, yeah. There's it's. I mean, if we're gonna talk COD, it's like a lot of it is like recognition and how
Yeah.
your speed, the speed from when you notice somebody and then when you shoot them. And I notice also with COD, it is better with gamepad because you have an auto aim that
Yeah.
automatically, if you're within that range, it'll go right to their. You know what I mean? It goes right to their chest, and then you just aim it a little up and you get to hit the head. But
Yeah.
it's a feel, just like with Destiny. But
Well, I also say like focus and even just wanting to, because a lot of times I go in there,
mhm.
I just want to play and have a little fun. So my focus isn't to be competitive.
Yeah,
Um,
you do.
you know,
It's weird because some of the best matches I've had recently, I'm like really relaxed, and then
yeah.
I'm like, oh wow, I'm doing really awesome. You know what I mean? It's like, and then when you overthink it, because you start overthinking where you're going, and you kind of, you know what I mean? It's like a weird game. I'm talking about multiplayer, like team deathmatch and like what's
Kill,
called like
kill.
yeah, kill just all the
Yeah.
small maps, not the big ones.
Yeah.
Because
Small maps are fun, dude.
yeah,
I don't care how much I die.
that's the only ones I play because it's like
Yeah. Just
you want to
reload
get
again. Yeah.
that high, you want to get that kill streak.
Well, but the funny thing, the thing I love about small maps is regardless if somebody's cheating or not, you're gonna die. Everybody's gonna die. You just spawn, die. But
Yeah,
then you could be in that part where they're spawning and dying.
yeah,
So I'm like, yeah, cheat all you want to. It doesn't matter, dude. I'm still gonna get I'm still gonna get 30 kills and probably 70 deaths. But it's okay. I got to get my call in my package or whatever. Get my gun
yeah,
out. Get the satisfaction.
yeah. I know what you're saying.
I wish somebody would come up with something that's like an anti cheat code. That if you're
Yeah.
playing COD and they're cheating, like if they're doing the automatic aim,
Hmm.
like if you use automatic, like that automatic aim that you can kill somebody, one shot kill people. Like what I would do for them if they're running that cheat, I would I like program the game to be like, okay, they can have the cheat, but they have to shoot you like 10 times
Yeah,
before you die. Or like the other one I like is like if people are just looking through walls, right? Instead, the game flips it on them and make them the only like whoever's using that cheat, they're able to be seen by everybody else.
yeah.
Like
I'd
stuff like
like,
that would be good.
yeah, because I think it is bigger on console still. The it's for sure bigger on console because you don't see as much on Steam or PC.
Oh yeah, who'd
So
want
I
to?
think it will. It should push the numbers up for
Well,
Xbox.
like with PC, so the one thing people complain about is you can't see. Like even if you're a PC guy, it just looks like there's no identification. So that's what was happening with Halo. So that's why a lot of the Halo guys was like, "Hey man, can we take the PC? Can we disconnect?" But of course, Microsoft won't do that, man, because it'll hurt their numbers.
You
And they
can
do.
see,
I
you
mean,
can
they do.
see that on, you can see
Everybody.
it on. You'll see the keyboard and mouse and monitor
Yeah,
on. You'll see before the match, right?
yeah, yeah. But I think COD, the way COD is, it's not like that.
It's
So
what?
you just assume you're playing with console people. Of course, until you start playing, you can tell, right? Easily.
Yeah, it's the only thing that PC has an advantage of is if you're really good like at flicking. I mean, you could go 180 really quick.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do that on. You can do it on a pad, but it's like you have to get. There's people who are really good on pad, but I have one nephew. He's really good at COD, and he plays both well on both mouse and keyboard and gamepad. He's just that good, and he's obviously way better on keyboard mouse for sure.
Yeah.
But he says it's because of the view. When you move the mouse, you can flick it, and you can get very precise. If you once you get really good at your precision
Yeah.
and your speed of your precision, he says your target acquisition, then that's where it's at with
I
COD.
guess my main problem with COD
Yeah.
is that like I like the way they did the matchmaking, right? It's just like, dude, I should not be when I'm playing. Sometimes I'm like, why am I in this match?
Yeah, that's how it is. It is annoying because even if you get because I've gotten better this last year,
Yeah.
and I will get in matches where I just get destroyed. It's like that's always going to happen with me. I don't know if it's with you too. Probably you too as well because we're in the same age group. I'd say we're at the similar levels. So yeah, it's just that's just something that has I mean, you've seen the younger people play. They're really good. It's just
I know, but you can tell. Like, I mean, it's nothing to do with the guns they have or the perks, man. It's just, I
Yeah.
mean, at some point their level is just higher because they are that good. So why am I in this match with them, right? It
Well,
takes,
it should be just it should be on ability. I think they
yeah,
do
it's supposed,
have it set, but
yeah, it
I don't
doesn't,
think it's.
yeah.
I think they yeah. I don't know if it's on rank. Do they do it on just normal play, quick play?
I
I'm
They're
not
supposed to
sure.
be like okay, so whatever you're on the multiplayer when you're matchmaking,
Hmm.
it's supposed to be regardless, right?
Oh, it is. I thought it was just for ranked. Okay, that's good
Oh,
actually.
really? Oh, no. Well, if it is only for rank, it shouldn't be. It should be for everything.
It should be for everything. I'm
Yeah,
not
we should.
sure though.
I shouldn't be playing with like. I should never be in a match where like everybody is like 5 levels above me. You know,
Oh,
because
I
it's
see what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I've
on the
seen some
flip side,
players though that are level like 30 and they're really good. They're just playing at a low level account.
well, so they should get an understanding of where everybody's at, right? So for me, the problem with that is right is like it's not like if I'm on team deathmatch, it's not fair to the team I'm on, right?
Hmm.
That's number one. Number two, it's not really fair for the people. Maybe they like easy kills, but at some point when you reach that level, right, you would want to compete. Well, I could be wrong, man, the way people play nowadays, but definitely for the team I'm on, that's not fair, right? So then
No,
what I
I
end up doing
understand.
in those situations, I have certain kits that I kit up with,
Hmm.
where I'm less of a liability. I just have one kit that I picked, dude. I have the what is it, dude? I have a
I
couple
don't even
money.
do my kids. I'm so
Yeah.
bad.
Well, and then I do the large the MLGs,
Hmm.
right, to hold them off at bay. I have the sight thing, the
Yeah,
all that. So I have it kitted out. So where I'll die less and not be a hindrance to the team, I'll use that. Right.
I know
If
what you're
like you
saying.
have a
Yeah,
straight argument, yeah, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to play like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. For me, I just choose by the gun depending on the map. No,
Well,
I
because
don't
I'm
get too
running around
detailed
and
into it though.
I got people like knifing me,
Yeah,
right? I got people coming around and blasting me with a shotgun from half the screen away.
yeah, that happens to me too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I can't up and up with this guy, so I'll just fall back. And of course, you get called a camper. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm not here to be to be your target.
oh, camp. You can camp all you want.
Yeah, I'll camp out. I don't care, but I don't because people do it too. And then I'm like at a point where like so the level is so high, I'll just because camping at
Well,
that point is an advantage for me and not a disadvantage for them. In
there's
my
different. Yeah, there's like different strategies. You can go in a
yeah
group, stick with the group, and some maps have choke points, so you just stay outside of the choke point. Like
yeah
I've noticed if you do like what's it called, the one where you move. There's like a defend. Forgot the name of it. Where it's like one. There's only one flag, and then it moves around every like 1 minute. What's that called?
oh yeah tech,
Yeah, I
I know
used to. Yeah, I used to always rush to the flag spot and then stay there. But that's where you die all the time. So then
yeah
I'd have like 5-10 deaths within a minute. So I learned you have to stop right where you're about to go in and
yeah
you toss grenades. You know what I mean? So there's
yeah
like little things like that. I didn't know. I don't. I'm just saying that's how I learned. But I it does like some of the tactics I learned. But I know what you're saying though because there's some you're gonna get in a match where there's people they're just really either they're cheating or they're really good. And the difference with cheating is I know when they're cheating is that I just think you could tell because if it's not bad lag, they're like they see you immediately and then you're dead. And it's the same
yeah
person all the time. And
yeah.
it's you see their name pop up, bam 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 bam. You know there's something wrong. Yeah.
Well, plus they know, right? They know that they can do that to you. So like,
Yeah. They have a they're and it's also on console too. They have cheats on console. People don't realize.
yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I've seen them.
So
And then I can tell because when I'm playing on console, right? And then so the thing is that's why people hated the nuke, right? Because that's what people would do, right? Just to get
yeah,
the nuke to blow it up, and then that would limit the game.
yeah. But see, I think COD is actually better with the cheat than Battlefield now. 'Cause I play Battlefield too, and Battlefield I think has a lot of cheaters, way more.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's all.
because the way that because I don't think they police it as much on Battlefield,
Yeah,
and I think COD knows that if they don't, they're going to lose a lot of people, especially the streamers.
yeah,
So they have to watch it more. I'm not saying there's no cheaters though, but that is a big deal though. But the thing with COD though is they have a lot of players that are really good. So it's like there's like certain times of the day I know I won't. I'll do terrible. You know what I mean?
I don't mind being in the game with them
Yeah.
in a sense, right? As long as I can tell,
Hmm.
right? Because there's a lot of times, dude, I'll watch a person do something, especially
Hmm.
on me, and I'm like, damn, that was awesome.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In fact, I've done that. Like I'll tell the guys in the group if I have my mic on. I was like, bro, awesome move. And they're like, oh, thanks, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
respect, in that sense, right? Again, but
Yeah.
my
It's
problem
okay.
is
Yeah.
like if you're Activision and now Microsoft owns you, you have to be cognizant of these things. If you want to grow,
Oh no, they are. Yeah.
I mean, not just Activision, but Microsoft. Like, look, dude, if Activision, they've been kind
Hmm.
of meandering. Oh, look, dude, we've been playing COD for years, right? Um, at some point, I mean, if Activision is going to continue to meander, I hope that this is one of the reasons I wanted Microsoft to buy them, to Microsoft bring the AI or the hammer down. Because what's
Yeah.
going to happen with these cheat guys? Because like you said, like I told you, that dude he went overseas to avoid
Hmm.
it. Like he knows they don't want them to do it. He knows that people don't like that, but they don't care, right? Because they have
Yeah.
people doing stuff. So this is why you're going to get AI in these games.
Yeah. They're
To me,
gonna.
that's what Microsoft. That's the solution.
It's like because when you're playing it, like that's why I play on mobile sometimes. Because sometimes I just want to play to get some kills, and I
Yeah,
don't care. I don't
yeah,
want to be completely destroyed, and I just want to get relaxed enough. You know what I mean? And then I have a iPad, and I play on tablet with a gamepad. And some games I'll just destroy. It's just because it's all AI. It's like maybe three guys in the AI, and it's
right.
super easy. But then I'll get a match like just as if I was playing on console, you know. But there's more AI obviously on mobile, which
Right.
is I'm okay with it. Just like right now in Fortnite, if you do what's it called again, the no build, there's
Yeah.
it's almost all AI. But I think it's because I'm in a shitty rank. They have ranking in there too, you know that? And
Yeah.
I think I'm in a completely I'm in like I just do it to level up my season pass because I always get the season pass for Fortnite. So I just do it to level up and just fool around while I'm like watching some show. And um yeah, so it's like I could tell I'm in an easier match because then I'll play with my nephews, and suddenly the players are really good. I'm like, oh shit, this is like another level. Was like platinum leveler.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm probably like in bronze or gold or something.
I mean, I understand there are people that get it, right? But I mean, it's still
Hmm.
Microsoft. I want them to put the screws on Activision, man, because there's stuff that
Yeah,
Activision did that I did not like. Aside from all the crap that the
I know what you're saying. Trust me, I completely because it's hard. It's
because I
because I noticed that when I saw him when I saw my nephew play really good, I noticed I was like, damn, if I didn't know you weren't cheating, like I knew he wasn't cheating because I was actually watching. Well, I would think some people would think you're cheating because you're that good. You know what I mean? Because there are people that good though. You know what I mean? They're like really good.
I think one of the reasons why I used to play before, you can tell when a person was cheating, but they try and be
Yeah.
stealth about it. The reason I think they don't do it anymore is because everybody's cheating, right? That's became the solution
Yeah.
to cheating, is that now
There's
everybody's cheating.
I think the newer games they don't. I don't think they're one of the big things is if you cheat, you will get kicked and they'll ban your account. So they record these games so they can see it, but it is a lot of games. I mean, it's millions of players. So
Well, I mean, for COD though, you know what I'm saying? Because it's so huge. It's
yeah,
such a huge game. At some point, I mean, it's such a big problem. It's almost too big, right? That's why again, I think what Microsoft will introduce is AI, which everybody's
I
against.
think yeah
But
they
I'm like,
will.
dude, you gave them a reason.
Hmm.
This is a two-way door, man. With these guys, man, they think everything's on the corporate side, or that these evil corporations and all this kind of stuff. Yet by your own habits of what you participate in, what you buy, dictates in some small part to how this is going to go
Yeah,
moving forward. You have personal responsibility that you have to
yeah,
own, and these guys won't own it. And then when it all blows up in their face, then we all suffer, right?
yeah. I think honestly, the most of the cheating I see is in Warzone. It's not in deathmatch.
Yeah,
It's because Warzone is where you can hide it easier. Um, you know what I mean? Because people snipe sometimes in that, and
yeah,
sometimes you're like, holy shit, that's like 500. It's like half a kilometer. I'm like, give me a break. But people
yeah.
make
Because then when you try and do it, it's like, hey, wait, what's going on?
you have to have the right gun, like a 50 caliber or something. It's so stupid. It's no, but I've seen people. They're good. They're that good. But
Oh yeah, But it
It's
should be
easier
the
to cheat though
exception.
on Warzone. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the exception, not the rule.
yeah,
You know, see,
but
because even people that are that good have their little foibles that you can see.
yeah,
That's how you exploit them, so you can stand a chance, right? But then
yeah.
I would say there's very few people in the world, a very low percentage, that is that epic when it comes to
Wait,
games.
do you play zombie mode? Because that's what I play if I don't want to play team deathmatch.
I actually hate their zombie mode. I'll play it from time to time just because I like
Oh,
zombies.
really? Which one?
Yeah, any zombie mode that I've tried to play, because I love like you know when they have the story mode and they have the actors, and they're kind of
Mhm.
like the feel in the movie of it. I just don't like the way the zombies are and how you know when you try and kill them.
Which one? And because they're all different. I actually like the new one, the last one.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I played that one.
oh yeah,
Well, wait, I played Modern
it's
Warfare Zombie.
the new one. The one Modern Warfare 3 one is it's like a Warzone map, and they have
Oh
new.
yeah, 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 I played that. Yeah, that was pretty cool. The only thing I didn't know what was going on, and then
Mhm.
you have to, you know, you're with people, so if the people don't,
Yeah, it's co-op. So there's people who are really good at that too. But sometimes they're so good you just follow them and you get a lot of XP stuff.
yeah, but then sometimes they just leave you behind. That's been my experience, right? So
Really?
you have to fend for yourself. So
Well, yeah, that's why you could just play solo. That's what I do. I just play solo sometimes. And I
yeah,
just hmm?
yeah, but to me, it's kind of like Sea of Thieves. Because people ask
Yeah.
me, I say Sea of Thieves is a great game. I played it, but it's definitely a better game when you play with people. So that's why I don't play it.
No, I still group up. Yeah, but it depends on the group. Yeah,
Yeah,
obviously. I mean, if you're gonna
I guess
get
that's bad luck.
yeah, I mean, but this is the thing I noticed about X. That's why I like Xbox though, because I had never had truly shitty MP experiences as much as when I had it on PC or
Oh
PlayStation.
yeah, me either. But I think it's more of a
They're
COD.
still there though, but
Yeah, I think it's more of a COD thing than an Xbox thing.
yeah,
I'm being honest.
yeah.
Um,
But there's also the old school zombie modes because those you have to, yeah, you got to know the maps. Those are like more hardcore though, I think.
yeah, dude, that's one of the reasons why Back for Blood was kind of irritating, dude. I like my classic like, look, dude, if I'm laying down ammo, I just want to waste you. Right? I don't want to have to be picking up certain guns and doing certain
The back
shots.
of what? Oh, I see.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? It's just like, you know, like Left 4 Dead, old school, that kind of stuff. Like when it's like to me, like if it's becoming too much of a chore, because that's not what I'm playing zombie games for. I'm just there to have
hmm
fun. You know what I'm saying? When it becomes a chore, when it starts turning into a Souls-like game, then we have a problem. Yeah.
Oh no, I understand. Yeah, but I mean, even like if you play Left 4 Dead on the higher levels, you have to like they're hard. But I know what you mean though. Like in general, there's some games to really experience it, you need to group up. It's a pain in the ass sometimes.
Well, just like Warhammer, dude. Dark
Dark
Tide.
mode, yeah,
Yeah, dude. There's a guy that was running around with us, man. Just the other day, dude. He had that one hit hammer thing. That was
yeah.
awesome, right? But you
hmm
know what he was doing was he was moving forward. The only problem with him was he was ahead of us and he kept on getting jumped because the game was telling him, you know,
Yeah,
like he got caught by one of the guys that charged in and grabbed him. Then he got taken down by the hounds. That whole stage was hounds. It's like the,
is he
it's like
good?
it's like
Is
the
he good?
game. I mean, he's good, but he wasn't like other people that can go solo because he wasn't kitted out to go solo.
Oh, so you're saying he was being greedy, like just running ahead?
I guess like he just I don't know if he wanted to just get to the end so he could get his one hit kill on the guy. But what
Yeah,
was happening? Like the game is smart, dude. What the game does, dude, I'm pretty sure it reads you. And what the game was doing, dude, the game did this. Dude, the game was like, okay, we'll just give you hounds.
yeah.
Like there was hounds around every corner,
Oh
not
yeah,
like
and then
one
pin
hound.
you.
Yeah, there's like two. It's like groups of what 10, and two groups in a row, like waves.
Oh
Right.
man,
To the point, like if you don't have people around you, dude, you're gonna get caught, dude.
you're
You
gonna
can't.
get killed. Yeah,
Yeah,
even on normal levels, you can get.
yeah. I mean, that's what I play. I play three maniac, right?
Dude, we got to group up. Yeah, I forgot. I have a level 30 now. I just got to get better weapons and stuff.
Yeah, and that's another thing that irritates me. That's why I keep on playing it because I'm like, dude, where's my? I don't want to. I'm like, at some point you're gonna have to because they've given me good weapons,
hmm
right? But I'm like, dude, you have to give me like the drops are horrible, dude. I'm like, come on, man, you have to
Oh
give me more
really?
because I can't even attempt level 4 with the crap I have, dude. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
how. Yeah, that's how they built it. Probably. It was like that with Vermintide 2 because I got to a point and then they added. Then right when I quit, they added that sword stuff. You
yeah,
ever get? How far did you get in Vermintide 2? Did you get to the
I
high?
did the last. I did the last. Um,
Oh, you did. So you got farther than me. Okay, so once they added that mechanic where you can like build your special weapon, that's
Hmm.
when I left, and that's what I wanted. So by that point, I got sick of the game. But
I mean, I still was at a point I could play most all my characters, but I still had to. But my best character was the elf, and this was the way I had her kind of tricked out. And then she had the, she could disappear.
yeah,
So I used that with the on Dark Tide. I used that with the what's her name? The priestess person. That build. But then
oh,
hers is only 3 seconds of vanishing, man. It sucks. I'm like, I mean, I can do some stuff,
yeah,
but with the elf, dude, I could just
the
move.
elf is good.
Yeah, dude, I just moved through whole groups of people. I had double swords and a poison bow, and I could wreak damage, man, and help out my team.
That game is so awesome. So both
Yeah,
those games are awesome.
they are. But Dark Tide, it's like Dark Tide. What they did is they looked at what Vermintide did, because there's
Hmm.
stuff I do on Vermintide I can't, and I was doing it on Dark Tide. So you know about the stepping, the side stepping, right?
Hmm.
So I have a blade that I use, and sometimes when people see my blade, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I probably have to carry this guy." But my
Hmm.
blade has the blood stacking on it, right? So when you cut, they bleed,
Yeah.
and it's awesome. Like if you have an ogre with you, dude, you guys are a match made, especially if the dude has a heavy weapon, right? So all I do is I just sidestep them. Like when we get in mobbed, I just sidestep, cut backs, cut like that. I was do the same thing with the elf.
Yeah,
But
like
then
move
they did an
through.
update on the game, dude, and so now when the guys drop, they'll circle you, so you can't do that as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it's irritating, man, because they did it specifically for that, which kind of takes me out of the game.
So which one for Vermintide 2, you mean?
No, for
For Dark Tide.
yeah, dude, and their answer to everything is just drop. So I can't stand it, right? Because I love the design of the levels and I love the way it looks. So like
Oh
if somebody's
yeah.
dropping above from me and there's platforms and stuff like that, that's how they build it. I understand that. Sometimes I'm playing the game now, it's like the dude's appearing out of thin air, right? And it's done because like they're trying to corral you. Because obviously people have figured out they have their little things that they do. Like anytime I have a heavy weapon, I do figure eight, right? As
Oh
the way
yeah.
my build is, right? And then you rely on your crew. But with my with the character I have with her build, man, she's kind of like a stealth assassin. And so I'm able to move around people, and she's super quick. Right?
You play on Series X, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting it up now just to see. I haven't played on Series X in a while. I played on PC.
Oh man, you have to download a lot of stuff then.
Hmm? Oh no, it shouldn't take too long. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so I mean, I still love it, dude, and it's not irritating to the point I want to quit like other games. Like Back
yeah,
for Blood, dude. I was like, come on, man, dude. I love the way you did the cards are awesome, man. But like, come on, bro, this is not fun.
did you play Alien Fire Team? I guess that
Not
game.
yet, I should. Dude. There's a lot of games I should be playing.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. It's you could play that solo to finish the campaign, and then there's a lot to unlock. You can level up the guns and stuff.
I think I bought it though. So my
Yeah.
problem is like I got this. I had all these plans of stuff I was gonna do, and
Mhm.
then it got all thrown away because of Comic Con. And then I want to watch Deadpool Wolverine. So
Did you ever
Deadpool.
get Diablo 4? No.
Man, I can't play that game, dude. It's freaking borderline demonic, dude. I was like, dude, what are you trying to?
Demonic? Yeah, that's
I
pretty
feel
dark.
like dude, when I'm playing it, dude. I'm like, what are you guys trying to do, man? You guys trying to summon something, dude?
Well, you know why? Because when they made Diablo 3, people were saying it was too much like World of Warcraft. It's too colorful.
Yeah, I love Diablo 3.
So then they're like, okay, you want it dark? We'll make it dark. They went completely satanic, some of it.
I don't know, man. If I saw, and they're I'm not saying they are, but they're how people are like, how nerds are, especially, right? We want to be as
Yeah.
realistic as tech guys. We want to be realistic as possible. If they came out of like a Church of Satan because they were doing research, I would not be surprised. You know what I'm saying? It's like that level. Like,
No, I
look, dude,
understand.
I can handle the standard pentagram as much as the next guy,
Well, it's like
but
heavy metal, the power trip. Like, oh yeah, evil's cool.
well, even heavy metal because it's kind of a caricature of it, man. This stuff looks like they did the deep dive. I mean, I'm just being. That's just like. You remember I was telling you I can't play Tokyo Ghostwire, right? Because someone's
Ghostwire Tokyo?
Yeah, Ghostwire Tokyo. I can't play that because
Really?
yeah, it's just I'm just spiritually insensitive.
Oh, you said it's scary. Yeah.
not scary. It's disturbing. Like it's spirit. Like my spirit is troubled when I play these games.
You
So
you don't have to explain it. I know what you're saying. There's some games
oh
yeah, I still play them though because I like to. I'm the type that will stare. Like get into the. I like to get scared. So
yeah, I mean I have no problem with like so and well I can't say that because hey Vontae, what's up, dude? What's
yeah.
up, brother? Thanks. Hey, sorry about yesterday, Vontae, man. I was
What happened
see.
yesterday? I listened to part of your show yesterday. You guys were all on. It was awesome.
Well, and then I had to. So my son, man, I thought he was gonna like he was staying in Waikiki,
Mm-hmm.
with his friends and stuff, and then I thought they were there till today, and then they actually were they checked out that night. I was like, oh, sorry. So I was kind of like that. Then my daughter had stuff, and then the ex was calling. They had to do stuff today. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. So I just so then they were talking. I was trying to listen to them, but it's hard.
Oh yeah, because I was listening to your show on my car.
Yeah.
I was shopping and I was like, oh, they're on.
Hey Vontae, just real quick, man. I know you watch K dramas. Do you watch K dramas? But Critical Drinker, I don't know if you follow him on YouTube. He actually did a thing on Kingdom. He was talking about K dramas. I guess he's watching K dramas because he watched Shogun on Hulu, and then people were recommending that he go
Did he
watch
say
K.
it was good?
Yeah, he loves Shogun. So somebody recommended Kingdom to him. So then he watched Kingdom and he's like all into it now.
Well, Kingdom is like Game of Thrones, but like Asian and zombies.
And no porn.
Nope.
That's why I love watching K dramas, right? You know what I mean? They have
Oh,
their
you mean all the yeah? I know what you're saying. Yeah,
but come on, dude, like Game of
Game of
Thrones.
Thrones overdid it some episodes. Yeah, it's kind of
Well,
like.
they reveled in it, like to the point where, like I said, I stopped watching it because it was just like I just didn't
But
like it.
they had to. You know why? Because I read the books. It was like that in the
Oh
book.
yeah, yeah.
It was even
So
worse.
my coworkers like, oh, read the books. I'm like, dude, the book. I started reading the books. I'm like, they're worse than the show, and then the show itself, right? So I stopped
No,
watching
it's
it.
worse in the books, man.
Yeah, well, she was begging me to kind of like she's like, no, come on, watch it so we can. But she wanted me to get to the certain parts because I love fantasy, right? I said,
But how
okay.
far did you get in it?
Okay, so what I did was one weekend I was like 6 seasons behind, like 5 or 6 seasons behind.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and especially when all this stuff was happening to the start, so I actually liked them. So I didn't like that. I just didn't like the way the show was, man. I was like, okay, this is women do negative all the time.
It's okay. But
So,
how? It's really about the characters, though, because you might like it if you didn't watch it far.
oh no, so I watched it, right? But what I did was it was just one weekend. I watched them all, right? I caught up, and then on Monday I came back. I said, oh, okay, I watched it. And where you are? And she goes, that's impossible. How'd you watch it all? Right? Because I think I was like 4 or 5 seasons behind, right? Because I stopped after like season 2 or 3.
Wait, so you watched the whole thing in one day?
One weekend.
But did you fast forward it, or did you sit down and
Yeah,
watch
so
it?
then I told her, so I go to work and I told her, okay, I'm caught up. And then we started talking. And she was just, but before we started, she's like, no, there's no way. How did you
Wait,
do
is
it?
this your ex or just a girl you know?
No, this my coworker.
Are you trying to impress her or something?
No, because she's a nerd. She's a nerd.
Oh, she's a nerd. Okay.
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
and
because
we,
it's a show that you want to talk about. It was one of those shows. Yeah.
yeah, and I didn't want to. I was like, no, I want to watch. So she's like, no, come on. And then I felt bad because like she'll talk, she watched superhero stuff because we watch superhero anyway. So I started talking. And she goes, how did you? She said, there's no way you could have done it. I said, okay. Yeah, I watched all the seasons. She goes, how's that possible? And just like you said, she goes, what did you do? I'm like, oh well, I mean, I watched every episode, but I mean,
But did
there's
you
so
watch it, or did
no,
you
but that's
catch
what I
it?
told her, right? That's my thing, though. I told her. She asked me, did I watch it? I was like, yeah, I watched it, but she goes, how did you do it? And I'm like, yeah, well, I fast forward most of it. Look,
Oh,
I like looked at her. I was like, look, dude, I don't want to watch sodomy. I don't want to watch rape. I don't want to
but
watch
there's not.
incest. Right?
It's
I don't
only
want to
like.
watch.
Uh,
I don't like frontal. Right? I'm a dude. I don't want to look at another dude stuff. Right? So I said I factor all that in.
oh
Right? And then
man,
I'll skip like most of the thing. I skipped like 15 to 20 minutes of the shows. Right? And then she was like, but I watched them. Right? I just skipped the bad parts.
well, that's you. You can't say the show. Come on.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean because I told my one of my sister and my brother-in-law, I go, you might like it, but it might be too adult for you. And then
Yeah.
after like 2 episodes, even after the first episode, they're like, "No, we can't watch this." I'm like, I
Well,
wanted to see what they thought about it. What?
the reason I told her that, and is like,
It is risque. You know what I mean?
well,
I
not
get
just
it.
that. Like, so what I said to her was, why would I want to watch a show? It's just constantly. There's no hope.
There
Right.
is no.
There's no hope in the show.
How far did you get?
I mean, when things started to turn around, I liked it more, especially with the Starks and then Arya, and then when they started making the moves. And then what happened with the show, right? In the latter seasons, right, it started to become more entertaining to me, right? Because they started
They
focusing
turned it
on
Hollywood. Did you know that? That's why people didn't like it. That so
yeah,
you were opposite.
yeah, because I don't watch it for the other stuff, right? So I can't. I never read the book, so I don't know if that's the natural
Yeah, don't
progression
watch
of the
House of
story.
Dragon because House of Dragon's even darker. It's
Oh, I
actually
gave
good
up
though.
on it. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend time. Like I said, my time is limited. And I got other stuff I
No,
enjoy.
I understand. You don't like it. You don't like it. It's okay. It's
So,
not for everybody. Yeah.
so you know, what it reminds me of, dude. This reminds me of when I was younger, and then people listened to Metallica, right?
Hmm.
And so if you became a Metallica fan because you liked the Black album, you were immediately ostracized by Metallica fans, right?
Yeah, because they like Master of Puppets and
They
Ride the
like that
Lightning.
Ride the Lightning, right?
Yeah, I
That's
know.
not real Metallica, right?
But now it's considered their best album.
Well, because time heals all.
Well, their most commercial.
Well, and that was the dirty word back then, right? And of course,
Yeah.
the hardcore fans have probably died off or gotten older, like
I
us.
like their grunge album. Yeah, their Led Zeppelin album, Reload.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I liked Reload a lot actually.
Well, and they're old too, man. I'm like, it's just not the same. And that's what I tell the people. I'm like, dude, they're old. Fonte says like,
Yeah, they're old. Well, they were still in their 30s at that time in the 90s. They're
I
old
know.
now. Yeah.
No, but even 20 years ago, come on, dude. I mean,
Oh, you mean in the late 90s?
no, well, 2000s definitely.
Oh yeah, but Reload came like I think it was like 97 because at that point I think they wanted to change their sound a little, so they wanted to be harder but like more not too heavy metal, more
Dude,
grungy.
it's just like a person going through their time their stages of life, and you can see it in their politics, right? You know how they change. Like that's what
Hmm.
I was going
Yeah,
to.
no, but I
Because
mean it's considered a good album now, but some people still hate it. But
which one, the blackout?
no Reload. I mean
Oh,
it's not bad. It's just different.
I don't, dude. I can't say anything, dude. You see my avatar, right?
Yeah, who's that?
That's Baby Metal. Go look them up.
Oh yeah, that's the Korean. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't. I have no skin, dude. I can't speak
No,
into
I'm
that.
not. I'm not. I was big into metal like when I was in high school.
Yeah, well, go type in Baby Metal on YouTube and you'll see.
I've
It's
seen it.
it's
I've seen
what
it.
have you seen it right? Yeah, it's totally
Yeah.
Japanese.
One of my nieces is huge into that, and one day she showed me all this Korean K-pop stuff. That's where I
Oh,
got most of it. I learned it from that day,
yeah.
and I'm like,
See,
but
that's Vontae's wheelhouse. Vontae, when we discuss that, he chimes in a lot.
oh yeah, I just got my Netflix back to literally catch up on K-dramas. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, dude. And you can do that too, man. You can just wait until it all collects up, man. I'm constantly watching K dramas, so I mean, some are better than others. I understand
Yeah.
that, but that says a lot about the industry that they're at that point. You know what I mean? Where people are becoming like selective.
I like their war movies and their zombie stuff. I just haven't gotten to the dramas though yet.
Yeah, I'm old. I mean, I remember growing up with my aunties and grandma watching like the old soap operas, so I love their dramas. Uh, you
You
know,
want who's first world tour?
I remember I went
Dante.
on their very
Yeah.
first world tour. I got to see them again.
Oh, he went
Oh,
to
I think Baby Metal. Are you talking about
Baby
Baby Metal?
Metal or Metallica. I was like, wow, he's older because he looks young in that picture.
Yeah, Vontae. I mean, to us, you look
Oh,
like
Baby Metal. Okay, yeah, he's younger than.
oh, Baby Metal. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I know they're like in their 20s, aren't they? They're not that.
I liked Baby Metal Vontae because there was a time that I was heavy into anime, but my kids were consuming a lot of Japanese stuff, pop culture. I mean, I live in Hawaii, so that's another thing to consider. But it's not. It's like, dude. I mean, I don't think I mean, the groups like this wouldn't have made it back in the '90s. Definitely not in the '80s. I mean, even as popular as hair metal bands were back then, dude, they got a lot of hate from the other side. Dude.
Who did? Hair metal bands?
Yeah, from like metal, like the metal. The friends I had that were metal fans hated hair metal.
They didn't like how. It's weird because and all the hair metal fans that I knew, they liked both for different reasons. And then,
Well, just like anything, right? It can draw you into that, man. But the guys that were already there, and
I know
I'm
what you're
talking
saying.
like,
Yeah,
yeah,
the hardcore. There's the hardcore.
to the point, right? That's where, like, I mean, not saying that it spawned it, but then those guys went into black metal and death metal.
Oh yeah, the Slayer guys.
Yeah,
Slayer's satanic, man.
yeah, I mean, and then like to the point where they're probably just at some point they just lock themselves in a dark room and start listening to demons.
Well, I
It's
mean,
a new album, I'm like,
you
no,
remember in the '80s? It's like that's when like everybody knew about what's his name, Black Sabbath, and he bit bats' heads off.
yeah,
Everybody's like, "Oh my god, he's so badass!" And then after that, people would be like, "No, this guy's worse." And then the Slayer's the worst, man. So it's like, who's more evil? It's so stupid.
yeah. I just never.
But Slayer was literally like, I think they were satanic.
Well, I mean, either
I don't think the rest were.
you're either full on satanic or you start
Yeah.
dabbling. Either one is bad.
Well, I shouldn't say they're satanic, but I think they used it for their own songs. Like, because what's that other band? The one who's like sang Mother. He's more like
Oh,
glam rock.
Danzig? Like
Yeah,
Danzig?
Danzig is more like glam rock than say like, you know what I'm talking about, like horror show, like what like Rocky Picture Horror Show. They're like into like the showmanship of horror. You know what I'm talking about, like
Yeah.
Alice Cooper.
Yeah,
That's different. Slayer was like literally like
yeah. It was the
raining blood, So
no, and a lot of that. There's a lot of that stuff going on, right? Because you had groups like Queen,
yeah.
right? And then on the metal side, yeah, you had like Ozzy and all these dudes.
Remember what they thought about ACDC was? The name stand for
Yeah,
After Christ, Devil Conquers.
yeah. It's like after
No.
Christ comes, right?
It's
Well,
not
I mean, look, I'll say this much, dude. I mean, people believe in it. That's bad. There's people that played it up. That's another thing. The one thing that changed all that, dude, and that's why I love capitalism, dude, because then the evil of money came in, and like it just kind of normalized everything. It's the same reason why I don't get hung up on Halloween. I mean, I'm not saying I celebrate. It's so commercialized now. It's like it's a total American thing, right?
Yeah.
Which is why people hate our country because we'll just take your stuff. Pagans really hate us, right? Because we took their stuff and like, hey, we'll make it cool. So it loses that oomph. But I'm saying, but I do believe in that. I do like I don't distinguish between dabbling and hardcore. Like you're actually in it.
Wait, have you ever visited Japan?
No, not yet.
Oh,
That's my dream.
but your ex is Japanese, right? But she's born in.
She's from here.
Oh, she's from
She
Poland.
is westernized. Yeah.
She's from, okay. Yeah.
But I mean, she still has the connection. Like her family. She's first generation. So.
Oh, she's her parents. Yeah.
My kids are gonna go again. I gotta go, man. I talk about it so much.
Oh, that's yeah. You should go.
I mean, I never felt the need to because they're always over here.
Yeah. Just go to Korea.
Oh, I don't know.
They're different than Japanese, though. That's what they say. Have you watched those videos? They compare Japan and Korea.
Yeah.
Like some people like Koreans more because they're more in your face.
I think I'll like Japan way more because I'm more used to Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese are polite, but you sometimes don't know if they're mad at you or pissed off. They say.
Yeah, I mean, I because of the way things are, especially when I around tourists and stuff like that. Dude, I understand like simple things like the side of the sidewalk they walk on, the way that they talk. They're a lot more reserved. That's something. The opposite is like Chinese. Right?
I think the Japanese are different than all the other Asians. They're completely different.
Yeah,
because they're not really Buddhists. They're Shinto Buddhists, so they're kind of like just like in that video game. What's it called again? Tokyo Ghostwire. They kind of bring up the animist spirits type stuff in it in their like old religion. So it's interesting. Like some of their horror is like that too. It's so different. But like Chinese horror is kind of more traditional. It's like I haven't watched a lot of it though. I shouldn't say so.
Yeah, Chinese that come, at least the tourists that come in, they're loud, dude.
They're what?
They're loud.
And
kind of rude.
Wait, China's from China or Hong Kong?
Yeah, from China. Well, I mean,
there's a difference.
There's a difference technically.
Yeah. Like Hong Kong Taiwanese Chinese are like Westerners, and then
Yeah, so I mean, I can understand them more because of that.
Yeah,
Because we have loud people here in general, but
yeah. Oh,
like I
totally.
just talk
Americans are
about like
loud.
their mannerisms. Like that's why I can tell they're from the mainland China, like China, because of their mannerisms too.
No, because I worked with a Hong Kong Chinese guy, and he would always say they're rude. He says people from the mainland are rude. They think they're better than everybody else. I'm like, you think you're better than everybody else? I would tell him because he was from a rich family from Hong Kong, but
Yeah,
he would always say because he couldn't stand that he was totally anti-China and not want them to take over Hong Kong,
yeah.
but they did. So he was, you know, yeah. We'll see what happens with Taiwan. Oh boy.
Well, when they started, like when the mainland started going more to Taiwan and Hong Kong,
Mhm.
especially after the '90s when they started to build those bridges, that had an impact, right? But I can tell, dude, like when they're here, they just do stuff that other Asians don't do.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but see, a lot of these Chinese that come here, like the kids who are coming here for school and stuff, those are like the influential Chinese.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
They're
yeah.
like like I was working at this job, and one girl, she's beautiful. She's like Mongolian Chinese, and she
Mhm.
was at first I thought she was Western, but then she's like, "Oh no, I'm from China." And she said, "My dad, oh yeah, he's part of the party." And then somebody told me, my coworker, he's like, "Oh yeah, she's totally mainland Chinese, like corrupt Chinese officials." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Hey, I can tell. I can totally tell. Just the way she talks, because she's trying to be Western. She's faking it. Like they have like a weird, like how they see, because in China they have like people who are influential, so they're like kids of provincial like mayors and stuff like that,
Yeah, yeah,
and they
political
send
party.
their kids to the West. So that she was like one of those kids. That's what he said. I kind of believe him though, because she was only there for like a week and then she quit because the job was too much. She's like, it's not worth it, you know. So it's like nobody just quits a job unless they're like really rich or they have money. You know what I
Well, I
mean?
mean, that's what they talked about the brain and the money drain out of well, a lot of Asian, a lot of from China, right?
Yeah, but
Uh,
the thing is, those people like actually like America. I don't think they hate America. They just want to compete.
well, I think because I mean, they especially like America now because what's going on in their own country. I
Mhm.
can't.
Oh yeah. If I was Chinese, I'd rather live in America. But I mean, we don't. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's this vested interest to start a. I don't even want to get into that.
I mean, so the party has to maintain control. That's why their economies, in my opinion, their economy is suffering by design.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, I think it's because there's corruption in certain levels.
Oh yeah, corruption. It's all of
They
that.
can't control everything. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
Well, especially now, and I think that's what they didn't. Their tried and true methods are not working because look, you watch the Olympics, man. The Chinese athletes are way different from the Chinese athletes I remember watching it in the '80s and '90s. Right, like these
Yeah.
guys would lose, man. They'd hang their head, they'd be crying, they'd be sitting in the ring. They'd do stuff like that. Nowadays, man, they're just happy and they do stuff like the one what the one person carried
They're
the other.
better or worse.
I think it's better, but I mean
Yeah.
worse for the party,
They're
right?
patriotic, though. I can tell you that. They're taught to be patriotic.
Yeah, but
I I'm just saying generally speaking. I'm not saying every because
no, I'm sorry. I 100% agree with you, but there's
yeah,
levels. Yeah, there's definitely levels.
I got into a political talk with one mainland Chinese guy, and he was like, "Wow." It was kind of like an eye opener. I was like, "Really? He really thought that?" I was like, he was
Well,
basically saying China's the future, and he really believes it. I was like,
not just China. Everybody was saying that, dude. Not more than like 5 6 years ago.
"Yeah, but people do." But when you're taught to believe it, there's a difference.
No, so if you go like they would do those on the street interviews, and it blew my
There's
mind.
nothing wrong with that. That's what they're taught to believe.
Oh no, but I'm saying like when they were talking to the general consensus of people outside, because it became a thing, right? It became like China versus America, like who would be the number one power, and China was just so much on the rise, and
Mm-hmm.
so a lot of people and a lot of these guys were allies to us, and they were shifting. Even Japan at one time was going to do that, but they shifted back, right? Because
Yeah, it's good
all the
too.
other countries don't like them. So I felt bad for him. I was like, oh.
But this guy was old, so he's old school, and he came here in the early 2000s from China.
Yeah,
He's like an engineer, computer engineer, so he's smart. So, but you could tell he loves his country, like he's very proud,
Oh
which is
yeah.
good. That's fine.
Look at what's his
But
name?
he's an American now. That's the funny thing. So I think he loves both. So it's kind of weird.
Well, it's like a Jackie Chan, right? Like how he was getting flack, a little Donnie Yen, a little bit.
Oh, all those guys. I mean,
Yeah, because they're
what's
proud.
Ron
They're of
James?
that generation too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the Chinese. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think because I don't think, yeah, I don't think Chinese want to start wars. They just want to beat us in economics. There's
Uh,
probably some that want a war, but I don't think it's the best.
yeah, I think it wouldn't be in their best interest.
No, they'd lose.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be good for us either, though. To be honest, it'd be bad for our economy.
It wouldn't be good for us because right now we're not in the best of shape militarily.
Not military. We just don't. We depend on China for production, for everything.
Yeah, that's but we've been decoupling for the last couple of years. That's the only good thing that Biden did, and it wasn't really Biden; it was actually the people under it. They just carried on Trump's policies. They've been decoupling, but everybody has been from China. That's why they're suffering economically. Economically, they're suffering, right? So pretty soon it's shifted. So either you're gonna see made in Malaysia or made in Mexico, which is going to be Mexico.
Well, it's made in Vietnam for some.
Yeah, Vietnam.
Yeah,
That's another
everywhere
place.
else.
Yeah.
But that's the Chinese themselves because they're shipping it to a cheaper production. Like
Well, they're trying to, but then other companies are because like you have like these big companies that went over to China, right? So
Mhm.
those companies left China and they went to Vietnam and they're going to Mexico and they're going to Malaysia, and then
Yeah.
China's following suit because China has built their corporations, so they're following suit. But a lot of countries are just decoupling from them. That's been the biggest problem. Like the president there has had is trying to convince the party that, and it doesn't matter anyway. It basically appointed him emperor and ruler of the party at some point. Some kind of coup will have to happen for him to disappear.
Yeah.
But it's just shocking to me. That's why I'm kind of numb to layoffs, and I'm not trying to be a punk
Mhm.
about it. I understand we're in a different situation, but I mean when you have like whole hundreds of thousands of people in one day, you have no income.
You work in the military base, right? Like you said for veterans, right?
No, not for veterans. I work for the army. Yeah.
Army. So yeah. So you probably see a lot of. They talk about the Chinese.
No, dude. I mean, I
No,
see a lot of
I'm
DEI.
just joking.
I see a lot of DEI in the military.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Has it changed? How much has it changed? And like when? When did it really change?
Probably 10 years.
Because how long have you been there? Because you've been there like in the army.
Well, I'm prior military Navy, so there was
Mhm.
a shift, and like anything else, dude, it starts with good intentions, and it just snowballs. And
Mhm.
it's really bad with federal because people build careers on this stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, just your current job, you've been there for a long time already, right?
In my current job, I've been there for a little over a year.
Oh, so just recent. Oh, okay.
Oh no, not even a year, almost a year.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I switched to this budgeting. So
But it's the same company, though. I mean, the same division. No.
different. Yeah.
Oh, so you worked private corporation before then, right?
No. So with them, so there's different branches, right? And there's different departments. So I'm in a
Mhm.
different department now.
Oh, okay. So, but you've
But I
been
still work for the army. I still work for the army.
okay. So you always been working for the army, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not. Yeah, you don't. I don't want to. But I just wanted because it's. I just was curious how the DEI did it change a lot recently, or was it always started? When did it start to change?
Well, after a certain man was elected, it went hardcore. So
Bush? I'm
yeah,
just joking.
yeah, right. Wish.
Was it
Um,
Obama? Are you serious?
well, I mean, with the whole hope and change thing, right? That had an
Or
impact.
was
But
it? Oh, it was the one? The don't ask, don't tell, right?
yeah, so there was. That's why you hear a lot of people now complaining like he did more for alphabet community than he did for his own community or minority communities. Because he did. He instigated a lot of changes.
Oh yes, that's what Soros wanted.
Well, yeah, exactly, right. But a lot of it was done to because I could see like in some aspect. I mean, I don't agree with it, but so like if you were a person that was getting hazed, or if you're a person that was getting ostracized, or it was affecting your actual career, that's bad. I think that is bad.
Yeah.
But then it went from that to like inclusiveness until like it's actually changing the culture of the military.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I
okay.
mean by like I don't think it's a good time for us to go to war right now.
You're right. That to be true. I think
And it's not just that stuff. It's all of that, dude. There's a lot of people coming to the military, not looking at it as service. Some are,
someone
but
just looking for.
it's a step up, right? It's a
Yeah,
college thing. It's that
but
kind
it
of stuff.
is. It's a good. It's good for you get insurance for the rest of your life.
It is, but a lot of these people sign contracts and now they're sweating, right? Because
Yeah, you
but
gotta.
you,
How long
you
do you have to serve before you get
it
veteran?
depends. It depends on your contract.
Yeah. How? But what's the usual length? Like 4 years, right? six
I knew
years.
somebody that did too. So
That's it.
yeah, but it was her specialty,
Oh
and it's a very
wow.
one-off kind of thing. Yeah, is what she did. Her specialty,
What she
and her
should? She has a
college.
doctor or nurse.
Well, her college degree, the MOS that she has, is her job.
So she
So
has
she would
insurance
say,
for lifetime now. That's awesome.
not insurance for lifetime. You're just a veteran, so you get to claim veteran benefits at some aspect, right?
Yeah, that's good. That means you have a backup.
I mean, it's not as
Should be
good as
like
it
that
used
for
to be.
every.
So
I believe that should be like for that every American, but they
they
obviously
can't. It was like that before, but I mean, we're already bankrupt, dude. We'd sink if that was the case.
we can afford that. What are our taxes paying for
You
already?
could. I mean, you could do that, but then you'd have to cut, and that's the problem, right?
No,
We
I
have
know.
the
That's
money, but
another. It's another subject. Yeah, no, I'm just talking just like like when you think about it, a country like ours,
Mhm.
don't you think we should? That's just my belief. But I understand it's expensive. It's not cheap because
I
it
mean,
is. It's a very expensive.
I agree
Holy
with you.
shit.
Like, if you serve and you can get full benefits if you do your time, or you do your first tour, full
Oh
benefits,
yeah,
I think that's good. But then you got to take into consideration on how that would increase, how that would affect the military, because that's good benefits to have. No problem with that. And then how it would affect the overall budget, right? So, like to me, you could do it, but then you'd have to cut somewhere else because the expense would be exuberant, right? I only say this because I'm also a veteran. I get VA benefits.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's like
Yes.
half my family gets benefits. I don't. I'm broke.
Well, I laugh because like what, and I'll just be
I
honest
should have
with you.
joined.
I wouldn't put my trust in the people that make those decisions.
I know. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that gets me the most. I'm looking at stuff. I mean, when we have to deal with it in our own personal lives, there's no thought, dude. You have to cut something, right?
No,
Like
I know
whether
what you're
like Vontae, you said, you didn't have your Netflix, you just got it back. I don't know for whatever reasons you did. Maybe it was financial. I know I cut out a lot of my streaming stuff that I had. You know, I like Sylvester Stallone had a TV show on Paramount that I enjoyed. But I had to cut that line. Maybe I'll come back once the new season comes, and then I'll watch it, and then cut it, then get it for a month, and then cut it again. So
Vontae said at 5:15, a lot of Asian countries are not receptive to foreigners, at least the few I've been to. I can kind of agree that they're a little. The only one is probably maybe I shouldn't say the Philippines, but
oh,
because
that's
the
what I was about to
Philippines are
say.
westernized. They're so westernized.
Well,
They
they're
speak
also
English.
I put the Philippines in the islander category as well.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because we're more Christian. They have something to relate to Westerners more.
Well, they're very like they're very happy and welcoming people. So that's why I say they have an islanders like because like that's how islanders are for the most part. Well, given how radical some stuff is going on now, they
Love
can.
you long time. I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, it's
I know
it's
what
like
you're saying. No,
it's
no, there's. I think. I mean, it's
it's
weird because we were colonized twice by the Spanish and then by the Americans. So
that's the like it's an islander, and I say islander because I'm including Hawaiians in this too.
it's
Like
true though.
very
They do
islander thing that are very like, but it's like it's about family, it's about culture, more so
because
than
you, like I
Asian.
said, you believe in that volcano god. That's pre-Christian mythologies of the Philippines is like volcano culture, like a volcano god too.
Yeah, like paganism is rooted in like your actual everyday life. Right?
Oh yeah, well, not now, but I mean,
Oh,
but
but that,
my ancestors, yeah. But
look, dude, if you miss the crop one year, dude, you could die. So that's pretty important. You know what I'm saying?
no, but I think that's true though. I think it's only because it's in different countries, but every Asian country is different though.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, I mean, because that's a whole like China, even between China, it's different where your water. It's different. Same with Japan. I heard like there's like southern Japan is totally different from northern Japanese. They say
Mhm.
They're more laid back, they say.
But
That's
like to
what I heard.
Vontae's point, man, you drop somebody like Vontae in the middle, right? Yeah, Vontae, they dropped you in the middle of any Asian country, of course, right?
Yeah.
It would be a culture clash.
He said the only thing I've seen Asians agree on together is their dislike of the Japanese. I, a lot of Filipinos don't like Japanese. You know that. It's more because of World War II, though. Like their
Yeah, there's
parents.
history there.
Oh yeah,
But
they
then, but
burned
then,
My mom's village was burnt down. They had to go to the mountains during World War II.
yeah. But on the flip side, right, they don't cry every single time over every little thing like other
Oh no,
countries.
they crucified one of the Japanese soldiers to really fought back.
No, but I mean now, right?
No, no, they don't say.
No, but I'm like, there's hindrances happening right now that they can't get.
No, I think the Philippines, the other countries, they even like the Chinese.
No,
They,
yeah, I'm
they
not talking
bring
about
money. They're so
so
lazy.
specifically South Korea, Japan, China, South Korea, Japan, right? Those Vietnam and China, India and China, right? They have these guys. All these countries have
Yeah,
been.
the Vietnamese don't like the Chinese. I noticed they said because when they try to do business, they always try to one up the
Yeah,
Vietnamese.
did you want to hear some stuff? Like we sit over here talking about racism and stuff like that, dude.
Oh, there's
Dude,
racism in Asia for sure. Yeah, totally.
but because they don't have a color code, like a color affinity there for stuff, even though there is,
There
but
is.
it's not the level that we make it here in the U.S.
There is in the Philippines. Like if you're lighter skinned,
Yeah,
like if you're more European looking,
yeah,
you have a higher status,
yeah.
and you might be the poorest person in the block, but they'll assume that you're rich for some reason. You
But I
know,
mean, that's a cultural thing, right?
it is because they think that you're probably like, oh, your family must have been high in the government, and
Right.
so. But the truth is, they could have been born like half white, half Filipino, just like 10 years ago. So you could be
Yeah.
anything. But that's what I mean. There's like prejudice. There's like stereotypes. Is what I'm saying. That's all. Well, it's like that in Mexico too. I mean, like lighter skinned Mexicans, and it's like that anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah, it's basically it's just the human
I'm sure it's
condition.
like that in Hawaii too, right? Like
Well,
with the
human condition 101, dude. Like if there,
yeah,
are, so that's why I tell people all the time.
it's all
Like if
about
you're in one
looks.
group
Yeah,
and there's not no, like if there was no white people around, right, and then you're in a group of people, like I'll just use my race, like I'll just use my culture, like Hawaiians. Right, there's a bunch of Hawaiians, and you start. This is what that one guy said. He's this is a Mexican comedian. So he said that, dude. He says, like, man, dude, when there was no black people around, all of a sudden Mexicans start getting more racist with Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Because then you start noticing the differences. So that's why I
yeah,
say it's more of a human nature thing, right? It's a condition of the human nature. Like it's like to Hawaii's point, right? Like I can tell, like before when I was growing up, you can tell when somebody's Portuguese Hawaiian, when somebody's Filipino Hawaiian, when somebody's Chinese Hawaiian, or
yeah.
Filipino Chinese Hawaiian, right?
Can you tell by their accent or just by their personality, like how they
No, by like so like in my family, do most people in my family was the quotient of Hawaiian blood in my family. Most people in my family that are Hawaiian are big, right? So if you
Also,
see
you can tell by
somebody,
how they look.
well, size too, right? So if you see
Size,
somebody
yeah.
in my family, we will get mistaken more for Samoan than we would like Filipino or Chinese, right?
Because you're 6. Yeah, you're huge. You're like
So
6 feet.
so we pull more the Polynesian side, whereas
Yeah,
like in Hawaii, there's a lot of mixing where you have Chinese, Filipino, Hawaiian, like that kind
little
of mix.
midgets.
Yeah. So, well, they're not as big. They don't have the
Ugly.
heavy features. They don't have the strong features. Like, dude, just go look at Kamehameha, dude. Go look at a picture of King Kamehameha.
Who?
See King Kamehameha.
Who's that?
Yeah. So Kamehameha is the king in the kingdom of Hawaii. So just go.
Oh, okay.
You have to put the King Kamehameha because if you put Kamehameha, it'll be Dragon Ball Z, right?
Is this a real guy, right?
Yeah, he's a king. Yeah.
Yeah, the king. Is he? Wait, that was in the past, you mean, right?
Yeah. This is pre-territorial pre. This is he's the one that's credited for
Before
United
Cook.
Islands. No, I think he's after.
Oh, after Cook.
I could be
So
wrong. But just go look at his picture. My point is that
you
he has
look like
very
that.
strong Polynesian features, very strong Hawaiian features, like the nose, the dark skin, the features in the feet, the hands, size, all that
But
stuff.
so, would Hawaiians say you're Hawaiian looking? You?
By today's standard, yeah,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
because I fit that mold more than most.
Yeah. You're
But then,
light. They're light skinned. Yeah, you're not. I remember seeing you did videos your car.
I mean, if I go outside for any amount of time,
You can still pass for Filipino, but you're very tall.
people don't say I'm Filipino because of my height and my.
Well,
I'm
just
more,
your. If
my
I didn't
feet.
know your height, I would think maybe you're Filipino because you're, yeah, just a. But you like like what's his name? But he's Chinese. What's his name? Chinese Hawaiian, an actor. Uh, you know, John Wick. He's Hawaiian,
Oh, he's no.
isn't
Keanu
he?
is. I believe he's like. Well, he's mostly. I think there might be some Chinese in his family, but I think
Yeah, he is.
he's just straight up like. But you can tell he's like Hawaiian Caucasian.
Yeah, he's Hawaiian white.
Yeah.
Half. He's half Hawaiian, half white. But his Hawaiian side is like half Chinese.
Yes, is the so the on the dad side is the Hawaiian Chinese, but predominantly
Yeah,
Hawaiian. And then on the mom side
yeah,
is the I think the mom is full on Caucasian or white. Yeah.
yeah.
So that's why like that's the thing I have when people look at me like I have more finer features than most of my cousins, man. My cousins, man, they have strong Hawaiian features. Dude. Like I tease them all the time. I'm like, yeah, it's like you guys came out of the lava. I call them National Geographic Hawaiians. They get the they
What
just
about? Yeah. Do they look like? How about? Oh, well, he's not. He's not full. He's half. The wrestler, ex wrestler,
whoa, who's that?
the one that's from Samoa. He's Samoan.
Oh, so The Rock.
The Rock. Yeah, he's
Yeah, so
half.
he's Samoan and
He's half black, half
yeah,
Samoan.
yeah. His dad was the man. I was a huge fan of his dad. Used to watch his dad wrestle.
And then what's
Who
his?
knew, man, that he would be like as big as his? I mean, he leveled up. So I mean, that's why I'm really because I'm a huge fan of his dad, and I feel like the dad was coming, at a time when wrestling was the way it was, right? Like it wasn't on biggest.
Oh, you don't like the Filipino guy? He's half. He's
Who's that?
half Filipino. He's very
Oh,
woke.
Bautista.
Yeah.
No, I love Bautista. I just don't like his politics.
Yeah. Well, you know why, right? Did you ever hear what they interviewed him? Why he doesn't like that? Because his mom is lesbian. She identified. She
His
became a
mom.
lesbian. His mom is married to a woman now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
You know what's more funny? I'm not. I don't want to say it, but like in a lot of older Filipino women, they live together. It's hard to explain, but they're not lesbians.
No.
But
Yeah.
some are. I'm not gonna lie, and it's not uncommon for a lot of older Filipino women. They live together because they never got married. It's kind of a thing. I noticed it because I have a lot of NTs that are like that. They're not married. One of them was really pretty, and she never got married, but
Well, was she the caretaker?
she kind of was. She was like the only one in America, and then she had to send money, and then had to slowly bring some people to America. But I just don't think she liked guys. I don't think she's a lesbian though.
No. So like I worked with one lady that took care of her mom, and she has others.
Yeah,
But she was the one that took care of the mom, and she does to this day, and she's
Mhm.
never been married.
exactly. It's like that. I think it's also a cultural thing because dating in America is not easy for people.
Man, this whole thing is a lot of this stuff with the.
Anyway, yeah, we're talking about.
It's a Western construct.
Yeah, my whole point was that yeah. I was kind of surprised because he was like, I don't like because he just didn't like what happened with something and then he goes, my mom's a lesbian, and then he said it right to somebody, and they were like, oops.
He has the same. I mean, I remember the interview. He has the same hang-ups that most people are, especially as he looks at himself as a minority.
But at least I like him because at least he stands up for his mom. That's pretty cool.
I don't know. I find the irony of it because he looks like he pulls the more Spanish side, which is a whole nother, right? I mean, when I looked at him, I thought he was Hispanic in the sense of.
Well, he's half white. He's half white, half Filipino.
From Spain, like Spain Spanish, or like white as in.
Oh,
American
he's white.
He's European white.
Just right? Like my relative.
But if you were to when I look at Bautista, dude, I thought he was Mexican. Or
he could pass, yeah. A lot of half Filipinos could pass for the other side.
Yeah, and the reason why I thought that too. So when he started talking about like his thing, like him being Filipino and stuff like that, I was like Mexican. Like to me, he like if he's Hispanic, to me, like because I have friends that are like this, dude. They used to get crap when I was in the mainland. They pull more of the Caucasian side, which is associated with the Spain side. See what I'm saying? As opposed to the native side.
Most people, I mean, most Filipinos are not. They're not. There's no native. One of the few that are not Catholic, or you're Catholic. So they revere Mary. It's yeah, it's not any. But I could tell because he was talking about the food he eats from the Philippines, and he knows the food. So I was like, oh, he's probably more Filipino than I am. I'm not even. I don't even. I don't even like Filipino food. So, but no, I was kind of surprised though. He knows because sometimes they interview these people and they're not. They're like not Filipino at all. They're very westernized. Like,
Yeah.
what's her name? That actually no, she's kind of Filipino. That one that's at YouTube girl. What's that one that became? She was in the Navy and then she became famous. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Maybe if you give me the name.
Oh, she got really big like over TikTok. She did those TikTok videos.
Oh, the one where she did the emojis.
Yeah, she came huge. She's like has like hundreds of, but she came to America by joining the military. She was in the Navy.
Oh, I didn't even think she was old enough. I know what you're talking about.
Well, she's young. She's only like 25.
Uh, Bella Portrait.
Yeah, Bella Porch. Yeah, I didn't think she was like Filipino, but then she spoke
Really?
Tagalog and she knows her shit. She's like, oh, because I thought she was from Hawaii and she was just a Western. She's
Nah,
very,
I knew she was Filipino.
she's totally Filipino.
Yeah.
That's what they would call in Phil, like they call it like off the boat.
Oh, Fabi.
Fobs, yeah, fresh off the boat. It's kind of derogatory. She was very fob. It's kind of funny. You know what I mean, right?
She grew up in Philippines or no?
Oh, she grew up in the Philippines.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can
Her
change.
stepdad was a Marine, though, or something like that, an ex-military. But she's full Filipino because she was adopted.
No, so you have two types, like especially here in Hawaii, I see. You have people that can adjust real fast and people that can't. Like with me,
Thanks, Fonte. Yeah, that's Bella Porch. Yeah.
yeah, Bella Porch. So like I came here to Hawaii, dude. It took me a little while to adjust, man. Honestly,
That's right. You're really Floridian.
yeah, growing up in Florida, dude,
Crazy.
being around like, especially growing up in the, I mean, that's still in Florida with the South, dude. So I had a twang.
Oh, do you have Amazon?
Yeah.
I just saw that movie, the one with what's his name? He's like a bartender, not bartender. He's a bouncer. It's really good. It takes place in Florida. It's Key West.
Oh, the
Roadhouse, the new
yeah,
Roadhouse remake. It's
yeah,
really
yeah.
good. It's not bad. It's a good action movie.
No thanks.
No, it's actually. I think you might like it because it's a very clean movie. There's no.
No, not that, dude. I'm just too much of a fan of the original. So I watched the original till this day, dude.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's the Patrick Swayze.
yeah. But the new one is actually like the first one.
I don't know. I saw Jake Gyllenhaal. Maybe I might watch it for Conor McGregor. When I saw Jake Gyllenhaal,
Conor McGregor's the bad guy. He's
yeah,
funny.
so that's why I might watch it. But
It's good.
yeah, I mean, have you watched the first Roadhouse?
I watched it. Yeah, a long time
Man,
ago.
that movie's classic, dude. The one-liners in that bad boy. Oh my gosh. Me and my friends used to-
So cheesy.
oh my gosh, it's so good, dude.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's funny.
Dude, I love it.
He's a cool guy. What's his name? Swayze.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So
And I like him because I didn't know he wasn't that tall. He's only like 5'6". Like Tom Cruise.
Oh no, they're all small. So let me read Vontae's comments. I feel, hey Vontae, man. Hey Vontae, dude, follow me on go find me on Twitter, man.
TikTok is really.
He said, I think TikTok has really tore wool off of people's eyes when it comes to Japan because a lot of people did not know the history as in the depth. I know we didn't really get taught about it in school. Where did you go to school, Vontae?
Is he still there? He might not.
I think he is.
Oh, he is.
Yeah. Well, if he responds. Oh, sorry, Vontae. Yeah. So, I mean, it's my understanding in Japan they don't really teach the history, so that's one.
They don't
thing.
teach what?
They don't teach the history.
Oh.
And then on the flip side of that, I think the other countries focus too much on the history. Like they don't let it go.
Oh, you
And
mean like is this because of what's that the video game with the Japanese? They don't know about it. I don't even know.
New Jersey. He's from New Jersey. Okay, gotcha.
Jersey.
I got you, Bunty. Yeah, I mean, I went to a school that taught traditional history from a Christian perspective, so I got all of that.
No, but
Um,
I think is he saying that the Chinese, I mean the Japanese, didn't think they're taught history differently? Is that what he means? I don't understand. I think the guy was
I
really
know what
told,
you mean. Oh, like yeah, yeah. They're not counting.
or
If
we meaning we don't know about Japan's history as much.
well, Americans
That
don't even know American history, so
no,
yeah.
but I mean we don't know the Japanese culture as much. It's a lot of I don't.
I think because of the time we live in, of course, I mean the time that I mean, Vontae, I know you're younger than us, but definitely when I was growing up, I mean, you probably wouldn't have unless you have some kind of connection or that you've been there or stuff like that. I mean, with the internet now, dude, the sky's the limit. I think what you have a problem with now with the internet is trying to determine what's right, what's true, and what's not true, and separating fact from fiction, and people's opinions from what is actually the reality.
It's scary out there. I
I
mean,
mean, it's like an open buffet, so you got to kind of pick and choose, have a little bit of discernment
about
uh,
what? About the history?
about everything, information
Oh
online.
yeah.
So of course you're more tuned in Japan because their culture is a lot
What
more.
that like we're hearing about opinions from the Japanese straight from them. I
Yeah,
think what
from
it
yeah,
means
like
because
South Korea, like all the interviews they did in South Korea, I thought a certain way, and then I've seen some of the
yeah,
interviews followed people that did on the street stuff, and I'm back in Hawaii where I work with people from South Korea at my
I
job.
mean they're very educated Japanese. They're not, you know what I mean? Like when you read about the Japanese, they're competitive from right when they grow up. Generally speaking, like they have to. Did you ever watch about baseball in Japan? Like sports, like
I
they
mean,
compete. Like it's weird. You determine your role in the high school. Like you become like they have these different roles in high school, and it's like people will fit into them.
I mean,
It's kind of like cliques in height in America, but not. It's more defined in Japan.
well,
So like
that's
you know, it's they have a weird like it's a culture that they, but then each culture has a subculture within that country, and it hasn't changed. It's because they embrace it. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain. It's like because they were. I was watching this documentary about Shohei Ohtani,
yeah.
and from a very young age, they know that some people are very good players, and then there's just kids that want to be, but they're just not good. You know what I mean? But then they're taught to do other things, so then they become like the cheerleaders, and cheerleading is a big thing there. It's kind of interesting because it's like in America, but the only difference is that they're devoted to that to their role. You know what I mean? They have to accept the role instead of like when they interviewed what's his name, not the guy who left the company from Microsoft, that the one who did Resident Evil. What's his name?
Mikami.
They found out that he was very creative and intelligent, and when he wanted, but he didn't think he could get into gaming. But then he kept reapplying. And what I got from what his interview was that they were saying is that that's how it is in Japan. They kind of like determine who you are professionally, like what group you fit in. And right when you get to it, it's like that's who you're gonna be for your life, almost. You know what I mean?
I followed a lot of the Sega guys, so they would talk about that as well.
It's weird. It's not like that in America because America you can do whatever you want. You just have to work for it. And I mean, it's the same thing in Japan, but the thing is, you you really are tied to the company. Same with Japan, like with the teams. You have to work your ass off for the team. My point is, it's like they fit their. I mean, it's like a cultural thing that's different than America, like a devotion to the group. You know what I mean? Like to the team,
I mean, it makes
which is
sense.
good. That's good. I'm not saying it's bad, but the difference is that in America we kind of prize individuality. You know what I mean?
Well, our culture is very different.
Yeah. So
Like
we prize.
if you took that away from Japan, dude, they probably collapse.
Say what?
If you took that away from Japan, like that structure that they have over there, they probably fall apart. So
Yeah.
because it's
Well,
so ingrained, you know,
yeah, it'd be different. It wouldn't be Japan anymore. But you could say that about a lot of European countries too. Let's not get into this.
about what they're.
Well, each country has their own identity, but it's almost like things change anyway. I mean, because time goes on and things change. So it's
Well,
the
I mean,
America of now is not the same of America of 1910s. You know what I mean?
well,
When they
to
had
America is the reason why America is different is just the flexibility we have to do
exactly,
things, right?
yeah. But I mean, it's like that in every other country too. The Japan of now is not the Japan of pre World War II Japan. It was Imperial Japan. It's totally different.
I mean, but they still have like cultural norms that won't change. So,
Yeah,
and I think other not just
I
Japan, but
agree. Yeah,
different countries are like that. If you take that away, they won't be able to function. You know, a
I
lot
know
of
what you're
people
saying. Yeah, I agree. It's
when China was trying to do their uprising and trying to replace us like this, they're trying to do that now, but it's done. They won't be able to. But when they were doing their thing, sorry, dude, it's loud. So when they were doing their thing where they were trying to replace America, like they wanted to supplant us, right, as the world power. The only,
China.
yeah, China. The only problem they have is that they've never gone through the things that we've gone through in our history as a country to get us to where we are now. And a lot of that is a lot of there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into that. Dude, we fought a civil war, we fought two world wars, Revolutionary War,
Hmm. No, I
civil
know.
rights, all of this stuff, right? So that's why we're kind of poised to do. I'm not saying we're the there's we have weaknesses as well. But one thing that a lot of these countries that wanna okay, I just focus on China. China wants to be this thing, but they're too homogenous, and they're too stuck in their ways. They can't think outside the box, right? They have a bizarro like outlook on America, right? Because they just look at America like we just throw our weight around and we just make people do what we want to do, and we have a big military and we enforce our ways on impose. So they copy us and they do that, and then they go ahead and do that, and that's why everybody hates them now, right?
Hmm.
Nobody wants to do business with them, right? Because of the way they do business. So this idea of what it means to be number one, to be
Yeah,
able
they
to,
have no subtlety. Yeah,
and that's a cultural thing, but it's also their view of us, right? So they don't have the ability to step outside of that and look at themselves and look at us and compare and contrast.
yeah. They're
But they're
still
having, that's why they're
yeah.
having the problems they have right now.
No, yeah. I haven't really. Yeah, I think China.
I mean, it's a big problem, and it's causing conflict on that side of the world right now because I mean they're kind of their backs coming against the wall, and I think
Mhm.
eventually they're just gonna lash out because everything they've tried is not working.
I yeah. See, I don't. Yeah, if we get into conspiracy, it's going to go on to a different subject, really. But
Yeah, it's good, huh?
because it's a lot, it's about how the world is run. It's like we don't see everything. You know what I mean? So China was treated like shit for a while too. So by the West, the West I mean, that's just how it is. It's like how the. I mean, if you when you read about the opium wars, you could see how China was just destroyed internally for 100 years, probably
Hmm.
like for like almost a century. So they're just when they took on communism, it was probably because of World War II. It was also for defense against Japan at the same time. So yeah, they've been through a lot of shit too, though. But I mean, it's a different history, obviously.
Hmm.
But you're right, though. I mean, you can't do they can't be. It's not, but that's not just China, though. It's a lot of countries. They're so homogenous. They stay only one group. You know, a lot of Asian countries are like that.
Yeah, well,
They don't want to mix.
European countries as well.
Yeah, a lot of East European countries are still like that, and
Germany,
I I
Netherlands,
a lot of
Spain.
people are against that though. They don't want immigration. They don't want things to change. But then they want the. I mean, it's a hard issue because it's a touchy subject for a lot of people because they think their culture is getting destroyed. You know what I mean? Like they're like rioting right now in London. You know that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Over because of that kid that killed the kids, the
Well, I
teenager.
mean that's a symptom of a
So, but
bigger.
that's what I'm saying. So, but see, they believe. I mean, the elites in that country believe that it's the right way to do. That's the future. That we have to accept, you know, cultures from everyone, which I agree with. But I don't agree with the way they're doing it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't really investigated it. So I don't want to say one way or the other, but it's just crazy because why this kid seems to be normal and suddenly we don't even know. I don't even know. Have you heard about that story? You know what I'm talking about, right? About the
But the
kid who
kid,
stabbed
yeah,
the little girls.
yeah, he
Like,
killed
what
those
the
kids.
fuck? He was in a commercial. Did you know that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude.
Well,
Yeah.
they were kind of hiding it because it's bad press, because it's a minority, so they don't want people to know.
Well,
I get it, but they have to tell
and
people.
then when you have the traditional English people,
Yeah,
and
I
they,
don't know. Was he? But the thing is, he's not Muslim. He wasn't Muslim.
yeah, well, so I'm saying is
That's
to
not the
have
point. The point is, he's a minority from another country. They're
well, no,
immigrants from another
here,
country.
here, 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 here. Let me tell you. Okay, here's the point. The point is that the police will let that go, but when it comes to a native person, the police will come down on them. That's what you kind of see happening
No,
in
I
this country.
agree. It's terrible. He shouldn't do that. He should get the
So
he
what
should get
people
the
are
death
doing is
penalty.
they're reacting to that because this has been going on for years now. So there's
No,
no
I
fair.
agree. I'm
Yeah,
on your side.
yeah. So it's not
But
even a
I don't. But see, I
fairness.
don't like saying that because it sounds like I'm racist. I'm not. You
I'll say
know.
it. Then, I don't care. So it's a fairness because it boils down. It's not a race thing. It's a fairness thing.
But it could be easily they could do that and they can say that to you because you're Hawaiian, but you're not white, and then they'll say, oh, oh well, you're just like them, that crazy guy or whatever. You
Oh
know what I'm
yeah,
saying, right?
yeah. But we don't have any representation, so it doesn't matter.
That's you, but I'm just saying that's why it's bad for the minorities in England. It's bad. It's terrible. There's a lot of people that are not like that. So I understand, but I understand their anger, but it's like whatever. I don't even. I just brought it up because we were talking about cultures changing. That's how it is. I mean, if they're gonna want that, want to, if they want to take in all these people, look, I'm not white. I came to this country because my parents came here. I was
Yeah,
born here, so I got weird looks when I was a kid too because I was mostly in a white neighborhood. So
I think everybody does. If you're not the predominant race, dude, if you're a white and you
yeah.
live in
So
Hawaii,
I mean, that's nothing. That's nothing. I mean, I was able to fit in eventually. I mean, I'm not, you know, dating was another thing. It's completely fucking different. So,
yeah, but I
but
mean,
anyway,
even that's changed a lot. My point is, it's a justice thing, right? If
yeah. So it's a justice thing. So
what's
they,
good for one group should be good for the other group, regardless, because
yeah.
they're
Well,
not
I'm
being
sure
treated
he's gonna get his due because they're rioting over it. So
well. But that's the problem, right? They shouldn't be rioting over it. There would be no rioting, right? If they did do it the right way, but they're not. This is a very liberal construct because when I was growing up, what you wanted to do was help the people in the countries, right? But what people found out was that you would try and help these third world countries, but you didn't understand how those third world countries operated. You just figured that they would want to have a better way of life, which they do, right? But when you went in and did the footwork on it, and I know this because of the missionary work and all this kind of stuff, you would go in and do that. There were actually powers that be in those countries that wouldn't want things to improve because that would take away their power and their influence and their money, right? So then the next big thing that these guys came
yeah,
across was to take all these people and just stuffing them all over the place, right? Or just take big masses of people, let them into your country, and then when you
hmm
didn't let them into your country,
yeah.
because
I'm agree with you. I'm not disagreeing
yeah,
with you.
well, I'm just getting my point across. So
Yeah,
basically, this is for everybody on the podcast, right? So basically, you allow all these people to come into your country, and then the countries are like, well, hold on, right? This is not working out, right? Because culturally, we're all different. We don't believe as they believe. They live a certain
hmm
lifestyle. We don't. We can't afford it. All this stuff, and then these guys will start calling you names, right? So that's why you see the rioting going on in England right now,
yeah.
right?
No, I
Because there's
agree.
no fairness.
I
There's
mean,
no
what else can we do? I mean, we got our own problems. So it's like the place I used to work for. It was for behavioral health for
fairness.
kids that had problems in bad neighborhoods because they couldn't afford health care. So it was behavioral health. And you know what it is now? They don't. That's only like 1/10 of what they used to do. Right now, they deal with immigrants, like illegal immigrants, that they have to house them. That's my old job from Maryville. It's under the Catholic Church. So their job now is not to deal with which they should be dealing with, I think, because these are kids that need help. They're dealing now with immigrants from other countries, from Mexico, not just Mexico. This is not Mexico. These are like everywhere: South America, Pakistan. Like my ex coworker, he's still there. He told me that they're not all from Mexico. They're all from like A lot of them are from like Venezuela, or they're from like
China.
Paraguay. They're South American, or like South American or Central American, or a few were from Middle East, not the Middle East, like from Pakistan or Afghanistan. So that's what they do now. So I mean, it affects everything. So I mean, I would rather that go to Americans, to be honest, who need help. You know what I mean? Because they cut back on mental health care a lot in this country. People don't realize how bad it is. They're just throwing these people out in the streets, and they're all drug addicts now. A lot of them, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Don't
it's
worry,
kind
it's called like you said. It's the end. It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
yeah, but the only bad thing that the realization for people is I think at some point people will wake up and think they'll turn it around, and by that time it'll be too late. So
I
it'll
think it's
also,
already too late.
yeah, but I'm saying like people that are still in denial. It's amazing to me how many people haven't woken up to all this stuff. That's why I don't
I
really
think,
care.
I
I mean,
think people have. That's why the people are being so political now. But they just don't know who to choose. They're whether it's
dude, there's people.
politics.
You look
I'm
at
talking about both sides. I mean, you could tell that people are look at how people are fucking screaming at each other on Twitter. It's crazy. Have you
oh,
gone into any of those spaces? Holy shit! It's like a madhouse sometimes. It's kind of
no, that's what I
entertaining.
mean though. Like if people were waking up, people would be a little. You wouldn't have all the shouting. Right? People like that would be a one-off, and probably be ostracized, and rightfully so.
No,
Because
but this is not. This is from both sides.
no, that's but what I'm saying is that if everybody was awake, right, there wouldn't be as much shouting with each other. There would be people yelling, but there would be one-offs because they would get ostracized because everybody else would be like, no, this is the direction we need to move in. Because if we don't, this whole thing collapses. You don't have to. That's the most amazing thing about what's going around in politics, right? People don't really care about the minutia stuff. They're seeing the big picture, and regardless of how they feel, right, they're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I know. You know, I understand. I mean, it's yeah. That's why council work because it's simpler to put in the box.
Yeah, that's why I do it too. It's because no, it's something fun and ridiculous.
It's so stupid. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
real. You know what I mean? Like seriously, like oh, 'cause I don't want to play PlayStation. It's so stupid.
Well,
You know
just
what I
start
mean?
just getting lost in the pop culture thing.
I mean, I still hate PlayStation, but
Yeah,
it's just. I mean, I don't know.
I
But
mean, it's better to look. It's better to console war than to actual war. So you know.
exactly, yeah. I mean,
But Vontae, let me read Vontae's comment. True, I'm still learning about this country's history as an adult. No, that's good, Vontae. Just keep an open mind, Vontae. Right? Don't let people label you. Don't let people think for you. And what I mean, keep an open mind. I mean, you have your own stuff, that and deal with that first, internalize it, and then look from inside out. Definitely, right? Because there's a lot of people with heavy opinions. I know, me and Global have different opinions on stuff, right? But as long as you know how you feel and you
right.
adjust accordingly, you know what I'm saying?
You don't see this knife in my back right now. That's joking.
Yeah. But yeah, Vontae, that's always a good thing. That's the
We
best.
agree, yeah, yeah. But yeah, so yeah. Oh. So what else was there about gaming? Anything happen? I'm
Yeah,
trying to think.
yeah. So you know what we'll do, dude? I like if you want to, man. I want to just go like a podcast where we just talk, and
About
it doesn't have to be
politics?
strict about politics. Well, I mean anything, world events, cultural.
Well, like the world events like right now, like Ukraine. Because I follow this one. I'll give you a link.
Yeah.
It's and they have like this talk like every Saturday. So I'm probably gonna listen to it after this.
Mhm.
They have like all these guys from around the world, and they talk about whether it's Israel, the Israel war, or the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
Because right now, Israel's a lot of stuff is happening there too with Iran. So
Oh yeah, they got missiles launched into. Yeah.
yeah, they're saying something's going to happen with Iran. They already, well, they say it's Israel killed the Hamas leader.
Oh yeah, yeah. They blew them up.
They blew him up, and then they're saying Iran's going to retaliate. So yeah, they're going to get destroyed. Iran.
I mean, they. What was it? Jordan. Jordan launched last night. It was Jordan, I think. That launched.
Jordan's a pro-Israel though.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah,
well, I mean, it was coming from that.
you
I
mean
know.
Lebanon? Lebanon.
Oh, sorry, Lebanon.
The
It was coming
Hezbollah is
from.
Iran. Yeah.
They were coming in from the northern part, or the northern part was getting
Wait,
hit.
did they? Did something happen? I must have missed it.
It was retaliation for killing that dude.
Wait, did they fire something? I didn't. Nothing happened since.
Yeah, last night they were firing rockets into the northern Israel.
Oh yeah, that's Hezbollah. Yeah,
Yeah, because all of these guys are building up.
they don't have anything. They're not. They're not going to do anything. I don't think Iran wants to start a war. They know they're going to lose. I mean, because America will just bomb the shit out of them. We'll bomb the shit out of them. They want to.
Well, we have three carrier groups of three carrier groups are there right now.
Yeah, and America's not afraid to use nukes now. They'll use a nuke.
I hope they don't use a nuke, dude. Because then
I don't know. I don't know. This neocons are fucking crazy to me.
I would highly advise against that because then everybody.
Oh no, I agree. But I'm just saying, how they might be just talking up their stuff because some of them say stuff like that.
I mean, they don't need to use a nuke. They have heavy bombs.
They don't. No, they don't. They shouldn't.
I mean, one Moab could solve.
I'm actually don't think we should even bother with Iran, but I get it. They want them out, so I'm not. Whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. What else is there? What happened with that? Are you watching the Olympics at all or no?
Off and on,
Yeah.
but not really. Well, no, I'm not watching it. I'm just seeing clips online, so that's why I participate.
Yeah, I watched some of the basketball. It's so boring.
Yeah, I saw the only thing I saw, and it was on X, and then somebody a Japanese fan was taunting the female American basketball players with a Caitlin Clark sign.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I saw. I mean, I seen.
That means that's how big she is.
Yeah,
You know her name outside of America.
that's why everybody was saying she should have gone to the Olympics.
It's stupid. Why didn't they?
Reasons.
I don't want to say it.
I mean, I think it's good. Like, I mean, it would have been great if she went for the league.
Well, they
But I
did.
think it's great for her that she didn't because she could just stay here and work on her game and rest. She needed to rest, dude.
Yeah.
The way she was at the All-Star game, dude, I think that was great. She just looked happy.
Yeah, she's the future. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I know people get mad when I say that, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, I think she was the catalyst, but it also was a catalyst for the other players too that in that draft because she brought light to the young people that are good.
And it's just the passing of the torch, man. I mean, it's
Exactly.
good.
Yeah.
Like I was talking about Connor earlier, dude, there's definitely people that are going to be better than me when I first started off. So,
Well, you want to celebrate good players.
Yeah.
In any sport, and she's good. So, like, remember when Jordan? It's like, dude, I remember when I was in grade school, and teachers like, oh my God, Michael Jordan, this guy we just got. Our art teacher, she's like, he's so good, it's amazing. I've never seen a guy do all the things he does. Like, because this was like 83,
Yeah.
84, 85, and I was 11 in art class, 19. That's when I first heard of Jordan. I'm like, who is that? It's Michael Jordan. He's really good. He's gonna win us a championship. That's what she said.
I mean, I remember Dr. J, so I didn't think anybody could do the stuff that he did, and then Jordan came along and said, "Oh, I guess I'm wrong." Right?
Did you watch that movie Air? I think it's on Amazon. It's about his shoe deal before he became famous.
Oh no, I did not watch it. I kind of forgot about it.
It's with Matt Damon. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Damon, yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
about.
want to watch it, actually.
You should watch it. You know why it's cool? Because it shows Nike, and Nike was like 4th or 5th place in shoes at that time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They weren't that popular. They were popular, but they were just more for. I think at that time they were remember before, Nikes were known as like the running shoe.
Yeah.
They were just the running shoe, and then everything. The big ones were Adidas and Converse, I think.
Yeah.
So if you watch that, they talk about the shoe stuff. It's so cool because remember how it changed in like just like a couple of years? It was like suddenly everybody wanted Nikes.
Well, but then Nikes were also pretty good. Like.
They were good. Yeah, they had to redesign their shoe line. They do that in the movie. It's pretty cool.
So like I played basketball, right? So one of the reasons
Hmm.
why I switched over to Nike is they had these high tops that
Hmm.
were ankle. They were a little bit higher than most. And then what they did with the strings, right, to give me ankle support, dude, I would double wrap the shoelaces, right? And so that's why and they were one of the shoes that had that. Converse really didn't have that.
Do you have
Because the brand
Jordan?
when I was growing up was Converse, right? And it was a popular brand, Chuck Taylors and stuff. But that's how I ended up switching over um, to Nike, man, just because the quality of the shoe was just pretty awesome. And then Jordan, and then I mean, and Jordan was there, but then the quality and the brand, and then all the marketing, it was a perfect storm, dude. And then
Yeah,
that's what I remember of
the
Nike,
red
man.
and black. Yeah,
Set the communist,
communist.
the
What are
communist.
you talking about?
Man, screw Nike now, dude. They're all
What are
up in
you
China.
talking about?
They're all up in China, dude. They're all like political.
Oh, I was talking about
Yeah, I mean, I could respect them if it was a business
Oh,
decision.
you mean they're making the shoe where they make the shoes?
Not just where they make it, dude. It's just like everything's slanted towards China, like politically too. Like they don't want to offend anybody.
Oh,
And
dude, that's how Activision was. Remember?
yeah. A lot of these companies, yeah.
All
But I'm saying
companies.
specifically, since we're talking about Nike. Um,
Nah, well, the movie's good though because it shows. It's kind of cool how it shows how like how they do shoe deals and how they just treat like athletes.
mhm.
He changed it and it was because of his mom. That's what's cool about the movie. It's more about like she kind of got that, she knew he was good, but she's looking out for him, and because Jordan didn't want to go to Nike, he liked I think Adidas
Yeah.
or Converse. He liked their shoes better at that time.
And Adidas was big with hip hop culture too.
What?
Adidas was big with hip hop culture as well. So
Yeah,
it was the popular. Yeah, it was very
but
popular.
it's yeah. So it's cool how it changed, how they got the deal. So because there's a lot of stuff in there. It's kind of
Mhm.
like it's interesting because it could have gone another way, but it,
Right.
it didn't. It kind of fit, because of one guy and then his mom. So yeah, it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I'll go
Kind
check
of,
it.
it's like Ford versus Ferrari too. That was a good movie. Did you see
out.
that?
Nah, I'll
Watch.
gonna check it out because isn't Chris Helmsworth in it?
That's with Matt Damon again. Yeah,
Oh,
Air, and then that's also with the guy from Batman. What's his name? He plays this English guy,
oh,
the
yeah.
racer. It's a really good movie. It's about guys. It's Ford. Ford gets offended because they want to buy a Ferrari in the early '60s, but then Ferrari is like, "Fuck you, Ford. You guys are make shitty cars." They like offended Ford. Like Ford was like interested in buying them. It was kind of like what Nintendo did to Microsoft
Mhm.
before they made Xbox. They wanted to buy Nintendo, and they're serious but see, Microsoft is so big, they don't think in terms of games. They just think in terms of money. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So they were offended though, like that Nintendo would act like that. But you can kind of see their point. Like, why would Microsoft be so interested? You
I
know,
mean, I think they were shocked more than offended, right? Microsoft, because they just
well,
assume usually when they throw their money around, right? People just jump.
I think they were kind of offended, like that. You think we want to sell to you, and
Oh,
Microsoft would do.
Nintendo. Oh yeah, okay, maybe Nintendo.
They were
Sorry.
like, so Microsoft kind of was like, "Oh fuck you." That's how it is in this movie if you watch it, because it's
This is
about.
what you know. What, dude? That's one something Xbox guys got to wrap their mind around. This is something they should always think about when they think about Japan and Xbox, right? Or
No, but
Japan.
that's true because they think of it as just this big company that doesn't give a shit, but they do give a shit. They know what
I
they're
just,
doing. They're
yeah,
not dumb. They're
Nintendo.
just.
Like it doesn't matter. Like the stuff that the abilities that Microsoft has and what they can bring to the table just doesn't matter to Japan.
That's why if you watch this movie, Ford is, because at that time the when the movie is made, they're making what's it called again? They were making the they just released the what's that car? The Mustang for the
Mm-hmm.
public. And the guy who's the racer, he's like, "Oh, that car's like not that good. The engine's not good for racing." And he's like, "But it looks nice." And that was the reason it looked nice. So, but if you see the movie, it's pretty good because it's kind of about a big corporation that really wants to make a good car, a racing car, but they got offended so bad that they decided to go into into this Italian race, the French race. What was it called again? The Grand Prix,
Was it Le Mans?
the Le Mans. Yeah, they wanted to go. So they're like, okay, we're gonna enter the Le Mans. We'll beat you guys. So it's kind of cool.
Did they win? Did they beat him?
Well, do you want to know what happens?
I don't care. I don't care about spoilers. I still watch the movie.
Well, it's cool because what happened is Ferrari is like that was their whole MO. They're just really the owner of Ferrari was there to win the Le Mans. He was more about racing than about the car selling cars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He did. I mean, he cared about money, but he really wanted to. He really just he. They were like a craftsmanship, one car at a time type thing,
Hmm.
and Ford's like the big corporation. And so what happens is Ford gets offended because they want to buy Ferrari, and they're like, oh, they should, you know, the guy in the movie insults them, completely insults Ford, the Ford executives. Some of them kind of deserved it because they're kind of arrogant, but they kind of did it
Italians.
overdid it. They overdid it. They overdid it because they're basically offending America. They're saying you're stupid American cars, you're stupid American culture. You
Well,
guys
that's what
don't
I mean,
you
though,
guys
right?
don't know culture. You don't know cars. You
Like to
don't
me, man, it's like pot meat kettle, right? Because Italians have a certain pride about them, which I have no problem with it.
but it's not about just Italians, but the it's about like being elite. You're elitist about your product. Just like Sony. Sony's elitist about their PlayStation. So that's I'm not saying it's 1 to 1, it's a comparison, but it's kind of similar because Microsoft is not they're in the business of making business products. So they were in gaming, but not that much. They were, but it wasn't as like a big money maker. But the point is in Ford. So what happens? They insult them,
Mhm.
and the executives are like, the son of Ford. The owner of Ford is now the son of Ford. He's like
Mhm.
a older guy. He's his 40s. He's like I want to win the Le Mans now, and so he decides that he got so offended by them that he decides to get the number one racer in America that raced the Le Mans, and he wants to build the best car to win the Le Mans. So he gets that, and then he has to get a driver. So they design the car, they design the best engine they can, and they test it, and then they get this English guy. What's his Batman? He's like this, like really. He's a smart engineer, but he's also a racer,
Mhm.
and so he knows everything about cars. But he's very he takes risks, so that makes him what's makes him good is that he knows how to drive and take risks when they need to. So the whole point of the movie is that Ford is able to build the car, but they need somebody to drive it because the car is so advanced at that time. It's too fast. It's literally faster than everything on the race
Yeah.
car, but it's still like nuts and bolts, not completely finished yet. So eventually they win. They do win with that racer. So
The
that's the whole.
Ford.
Yeah, Ford destroys them in the like 2 years after that incident in 1966, 67, 68. And I didn't know, so I watched the movie not knowing. I didn't know if they were. I think they were going to win because the way the movie is going, you kind of tell it's kind of like an underdog story. Because these guys, but there are some like assholes in the movie on the Ford side because uh, one of the actors, he's the bad guy in. Do you ever see the Hulk movie, the original, the one with?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that dude.
Remember the guy? Remember the guy Hulk? He punches that guy. He's kind of
Yeah,
like a
he played General or he played Ross.
Not Ross, but the other guy. He's like kind of like this like
No,
punchable
the
face.
blonde hair dude, right?
Yeah,
Oh
he's
yeah, he
in.
wasn't Ross. He wasn't Ross. He was.
He's one of the executives in this
Yeah,
movie
yeah, yeah,
too.
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But he
No, 'cause
also plays the same
yeah,
type of
he's
guy
in
though.
Sweet Home Alabama. I love that
Yeah,
movie.
he's a
Yeah,
good actor, but
yeah, I like that.
he always plays kind of like assholes sometimes in these movies, and he plays a good asshole in this movie because he doesn't believe in the driver. He's kind of he thinks he's like too you can't control him because he says the guy always says what he speaks, so he's
Right.
like saying like this car sucks. You guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. He says what he means. You know what I mean? He's like rough, so he doesn't like that. He doesn't like him. So yeah, watch it. It's a pretty good movie. I liked it. I watched it a few times. It's good.
Yeah, Josh Lucas.
Yeah, Josh Lucas. Yeah,
Oh my gosh, John Berthenthal plays Lee Iacocca.
yeah, he's good. Yeah, there's a lot of like big names in it. Levi Coco's the like made I think what Who said that? I read that he was the guy who made Safety. Something.
Yeah, I grew up in the Lee Iacocca. Well, we both did. But
Yeah,
I mean, I just remember him. That's
yeah.
of our era, actually.
I think he was like the CEO of Ford after when they bought all the companies.
Was it Ford? I thought it was General Motors.
Yeah, GM, but it was Ford was not Ford, but yeah, was it GM? I forgot.
Was it Chrysler or GM? I thought it was. Well, for some reason, General Motors is in my mind.
Well, it's Ford and GM. That's pretty much it. So let's see.
I'm looking it up because now it's
Yeah,
getting.
I'm looking it up too. Yeah, he's in it. It's kind of
Oh yeah,
cool.
Ford, the
He's young in
developer.
the movie. Like he's a,
Yeah, that's why I saw John Bernthal playing him. John Bernthal played the Punisher in the
yeah,
Netflix
he
series.
was best known for the development of the Mustang, Continental Light Ford Pinto cars.
Yeah, Chrysler.
Yeah,
That's what I know him from. Chrysler Corporation CEO. Yeah, ADC. Okay.
but he started. Yeah, so he started at Ford and then he moved to Chrysler, and then
Dude, you want to talk about throwback, man? This is when you think of American businessman, dude. This is the picture right here. This dude. This is why, like, I mean, there's people that hate Trump. I don't have that same affinity because Trump is from that era that we grew up in.
wait, what happened? Oh, show me. Could you put it in the what picture?
Oh no, I'm just looking at the picture of Lee Iacocca, man. It's a throwback picture.
Oh
That's
yeah.
yeah. So when I think of American businessman, a portrait, that's right there.
Oh, he died not that long ago. He lived till
Yeah,
94.
yeah.
Yeah, if you're interested, yeah. So watch that because like in the movie, there's like these group of guys. They're all kind of like you could tell it's like a Ford in that time of the company. They're kind of like changing. They have to change with the times. So there's like a group of them. They just made the Mustang popular because they want to make sports cars, like because it's attractive to the new gen that they weren't before. Ford would just sell to the families, and by the '60s, the cars were not selling as much. So
Hmm.
Lee Iacocca was the one who made the Mustang to sell to the younger crowd, the ones that are born baby boomers, pretty much
Right, right, right.
kids. And it was like a affordable sports car, which it was. Yeah, you could buy it for cheap. If it's not cheap, but
Oh, he played Talbot. Okay, got it. Sorry, I got distracted. I mean, in the end, dude. I mean,
yeah,
uh,
it's a good movie. Yeah,
I don't know, dude. It's funny to me, man. It's like when I was growing up, dude. It's just like there was a lot of jealousy towards America when I was
ooh,
growing up.
for our cars.
Oh, just everything.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, America went through a rebirth with technology, with the internet.
Well, everything, culture.
Yeah, the culture. But it was weird because there's no other. I mean, do you remember growing up in the '80s how with computers, how they were starting to come into like everything?
Hmm.
It just, it was just the way things were going. You know what I mean? And it was just, I don't see that happening anywhere else like as much because of it was because of America. So it's kind of weird to explain.
No, it makes perfect sense because again, right? Like we just talked about, a lot of these countries have their own culture. Most of them are homogenous. America is a pioneering a country that pioneers stuff.
Yeah,
Individualism is really strong here.
that's a
Capitalism.
huge thing. I think it's super huge.
Hmm.
Like that's why when you read about Apple, when they made the first Apple II,
Yeah,
Apple One, Apple II, it's like those were guys just working out of the
yeah.
garage, literally. But see, that's weird. It's like remember Radio Shack?
Hmm.
That's what it was. It was that
Yeah, Radio Shack is of
group
that
of
time.
people. They had people that were like they're
Mhm.
like you know how people are into trains, and there was people who were into electronics,
Yeah,
and they were into like making stuff. And they're like, we can make a computer from our garage. Let's do it.
I read this report where they're saying the thing challenging America right now in the workforce is people don't know basic stuff. So when they show up, so like a lot of stuff is done for us now. As far
Mhm.
as like so when these guys show up on the job, they don't have they have very limited experience in certain things that was just common. with millennials, especially the first generation of millennials.
Hmm.
When these newer people come into the workforce, it's a challenge. And I've seen that for the longest time. Like I said, that I work with federal, so
Like,
um,
what's are they missing? Do they
so like
say?
for example, I work with these guys that were they were really older. When I first started, dude, I was younger. They were very old. But
Hmm.
they one guy I would talk to him, he was explaining to me how servers would work back in the day, how programs were done, and then he was talking to me about these cards that they had that they would punch holes in, right?
Hmm.
And
Punch
it's a
cards.
sequence, yeah, punch cards. So these
Hmm.
sequence of cards that they had, and they had to be in the right sequence. And he was telling me one time he was running to get to class, and he tripped and fell, and, and his cards flew everywhere, and he couldn't, like, he had to miss class because he couldn't. So then he was telling me something like he figured out by that he came up with a system where you tag it, so he knows every position the card's supposed to be in case that happens again. So this is the kind of thing that's missing now, right? Because this is real world experience that you're not getting anymore because technology's gotten so much better that you don't have to do those things. And I'm not saying that's gonna pigeonhole you, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
The nuts and bolts. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
yeah, yeah.
It's
So
true.
yeah, so that's to me when I look at it, that's something that, like when I look at other countries and the problems that they have, and where they want to be and how they want to be in certain positions and stuff, you can see very clearly what they would have to overcome, and I think that's going to be hard for them because it goes against what they actually are, like their culture is, right? And
Well,
so, but with America, we're more flexible, but that's the hang up, right? And it's interesting because it falls along the more of the progressive track, right?
it's just more, but it's more of a culture and society thing because you know what I mean. Because it's like you can't just build a country and be expected to be. You know what I mean? Like it has. You have to have like infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, meaning I'm saying it's hard. It's hard because it's built here from the ground up already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they build a house here, they already have standards that you have to follow by, and we just follow them. You know what I mean? Um, and like you can't be a plumber here unless you go through plumbers. You know what I mean? You have to get like, that's why there's differences between here and America in certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to show you like it's like when you know how you're talking about like how in China they have different like their cars were like, did you hear about like they're trying to make electric cars, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have like a standard like to make it safe and to make it work, to test. Where Americans they have to do that. Well, any country that's they have to go through a lot of rigorous like R and research and development.
I think it's even worse than that, dude. There's there's a process to get where we are, right?
Yeah, but
So
yeah.
I was taking a sociology class, and it's interesting. There's an actual curve
Hmm.
that they've been able to trace since ever since they started this back in what 18, 17, 16, no 16, 1700s or whatever.
Hmm.
So what it is that when it comes to the rise and fall of nations or like how nations progress and stuff like that, there's
Hmm.
usually there's usually this there's this ebb and flow to it, or there's this rise and fall of it, right?
Hmm.
And so one thing that stays constant is the actual progression in those ebbs and flows or in those peaks and valleys, right?
Yeah.
There's this progression, and so right now it's the progression that's hurting, and it's hurting here in America too, right? So in other words, like people not having the not wanting to spend the time or the attention span to actually go through the process, right? They just want it right now. So to me, that's the problem that in a lot of other countries, especially in countries like China, because they want to be at a certain spot, but there's natural growing pains that they need to go through, but they don't want to go through those growing pains, and then they find certain ways to try and get around it. Where a lot of these countries that are kind of still there were once third world countries, and they want to be competitive in the global market,
Hmm.
they'll go outside and like I was watching the thing with Dubai. They were building all these infrastructure, all this thing was cool, right? The workers were a certain cultural and race background, the people funding the money and the engineers that were coming up with it. But then here comes this plane that flies in, this private charter comes flying in. These dudes get off. It's like about five or eight Norwegian dudes, right? And they go around looking at the buildings and critiquing the buildings, telling them what they need to do, right?
Yeah.
So that's I think the problem with a lot of, and it's not a problem. It's just like if you're like they're
How
trying to,
things are done. It's the process. That's it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
You're
they and
right. Yeah.
in the case of China, they just want to get to a certain place, and they want to ignore the progress.
Yeah,
The problem in America is we don't have the
we're
because it's
losing it.
ingrained in us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the attention span, or we don't want to have the
Well,
patience,
you're saying the workers. Yeah.
or just the yeah, the generation, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Well,
everybody, but it's becoming much of a problem that you're beginning to see it. Right.
well, you heard about that meme about Rome, that the men are like reading about Roman culture now, because it's kind of like a meme thing about society. So they're saying that people know deep down that it's coming down, it's falling apart. That's the meme.
We have a very there's a lot of things we're doing that mimics what Rome.
You know what I'm talking about? That meme about Rome, like men are all concerned about Rome while the women just do their own thing, and then
Yeah. Like the chat
it's
thing.
supposed.
It's kind of off the chat thing.
Yeah, so it's but really deep down, what they're saying is that the people know deep down that society's falling apart. That's the undercurrent of that
Yeah,
meme.
I share that on my timeline. On my Twitter.
Oh, I heard about it like a few months ago, and I was like, this is so stupid because I didn't see it anywhere. I don't know anybody. I don't know any men worried about Rome. You know,
I mean, it's always been there.
though that since the '90s, our
I
America's
think it's
turning
more than
its.
yeah. It's I mean, it depends on what circle you're in. Of course, me in the Protestant religious background, right?
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, it might be big. I just not. I mean, I don't go
no,
at.
no, I'll say it. I'm not saying that it's what it is. It's a sign of the times, right? It's people are looking. People are out on social
Yeah.
media. People are out on the internet just looking for something to grasp, trying to make sense of stuff, and they're glomming
Mhm.
on a lot of different things.
Yeah,
That's
that
what you.
makes sense. Yeah,
I mean,
which
I'm
is
not saying.
probably true. I
Yeah, some stuff I agree with. Not everything I do.
It was just something out of the weird, like a weird meme that came out of nowhere that I was like, what?
Yeah,
Men are doing this? Really?
it's been gaining ground for like 2 years. And
Yeah,
it's weapon wise in various ways. The
yeah.
patriarchy thing, religious, of course, attachments.
Like men
Um,
going their own way thing, whatever.
yeah, the male movement, all that stuff, right? It's like it's counterculture, right?
Yeah.
And that's
I
always
guess.
been an American thing. So I mean, I think in this
How
country,
old? How old is your son? He's
he's
17.
17. Yeah.
Is it been hard for him to date, like with women? Is it like different these days for kids now? I don't even. I asked
No,
my nephews. They say it's hard. I'm like,
um,
really? They're like, they go, yeah, because you don't know what women want now. He says. I go, really? I go, or are you just afraid to ask? Is that why? I'm like, I'm just teasing. And then they're like, they really seem don't know what to do. I'm like, oh man, it's really bad. I can tell. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I only know from my nephews because what they tell me, but they're kind of too nice. You know what I mean?
I don't.
One of
Yeah.
them has a girlfriend, but he's you know, so he's fine. It's just
I don't know. I think it's more like I think the culture here kind of protects because there is a more traditional way that things happen here.
oh okay. So you
So
mean
like
they're
people that get married here, they're usually the families know each other. They might have been friends
oh I see
and that
yeah
kind of stuff. Because Hawaii is very like that, especially
yeah because
since my
it's
son is
smaller, so everybody knows everybody. You know most of the people.
well. So like it blew my mind because of course growing up in the mainland, I had my friends, right? But at some
Hmm.
certain point, you lose friends and they go on and do other things.
Uh huh.
But then in Hawaii, dude, like you can grow up with your friends. Like my kids have the same friends they've had since they were going to
That's cool though.
preschool. So, and some of them that were in preschool
Hmm.
programs. Yeah, they're still friends with those when they were little. Like we were more friends with the parents than they were friends. They just kind of hung out together and then they built friendships. So like when it comes to the dating stuff, like you already see that like they'll probably end up with somebody that they grew up with here, and they already know each other. So it's not like a
So
of course you get
what do
nervous
you
about
think though? Do you think it's easier now than before, or harder
it.
for men?
I think it's just a symptom um, of the internet society, right? I mean, these guys don't really like. We went out and did stuff when I was growing up, dude. You went to the roller ranch to have fun. You went to the arcade to play video games, right? You went outside to a playground to play.
No, I know.
You
Yeah,
would,
it's weird. I know. It's like I was like, I think I was babysitting last summer. Shoot, I have to do that next week. But my nephews and they were like, oh, don't you guys want to go out? Like, no, we'll just play some video games. I'm like, come on, let's go get something to eat. You know, it's like a big thing for them just to go out. I was like, really?
Yeah, like
They're
here in Hawaii
like
is
12. They're young though, so it's like I mean, I can't say, but I mean, I remember at my age, at that age, I would be like going out. I mean, my parents didn't give a shit where I was at, so they didn't care. But
yeah,
I think it's just because parents now are more protective. It seems like that to me. I'm not a parent though, so.
well, from my experience, parents need to put more effort into it because
Hmm?
you're growing up. Your parents, the parents that you have now, were they're mimicking. So the way they were raised
Hmm.
and the things that they do, it's getting passed on to their kids, right? So
Yeah,
they were more in like they do.
yeah. No,
They
I know
don't,
what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah, they
that's
didn't.
true. That's true. I think it's true for any for any parent. You're gonna do what your parents did if they did a good job, or at least you think they did. So,
And I'm talking about like the kids who are having kids, especially. So my
huh?
daughter has a job where she watches children. She runs a program for them for arts and crafts.
Well, that's
And
cool.
I was surprised. There's a lot of the kids can't read, so
Wow, that's bad.
because
How
they
old are they?
like 5,
Oh yeah, you said that. That's
yeah,
crazy.
5 to 7, yeah. So what it
Why
is
don't they can't they read? Don't they go to school?
um they do, right, but a
But
lot of
it's like
these kids.
you think the standards just gotten bad.
Well, do you
Seriously.
remember they just went through the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So they're doing a lot of stuff online. Um, so like for our kids, man. I mean, like I said, I mean for me, like I didn't realize how much I read until I had kids. Because I take them to the library and they're like, "Oh, this book is recommended." I was like, "Oh, I remember, I read that book. Oh yeah, I read that book too."
Yeah.
So I mean, we're always taking them to the library and reading. Um, and so what I mean is like some of them can't like there's like two that can't read at all. Other ones have a hard time reading. I should have put it that way. They're not illiterate. They just have a hard time because they don't
Well,
read.
yeah. Kids don't read these days, man.
Plus, this program is geared towards people. It's an affordable program. So 10 to 1, the parents probably work 2 jobs. Um,
Oh, so it's with kids who are more and
yeah.
don't have.
And then that's what's changing in Hawaii because in Hawaii, what you do in order to survive, of course your grandparents were involved, your extended family is involved, and that's changing here too. It's something
Yeah.
you would always be able to fall back on, but not so much anymore. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, well, I'll set something up, man, where we can do this
Okay.
officially.
Yeah.
Um, because I definitely
Okay.
talked about it. I mean, it's no problem with me.
Yeah. Oh, look, Realist is here. You got Poe on the mic. I missed that.
Oh, sorry, realist, dude. I just looked. I was on. I was researching the movie, and I just
Realist.
kind of felt it.
He's a pony now. I'm just joking.
Are you realist?
No, he's not.
Fonte.
He's on Tech. You know who Tech? What's his name? Tech Station. I forgot his channel. He's on there with him and Six Slayer. I sometimes listen to them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're Xbox fans.
Oh yeah.
They get it.
Realist, dude. Realist. Yeah. So realist, dude. Yeah. Sorry, we're about to check out actually, but thanks for being here. Sorry, I missed you initially. I was looking up. Well, I mean, I was on the internet page because I was looking up the Ferrari versus Ford.
Yeah.
Fonte says it don't cost any money to take a trip to the park. Yep, Fonte, 100%. Or when your kids get jobs, you just make them pay for their own stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, welcome to the real world. That's good though. They're good though. They watch their money, man. They just don't buy anything. Like, that's how you gotta be.
Who, your
That's
kids?
kids, yeah.
That's good.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You're a good father.
I think I get that from the mom. That's that Asian side, bro.
Oh, you're so.
Oh, for real, dude. I'm 100% behind it too. The
Are you
mom
too
be drilling them
strict?
too, dude.
Or...
No, the mom be drilling them too. Be like, when you get older.
Oh, your mom's more strict. You're the easy one.
Oh yeah, their mom.
Oh,
My ex, she be telling them like, okay, so if you want to down payment a house, how much is that gonna cost? Like,
oh yeah. If I was a parent, I'd be bad. I would be like, go ahead.
yeah, no, they need that, dude. Or
Yeah.
realist said it's all good, right? Home from another softball tournament. Oh yeah, dude. See, realist, he's just like zinc, man. They
I
got
know
stuff.
they. That's cool. They're big into sports.
Yeah, so if you want to know the Marvel stuff, realize I talked about it at the front end of the show. At the back end of the show, it's we were talking about all kind of other
Oh,
stuff.
you saw the? Did you like the movie,
Which one?
the Deadpool? 'Cause I
Oh
think
yeah,
last
yeah,
time,
it
yeah,
was pretty awesome, dude.
it's pretty
That's
good.
why I'm doing this. That's why I said is Marvel back because it gave me hope for Marvel.
Yeah, I don't think the movies were that bad. Just a
I
few.
hate it. I hate it. Phases
I
4 and
know,
5.
I know you didn't like it, but I think the problem is that people are just tired of it, you know, and it's hard because they're not. They can. It's not worth going to the theater for. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? It's like
that's a cultural shift, right? People got used to
it
that.
is. It is a huge shift because it's like, um, I didn't see it in the theater.
Yeah. No, but I mean, they.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
see it. I'm gonna see it with my nephews. I think next weekend. I saw it on the internet.
I tell you what, dude. I don't like
I just
3D.
sometimes I do that. I shouldn't do that. I'm bad.
No, it is what it is. Dude. But I don't like 3D. We mistakenly bought tickets for 3D. I was wondering why it was so wide open. So we went there. But
Mhm.
I would say this because I always thought 3D was gimmicky, except for Doctor Strange. Well, I'll add Deadpool and Wolverine. Dude. They actually, that 3D was awesome.
Oh, no spoilers. Yeah, we won't give any spoilers.
Yeah, no
It's a good
spoilers.
movie. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll talk around it. I mean, I will say that, I mean, given the money that it's making and the buzz that it has,
yeah.
and
It's
how
worth watching.
it's worth watching, but it can be. You know, for me, it's just like I don't let
Well,
Marvel off the hook with that kind of stuff because even Marvel's been using that line that it's fatigue. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. You guys suck. Your product sucks, dude. It's not fatigue. Fatigue. That's what I argue with people on X all the time. You know what fatigue is? Fatigue is when people don't want chocolate cake anymore. That's fatigue.
yeah.
You chocolate cake is chocolate cake. When you're tired of chocolate cake, that's actual fatigue. What I told this guy what Marvel's problem is that they just suck. People don't have fatigue like comic book movie fatigue. People have sucky movie fatigue, right? So because
What
get
was
to that
what
point,
was the last movie you saw before this one?
multiverse of madness.
Oh, so you did see the Doctor Strange movie. Okay.
I didn't want to. My son wanted to go, and I'm not gonna. Like I said, I'm
I
gonna put my
liked that
kid over my
movie.
kids.
It wasn't great, but it
It
was
was
okay.
ridiculous and it was horrible,
I
and it had no tie. It had really no tie-in. I mean, why was he even there? At some
ooh,
point, I just like, why is Doctor Strange even here?
in
By the
what
way,
multi-
you had a movie that had stuff that you set up. What
yeah,
happened?
they gotta handle that ending because remember what happened at the ending?
Well, I mean, I'm not in. I'm
No, but I
just
mean they did a lot of weird. That you know who directed that, right? That was the Spider-Man director who did that.
yeah, yeah.
So we can
And you
blame
should have stuck
him.
to Spider-Man.
What?
You should have stuck to Spider-Man. That's all I'm saying. It was a Doctor Strange
He's a good
movie
director.
that didn't focus on Doctor Strange, and that's the problem I have with 4 and 5. Is they started using the characters to kind of like bring people in and then launch all the characters off of them.
Yeah, Vontae didn't like Doctor Strange. He said it's disappointing.
Yeah, because it would have been nice to have Doctor
It is
Strange.
kind of disappointing. I, you know why? Because Doctor Strange is really an occult guy. You know what I mean? Like he's into like the occult and like kind of like stuff that's like horror. You know, like so if they really did, because if you really read Doctor Strange in the comics, it's kind of dark. He deals with demons and stuff.
Well, bringing that's why everybody was
Crazy.
hyped about Sam Raimi coming in, right? Because they have a dark side. And then there was one scene in there I thought was cool when they had the dead Doctor
Yeah,
Strange. They went a little bit on that dark side. You know, they
I
did
mean,
that in Aquaman. The guy
I
who
don't
did that.
mind them not doing it, but it does take away from the edginess of it. I don't know. Yeah, but I can see. I can see the audience not liking it though.
It was a jump off point for that other character, America Ferrera. Also, it was a jump off point for
Yeah,
Scarlet Witch.
I know you don't like those female characters. I'm just
I don't
kidding.
like female. I don't like female characters that they butcher.
Which
Right?
what's her name? She was American Chavez, right?
Yeah.
She came like
Well,
10.
Ferrera is the actress. Sorry. Yeah, America
Yeah,
Chavez.
American Chavez is she's like new. She came out like 2010.
Not really.
Wait, how old is she? Like 2005. Was she in the Ultimates?
I'm
She's
not
not
sure.
old. Yeah, she came out around the same time as Miles Morales. I think after.
I think Miles Morales was the only one that actually hit. And then they had a little bit of success with this with Silk. A little bit, very good. But I mean, comic books were dead by then, so
they
only DC was kind of doing well.
Well, Miles Morales was a big deal because that was they made him a they gave him a comic. There's other Spider-Man, but it was only in the storyline. They gave him this comic, and that was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, I like Miles Morales.
Yeah, Miles is not bad.
I think it's a good. I
At
like
first,
it.
I didn't like it. I was like, this is so cheesy. But then I read it. I didn't like the new Hulk. That guy was annoying.
Oh, Cho.
The Asian guy.
Yeah, something Cho. Yeah.
The smartest man on earth. So stupid.
Oh, that's why comic books fail because they've been doing that for decades in comic
He was
books.
kind of a smart ass character. I didn't like him.
They're not likable, bro. None of their characters they write are
Miles is likable, but he's kind of. Well, see, there's Miles in the comic, and then there's Miles in the movie. In the movie, he's kind of. It's hard because I think the second. Did you see the second one, the last one?
Yeah, we love the movies.
He was much better in the second one.
Yeah, and I had the origin of Miles Morales. I thought it was fun.
Yeah. So
And then I like how they did. They did other verse.
Yeah,
And they did a good job. And
yeah, they did really good. I don't know his comic as much. I shouldn't really because I can't say because I read the only Spider-Man I know is Peter Parker. So that's all like 80s, 90s. That's it. So
well, they were trying to usher in a new set of heroes, and they failed drastically. Well, I mean,
I know what you're saying. I know
comic books are non-existent. So
I heard they're getting better. That's what I read. I don't know though, so that's why I was asking you last week.
yeah, that usually comes from the media that suck too. So.
Well, it's hard. Come on, there's stuff that's good. It's just you gotta know. You know what I mean? We have to weed through all. But it's probably good. It's just you have to know. It's like you have to read a lot to know. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I get it though, because I think they because I think there is a blowback now with all the DEI stuff.
No, so comic books died
right now.
Comic books died 2 decades ago. I'll tell you why. Because what I was doing, I was going to the indie route, right? And then what would happen is I would get these comic books, but they would pull them. Then I'd go to the comic book store, and then I would look at my pulls, and I'd be like, "Hey, what is this?" And he goes, "Oh, we thought you might be interested." I was like, "Oh, okay, but where's my other one, my other comic book?" And then they were like, "Oh yeah, we're not carrying that anymore." Then I was like, then I asked them, I was like, "Oh, is it canceled?" And they go, "Oh no, it's just not in distribution, right?" And this was the whole thing with Diamondback or Diamond distributors blew up, right? Because they were like deciding which ones to watch and which ones you could read or not read. So they're taking away the choice from the readers, right? And then that's why when you walked into a comic store, there was like 5 million versions of Star Wars because it was Marvel, it's Star Wars, it's Disney, right? They were looking for the big bang bucks, so that's why it collapsed, and they did it to themselves. So, I mean, if you want,
they did it. Yeah, they got. I don't even know what's happening in the comics.
Well, so what a lot of people are doing, right, is they're going with these people that go online, and then you sponsor their titles, right? You pay into it, and they produce the comic, and then you like that, and that's how a lot of people are getting their fix. I mean, look, there's still comic books out there, dude. It's just not, like just look at your local bookstore, right? If you go into a local bookstore, if you have one, the anime section is like 5 times as big as the comic book section.
Well, because that's what the kids read now.
Yeah, because there was a void, and anime stepped in and filled it, and they didn't even have to fight for it. They just stepped. There was like a void. They just stepped in, got comfortable, and bam, they were off to the races.
You know what it is? It's also because it's hip. It's not what their parents read. They don't like. You don't want to read what your parents read. That's what kids are.
I don't know. I would think maybe people want to be entertained and have some quality artwork.
No, but I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? Like when you're younger, it's like. Kids don't want to listen to what their parents listen to.
But that's that was the fault of the industry, because what the industry would do is they would meet those people, like what Microsoft has done with Xbox. Right?
No, I understand. I'm not giving them an excuse. I'm just saying that, but kids in general, it's hard to keep something going for so long. Because even then, remember when we were younger, I didn't read. You know what made me want to go into comics? Guess what it was? There's one reason why I started collecting comics. In 1984, remember 85?
Yeah.
Just guess. I'm just curious what you think it is.
What made you read? Probably X-Men.
No, it was Black Spider-Man costume from Secret Wars. When I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit! That looks." Because ninjas were so popular and stuff, and I was like, "That looks so awesome."
You got that? I got that.
That was a great idea. They never did it, and then right from there, I was like, Why didn't they do this earlier? It's just his costume alone was cool. So that got me into it, and then I bought the comics after it, after the Secret Wars, and then I was hooked for about 4 years, 5 years. And then I stopped collecting, and then I just read every once in a while.
Yeah, I was doing it up into 2010.
You did it a long time, yeah. See, I stopped. It's just it got expensive.
So Vontae Miles is likable, but in my opinion, I just think he's an urban Peter Parker. Yeah, especially now. Vontae.
Yeah,
It didn't start off that way.
Well, he's from because Peter's from Brooklyn and Miles is from Queens, isn't it? Or it's vice versa, isn't it? Yeah, Peter Parker's from Queens and Miles is he from Bronx or Harlem?
He might be from Queens. I think he might be. I don't know.
He's in a different neighborhood. That's for sure. I know that. And Peter Parker, I know Peter Parker is Queens, for sure. I think he's Brooklyn. Miles.
Yeah, you're in Houston, realist. That's why. Like one of our biggest comic book stores here. One of the oldest comic books shut down. This place called.
You know why? Also, manga is more relatable. They have stories with teenagers as, their girls read it too. I noticed. You know that? Actually, okay, I have a lot of nieces and nephews, so there's two of my nieces. They actually buy literal manga, and then one of my other nephew, he buys manga. So 2 girls and 1 guy. Those are the ones that buy manga. So I can see they say that kids like it. They're like it too.
Well, but not only kids read manga, right? So and in mangas it has variety, right? So
they also read it from websites too. There's websites that you go to.
Manhwas, yeah. I only noticed because my daughter does this stuff, and she's all into it. So, but the thing with manga is it's always been kind of like that, like culturally, like we're getting exposed to it. Mm-hmm. But it's not. It's like how we watch The Simpsons, right? Everybody can watch The Simpsons. In fact, kids really. I mean, except for like most parents wouldn't let. When I was growing up, they wouldn't let the kids watch The Simpsons.
Yeah.
But it's like in that level. So, but manga has so my daughter's more into like the high school ones and like the romance kind of ones, and the relationship stuff. And then then they got her. I mean, I can't read manga. I tried. But like even when we watch anime, you can tell. You look at the Crunchyroll, you can tell which one she watched. And then here I am on Demon Slayer or freaking My Hero Academia. Stuff like that, right?
That was popular, Demon Slayer.
Huh?
That was popular, Demon Slayer.
I know it's weird because like I'll watch Demon Slayer and there's kids that watch, but then my daughter will get into these other ones that I can't get into. Like, I mean, I watched them, but it's weird. It's like you can see the differences, like you said, right? And that's the difference between the parents and the kids. Vontae, if you from the age, I think Vontae's from Jersey.
Yeah, he says.
He said that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of behind. But yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to wrap it up, man. I gotta go pick up my kids.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's great talking to you.
Yeah, dude. We'll do it on the weekends, man. We can do these. We can run these.
Yeah, let's get to some Realist and Dea and everybody. I wanted to join yesterday, but I couldn't get to a computer.
Oh no, that's fine, dude. I mean, I didn't even know what was going to go on, and then luckily, I mean,
you guys were on long. How many hours were you on?
No, it was only 3 hours.
Oh, was it just 3 hours? Oh, it seemed longer.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, but I was kind of like small, kind of stressing because I was trying to look into the podcast. The problem I was having is when I was listening to it on my phone, I was my broadcast was behind, dude. Yeah, like I was behind by like 5-7 minutes.
It was just unlimited and Hebot for a while.
Yeah, like I was listening to them, but like that one time they were like when the thing fell off, I was like, oh, dude, I think we rushed to the computer. Yeah, so I don't like to do that. I mean, they can carry the show, but the problem is, I wish you could give permission to somebody, like if I'm not there.
No, I understand. Yeah.
So I'll set it up, dude. But
okay, yeah, just message me and what's it called? Give
Twitter. Yeah, we'll shoot for next week.
Yeah. I might have to go out and be on vacation next weekend, but
okay.
Sometime after next weekend maybe.
Like I'm thinking we can do it Saturday mornings.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So just like how we did now. Well, for Saturday morning for me would be afternoon for you, I think.
Yeah, it's like 6:00 here.
Yeah.
It's like Sunday for me.
Yeah, but man, thanks for coming on, dude. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Vontae, I'm gonna shoot you my. This is what my Twitter is. just message me on Twitter, dude. I'll send you or X, and then I'll send you a message, man, an invite if you want to jump in on this podcast. Because I mean, you have the Korean connection, so I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
dude.
he
I'm kind
likes K dramas.
yeah. I
I
try and
don't
keep up with K-pop, man, but I'm starting to feel my age. Plus, my kids, though, and I'll be honest, my kids are like kind of falling off. My
falling
daughter,
off what.
yeah. I mean, they listen to it just because their friends listen to it, but once their friends, like their friends, their tastes are changing. Like it's not like a fan, they listen to it because it's popular. It's what's going
Yeah,
on.
well, that's
Yeah,
how how teens are. They move on to things quickly.
yeah. I mean, they have their diehard friends though. Like, and that's how it drags them back in because their one friend will be like, "Oh, some local group was playing and she loves them," and she's like, "Oh, can we go?" And then my daughter then will go with them. They'll go as a group.
Yeah,
But the same thing, so like that friend's not into like they're not into like cosplay, and so they drag that friend along with them.
but she
Which is
still plays
ironic.
Overwatch, right? Your daughter?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably the one constant. She plays Overwatch.
Oh, and Bethesda.
Oh, Bethesda games.
Yeah, she's a console gamer, so I'm happy about that. I'll take it.
It's cool.
Yeah, yeah, Vontae. Yeah, yeah, man. Just hit me on a message, dude, and then I'll send you the link. But yeah, man, let me go, dude. We're gonna shut it up, man.
Okay,
Realist.
take care.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Sega.
Appreciate it. Vontae, thank you. Realist, thank you. Sorry. We're kind of killing it short. Of course, Coco, thank you for being here. Daniel Berry and Toolman. Really appreciate it, guys. I'm sorry I didn't get to shout everybody out last night, but I really had to go like I do now. So again, thank you for joining, man. This is again, I'll get better with this, dude. I mean, the first half of this podcast, we talked about Marvel. It kind of shifted at the end, but you can split it up. And let me know in the comments down below. All right, dude. Xbox on the channel. Host Favorite, we out.